Chapter 54. And after slapping the right side of his face, he slapped the left side. In the future, I might become Zhao Hao's stepping stone for all sorts of strange reasons. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. Alchemy requires talent as well as accumulation. Even for me, there's indeed no way for someone to achieve it quickly. It's even more impossible for me to take the field myself and fight Zhao Hao for real. If we do that, regardless of whether we win or lose, we'll be making Zhao Hao proud. However, do you think that I won't be able to do anything? Under Yin Zhaoge's guidance, Zhao Yuan did not retrieve his own pill furnace, nor did he walk towards Zhao Hao's pill furnace, instead directly coming before old Mr. Wang. Elder Wang, can you give me 16th Brother's healing pill? Old Mr. Wang frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Your Highness, do you not trust me and think that I am siding with 16th Prince? Zhao Yuan smiled and shook his head. Of course not. Please don't misunderstand, Elder Wang. I simply want to see the pill that 16th Brother has refined. Looking at Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Shilai, old Mr. Wang finally handed the treatment pill over to Zhao Yuan. He sighed. Not only does it take a short time to use, but the medicinal effects are also good. Look at the base of his pill furnace. There is not even a bit of dregs. All the medicinal ingredients are perfectly used, and there is no waste at all. As soon as he said that, everyone's hearts sank. Zhao Hao had achieved perfection in all three aspects. Even if Zhao Yuan were to erupt with extraordinary power, he would at most be tied with Zhao Hao, unless the effects of the healing pills he refined were better than Zhao Hao's. But was that still a healing pill? Zhao Yuan's expression did not change. Weighing the healing pill in his hand, he turned to look at Zhao Hao. 16th Brother's alchemy skills are indeed superb. Zhao Hao said lightly, "What do you want to say, big brother?" Zhao Yuan unhurriedly said, 16th Brother's alchemy skills are outstanding, to the point that you can even cause the smoke in the pill furnace to form a strange phenomenon. Big Brother must also express his admiration. However, the great Tao of alchemy is profound and vast, and there are as many techniques as the ocean. Zhao Hao directly interrupted him. There are indeed many alchemy methods, but I know what you know, and I know what you don't know. There's no need to say too much. Let's get straight to the point. Zhao Yuan was not annoyed by his interruption. He still said slowly, 16th Brother, you have great courage. Since that's the case, I, your big brother, will embarrass myself today. I've inadvertently learned some superficial knowledge of alchemy. I'll give it a try today. As for you, 16th Brother, you don't need to be stronger than me. As long as you can do the same as me, I will admit defeat today. What do you think, Brother 16th? Hearing his words, Zhao Hao looked somewhat mockingly at Zhao Yuan, then at Yin Zhaoge. Strange technique? Haha, this old man spent half a lifetime back then, collecting all the legacies left behind after the great calamity in the entire 8 extremities world, as well as the techniques of the alchemists after the calamity. Other than the unique pill formulas and techniques of the Holy Lands, there is nothing in this world that I don't know about alchemy. Your Broadcreed Mountain's alchemy indeed has some unique areas, but none of them are something that Zhao Yuan's foundation can grasp. Other unorthodox techniques obtained by chance? They're all leftovers from back then. Zhao Hao laughed nonchalantly. Even if it's a draw, it'll still count as my loss. Zhao Yuan smiled and nodded, suddenly taking out a golden needle and piercing it into that healing pill. Seeing this, everyone was taken aback, not understanding what exactly Zhao Yuan was doing. Only Zhao Hao and old Mr. Wang's eyes erupted with a shocking light. They saw Zhao Yuan's needle move like it was flying, piercing into the healing pill 9 times in succession. Within the healing pill, a faint mist actually surged out from the needle's holes. Everyone was stunned. They naturally knew that this mist had surged out because of Zhao Yuan's actions. However, the pill was not a balloon. How could there be gas coming out from within? Having done all this, Zhao Yuan returned the pill to old Mr. Wang. Old Wang, please appraise it once more. Old Mr. Wang sucked in a deep breath. After inspecting it, he instead fell silent, as though he was thinking hard about it. Not saying a word, he handed the pill to Prince Jean beside him, Zhao Shilai. After looking at it, Zhao Shirlie's eyebrows instantly shot up. The remnant furnace smoke within the pill has completely disappeared, its medicinal effects reaching a whole new level, truly touching upon the limits of what a healing pill can achieve in theory. But how was it done? Old Mr. Wong let out a breath of turbid air, his body actually trembling slightly as he looked at Zhao Yuan. Forgive this old man's old eyes, but is the first prince's technique the golden needle liberating pill technique? Zhao Yuan smiled and nodded. Old Wong has good eyes. It is indeed the golden needle liberating pill technique. Old Mr. Wong's body stopped trembling now as he let out a long sigh towards the heavens, feeling extremely satisfied. Who would have thought that this old man would actually be able to see a miraculous alchemy technique from before the great calamity in my life? I have not lived in vain. Zhao Shirlai, Zhao Sheng, and the others were all stunned. Old Wong. After stabilizing his emotions, old Mr. Wong said, the golden needle liberating pill technique can completely expel all the remnant furnace smoke within the pill, thereby greatly raising the medicinal effects and quality of the finished pill. Before the great calamity, this was also one of the peak alchemy techniques. After the great calamity, it had long since been lost, with only a few simple words remaining now, resembling a legend. Looking at Zhao Hao, Zhao Yuan said neither hurriedly nor slowly, I also only know a little bit of it. Please excuse me. Zhao Hao's eyes erupted with a shocking light, but he was not looking at Zhao Yuan, instead staring fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge looked at Zhao Hao, seemingly calm, but actually very unscrupulously laughing. One's personality determines one's fate. I love dealing with idiotic youths like me the most. Zhao Sheng's gaze also fell on Yin Zhaoge, as he instructed the guard beside him in a low voice, also retrieving a treatment pill and a golden needle. He observed Zhao Yuan's treatment pill, then felt out its position, also stabbing it with 9 needles. However, the treatment pill in his hands did not react in the slightest. There is indeed a special technique. It is not a coincidence. Zhao Sheng sighed in disappointment. Smiling at Zhao Sheng, Zhao Yuan took out a brand new treatment pill, concocting it according to the same procedure. The fog rose once more. Zhao Shirlie's gaze also shifted between Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Yuan, as he suddenly said, the treatment pill can be used, but what about this smoke cloud powder? The guard behind him hurriedly took out a bag of medicinal powder, which was the powdery smoke cloud powder. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It's fine. Use your own aura chi to condense it into a pill. Afterwards, follow my instructions and stab 9 needles. Yin Zhaoge sent over a sound transmission in a relaxed manner. Hearing his words, Zhao Yuan instantly relaxed. He took out the smoke and cloud powder, and with a wave of his stellar energy, the powder immediately condensed into the shape of a pill. Zhao Shirlai stared at it intently. Although the medicinal powder also looked like a pill, it was still powder. It was completely different from a healing pill. But when Zhao Yuan inserted 9 needles, mist surged out again. The mist actually split into 2, one black and one white. The black color dissipated in the air, and the white color returned to the pill condensed from the smoke cloud powder. After examining the medicinal effects, old Mr. Wong was full of praises. Zhao Shirlai was completely speechless. He turned to look at Zhao Hao. The confidence and arrogance in Zhao Hao's eyes were finally gone. Instead, they became solemn and serious. Without saying a word, Zhao Hao also took out a bag of smoke cloud powder, condensed it into a pill, and asked Zhao Yuan for golden needles. He did not insert the needle for a long time. Instead, he frowned and thought for a long time. After a long time, Zhao Hao finally inserted the needles. The first needle was fine, the second needle was fine, the third needle, the fourth needle. Number 5, bang. Chapter 55. Zhao Sheng didn't understand the technique at all, his 9 needles all useless, only having managed to poke 9 tiny holes on the pill. Zhao Hao, on the other hand, had used his inner chi to vibrate the pill as he stabbed in, trying to achieve the desired effect. But sadly, while he was stronger than Zhao Sheng, he still couldn't fully grasp this golden needle liberating pill technique. Zhao Hao stood where he was, retreating as he did not wave his hand to disperse the smoke and dust. As a result, the pervading smoke and dust landed on his entire face, his hair completely white, his face also covered by a layer of white ash, looking extremely comical. The martial practitioners under Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, unable to stand his earlier arrogance, now seeing his misfortune, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Hao's entire face was white, but his eyes were like those of a wolf's as he stared at Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, within his gaze, there was no contempt or disdain, but instead hatred and enmity. It was no longer hatred and enmity towards Broad Creed Mountain, but was completely directed at Yin Zhaoge himself. Directed at this youth whom he had never placed in his eyes before. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, not even glancing at Zhao Hao, instead cupping his hands toward Zhao Shirlai. Thanks to Prince Jin's suggestion, this was indeed an exciting competition. Seeing Yin Zhaoge completely ignoring his existence, Zhao Hao's pupils dilated slightly. Sometimes, ignoring was even worse than looking down on someone. Zhao Hao had always been someone who was arrogant, but he was even more arrogant. At this moment, how could he stand being ignored by Yin Zhaoge? His gaze instantly became even more serene. Does 16th brother want to experiment a few more times? Zhao Yuan's seemingly kind voice now resounded by his ear. Zhao Hao closed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging into the flesh of his palms. Having only experimented once just now, he already knew that the golden needle liberating pill technique was not something that could be learnt just by observing from the sidelines. Even with his alchemy skills that far surpassed most people in this world, it was also not something that could be grasped with just a few experiments. Looking at Zhao Hao, Zhao Yuan said mildly, "Looks like 16th brother does not intend to continue experimenting? Then, I wonder what the result of our competition will be." Zhao Hao's body swayed as he opened his eyes, not even looking at Zhao Yuan at all as he stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge, hunting geese all year round, but having one's eyes pecked by a house sparrow. Sucking in a deep breath, he said, "This time, it's my loss." Zhao Hao glanced coldly at Zhao Yuan, too lazy to say anything more. He was 100% sure that Zhao Yuan would be able to refine his own healing pill. Not to mention competing with him. Zhao Yuan's healing pill wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Zhao Hao's shoes. However, he had been full of himself earlier. If Zhao Yuan could do it, and he, Zhao Hao, couldn't do better, then it would be considered his loss. The result was that Zhao Yuan could do it, but he couldn't. Although that definitely could not be the true abilities of that rookie Zhao Yuan, it was definitely Yin Zhaoge's guidance via sound transmission. Zhao Hao snorted and said, "The person I killed earlier didn't have any valuable testimony. There's just one thing. Their organization's influence is very wide, not just in the Eastern Tang, not just in the East Heaven region. At least, they still have a stronghold in the North Heaven continent, but he doesn't know the specific situation." Listening by the side, Yin Zhaoge committed it to memory. However, his gaze still fell on Zhao Shirlai. Zhao Shirlai waved his hand and put away the radiant sun wheel. The light disappeared, and Zhao Shirlai's eyes dimmed. "Returning to the Eastern Tang capital, I will still have to trouble your highness, Prince Jin." Yin Zhaoge smiled very peacefully. Zhao Shirlai looked at Zhao Hao, then at Zhao Yuan, then at Yin Zhaoge. His expression changed a few times before he forced out a smile. "Zhaoge coming to visit, this prince naturally welcomes you." Looking at Zhao Yuan, he said in a heavy tone, "Royal nephew Yuan actually knows an ancient alchemy technique from before the Great Calamity. This is truly worthy of celebration. I wonder when it can be popularized. This kind of technique is sufficient to allow the production of pills in the Eastern Tang to rise to a whole new level." Zhao Yuan cupped his hands in greeting. "What Royal Uncle Jin says is right. This nephew only has a rough understanding of it, and is currently still in the process of figuring it out. I want to at least have a preliminary plan before reporting it to Royal Father. Returning to the capital this time, I naturally have to report it to Royal Father. Perhaps the Pill Pavilion will first experiment with popularizing it. In any case, everything will be decided by Royal Father." Hearing his words, Zhao Shirley's eyebrows instantly jumped, almost unable to suppress the rage in his heart. The pill pavilion's momentum had originally already risen a step further due to the smoke cloud powder. Now, it was obviously going to rise to a whole new level. Following its development, it could be foreseen that the pill pavilion would soon surpass the others, becoming one of the pillars of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. But now, it no longer had anything to do with him. Zhao Shirlai sighed. He had still unconsciously underestimated Yin Zhaoge. He was a martial grandmaster, and his own son was even older than Yin Zhaoge. Although Yin Zhaoge had been in the limelight recently, letting everyone see his powerful strength and potential in the martial Dao. But Zhao Shirlai really had not thought that Yin Zhaoge would also be able to suppress Zhao Hao in the field of alchemy. As old Mr. Wang had said, Zhao Hao's level of alchemy could be considered one of the top few in the entire world. The level of alchemy was related to the martial practitioner's cultivation base, but it was not as closely related as the forging of artifacts. To a certain extent, it was a whole other system of knowledge. Wanting to be proficient in it, not only talent was needed, it also required the accumulation of time and energy. As Zhao Shirlai saw it, with Yin Zhaoge having such high attainments in the martial Dao, he naturally needed to be completely focused on his cultivation, which had already taken up a large amount of time and energy. Even if his talent in alchemy was not bad, where would he find the time to invest in it? If he had only coincidentally learnt an ancient secret technique, it would still be fine. But if Yin Zhaoge really had high attainments in the field of alchemy, that would be terrifying to the point that it was inconceivable. Zhao Shirlai could also be considered a person who had seen his fair share of storms and waves, but at this moment, he still felt as if his worldview and common sense had collapsed. His expression changed continuously, finally turning into a bitter smile. At this moment, Zhao Yuan also secretly sent over a sound transmission. This time, it was really all thanks to you, Zhaoge. Before this, I had not thought that this 16th brother of mine had concealed himself so deeply. Today's favor, I will definitely repay you generously. When Royal Father asks about the Golden Needle liberating pill later, I will also need your opinion. Yin Zhaoge replied. At that time, I will naturally discuss it with Uncle. You can rest easy. This technique, under the condition that the number of people in the know is limited, can only be used by the pill pavilion. Understand, Zhao Yuan understood. Rest easy, I will naturally not let Broad Creed Mountain suffer loss. Standing beside Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing asked, It was you who helped that Eastern Tang first prince, right? Yin Zhaoge put on a very reserved look on his face. Hee, low-key, low-key. Good. Low-key, you're the most low-key. Feng Yunxing could not help but laugh as she shook her head before asking curiously, But this kind of secret technique, your Broad Creed Mountain, doesn't keep it? Spreading it to the Eastern Tang Kingdom just like that, even though I have also heard that your father and the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom are bosom buddies. Yin Zhaoge glanced at her. You should have said our Broad Creed Mountain instead. Actually, Feng Yunxing had still not officially entered the clan yet. Now, it was only Yin Zhaoge who had agreed to speak up for her. Broad Creed Mountain's exact attitude towards her was still uncertain. However, hearing his words, Feng Yunxing smiled brightly. You're right. It's my fault. It's our Broad Creed Mountain. And much more pleasing to the ears. Yin Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily before saying, Rest easy. I have already reported the Golden Needle liberating pill technique to my father. The clan also has a foundation of it. In the Eastern Tang, wanting to squeeze out the Sacred Sun clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain, we would naturally have to put in some capital. Even without today's matter, we would still have made arrangements in this regard. That's why I wanted to swallow up Zhao Shirley's share of the pill pavilion. Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers. It's just that before this, I had never thought that it would be so simple and smooth. Chapter 56. White clouds drifted leisurely, and the blue sky remained the same. However, her snow-white robe was now covered in dust. It fell to the ground and became dim. There was a huge wound on his chest and abdomen, but no blood flowed out. Instead, It was jet black, like charcoal that had been burnt by raging flames. The girl's life force had been completely severed. On his deathbed, the scene from before replayed before his eyes, and his ears seemed to echo with that furious voice. They said you injured junior brother Lon. Why? What happened? That dog Yin Zhaoga has tried to harm me time and time again. Lan Wenyin is his lackey. I have already shown mercy by sparing his life. There must be some misunderstanding. Let's go back to the mountain and explain it to the elders in the sect. Returning to the mountain now would be equivalent to me walking right into a trap. Do you want me to die at the hands of that dog father and his son, Yin Zhaoga? I'll ask you one last time. Are you coming with me? Or are you going back to find Yin Zhaoga? Yi Jing, calm down. I've conversed with senior apprentice brother Yin several times, and he has no intention of targeting you. There must be some misunderstanding. If they're not on my side, then they're on Yin Zhaoga's side. Those who are on Yin Zhaoga's side are my enemies. Even now, the astonishment in Lin Yuxiao's eyes had not completely disappeared. No matter what, she had never imagined that the unexpected reunion after such a long time would have such an outcome. Lin Yuxiao's gaze gradually became lax, and an expression of relief appeared on her face. From the moment I followed senior apprentice brother Yin back to Broad Creed Mountain, perhaps today's result was already destined? This is my destiny, right? On this day, before the beauty could truly bloom, it withered away. Outside the Eastern Tang Kingdoms, overlooking Abyss City, in the wilderness near the Sealing Dragon Abyss and the Luliao Mountains, an old man stood with his hands behind his back. Lin Yuxiao? The old man swiveled his head to look at the person behind him. This old man remembers. It's that female disciple who had a conflict with Yin Zhaoga and Yi Jing. The old man was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's principal elder in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Yin Su. The warrior behind him nodded. Not bad. He was also an outstanding young disciple. Unfortunately, when we found him, he was already dead. There was no way to save him. Can you tell who did it? I can't determine the target's exact location. I can only deduce that the other party has cultivated a martial art that contains an extremely strong fire force. Yin Su asked, did she come to the Eastern Tang to find Yin Zhaoga, or to find Yi Jing? That martial practitioner shook his head. This subordinate cannot be certain, but it is most likely for Yin Zhaoga. According to what this subordinate knows, on her way to the Eastern Tang, she already knew that Yi Jing had returned alive from the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Moreover, she had already followed Yin Zhaoga before. If she were wise, she would have kept her distance from that Yi Jing. Before this, it was unknown whether Yi Jing was dead or alive, so a bit of concern was nothing. But now, knowing that Yi Jing is not dead and still coming to the Eastern Tang, it should be because of Yin Zhaoga. At this point, the warrior hesitated for a moment. Yin Su asked calmly, what? That martial practitioner answered, these are some unconfirmed rumors. I heard that after Yin Zhaoga came to the Eastern Tang, he became rather close to our clan's other female disciple, Si Kongqing. Is it possible that Lin Yuxiao feels threatened? After all, she and Yin Zhaoga are not married. Young people, it is normal for their hearts to change a little. Hearing this, Yin Su fell silent. After a while, he said, take this old man to see that female disciple's corpse. Looking at the wound on Lin Yuxiao's chest, Yin Su was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he extended his palm. His palm was purplish red, and as his aura chi rose, it seemed as though a clump of real purple flames had condensed. It was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage martial art, one of the 8 extreme arts, the Tishita palm. Yin Su's face was expressionless as he pressed his palm against Lin Yuxiao's wound. The girl's corpse shook slightly, a purple light flashing on its surface. Yin Su retracted his palm, turning to look at that martial practitioner. Yin Zhaoga, also cultivated in the Tishita palm. That martial practitioner's heart jumped as he lowered his head, saying, when this subordinate found Lin Yuxiao, she was already dead. I don't know who did it, but Lin Yuxiao died under our clan's Tishita palm. The scope of the culprit should be limited. This subordinate will go investigate right now. Yin Su nodded mildly. Investigate carefully. While this Lin Yuxiao is still a white-clothed disciple, she is still a descendant of our clan. How can she die in such a shady manner? Other than that, search the area where this girl's corpse was found. Perhaps that Yi Jing's whereabouts will be found there. It's fine if you can't find him, but if you do, don't spread the news. Just bring him directly to see me. If there are any traces, clean them up on the spot. Don't leave any clues for others. His subordinate's heart moved slightly as he bowed, answering yes. Within the Luliao Mountains, Yin Zhaoge's group set off on their return journey. As Yin Zhaoge walked, he pondered on the information he had obtained from Zhao Yuan, Zhao Hao, and the others. Not only is there a stronghold in the East Heaven region, there is also a stronghold in the North Heaven region. Yin Zhaoge calculated within his heart. Doesn't that mean that other than the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng, this power also has other martial grandmaster experts? If there is also a martial grandmaster like Han Sheng as their leader in the North Heaven region, is this power formed by Han Sheng and the others, or is there still a higher leader above them? Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. They have people in the East Heaven region and the North Heaven region, but what about other places? Are there any outside of the Heaven domain? Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits. The East Heaven region has the sealing dragon abyss, and the North Heaven region has the vast dark river, both extending from hell. The ghost hatchet elder, stirring up trouble, establishing a foothold in the sealing dragon abyss. If the others of this power make a move, they should also be related to hell. Yin Zhaoge's intuition told him that something was not right. In the post-Great Calamity 8 Extremities world, of the few major events that had the greatest influence and changed the structure of the world, the first to bear the brunt was the transformation of the Earth domain into hell, as well as the invasion of the Flame Devil world. It was also no wonder that as soon as hell was involved, it would touch on everyone's sensitive nerves. Still, it's still fine. After my secret activities have been exposed, it will be much easier to find more clues. As Yin Zhaoge thought, his gaze shifted to Zhao Hao amidst the crowd. How should I deal with him? And, no matter what, I have to first let Uncle Zhao know. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. Whether it was his father or his second apprentice uncle, neither of them would be happy to see a prince who held enmity towards Broad Creed Mountain become the Eastern Tang Crown Prince, and even the future king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. As he pondered, a black-clothed martial practitioner approached, reporting, "Young master, there is an urgent message." Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. "What? You found Yi Jing?" The other party shook his head, saying softly, "There is news from overlooking Abyss City. Miss Lin Yuxiao, Lin, has been killed." Chapter 57. Yin Zhaoge had already known that Lin Yuxiao was coming to the Eastern Tang. Although Yin Zhaoge was a little troubled by this question left behind by the original owner of his body, he did not pay it too much mind. As for whether Lin Yuxiao had come because she had heard that Yi Jing had been lost within the sealing dragon abyss, or whether she had come for him, Yin Zhaoge was also not that important. However, Yin Zhaoge had never thought that Lin Yuxiao would actually be dead. Moreover, according to his subordinates, it wasn't an accident that killed him, but someone else. Yin Zhaoge stared blankly for quite a while before he regained his wits. Wasn't Xiao Shun or Chao Yuan Long? This was Yin Zhaoge's first reaction upon hearing the news. However, since the black-clothed martial practitioner had not immediately mentioned the Sacred Sun clan in his report, that should not be the case. Did you encounter a perverted criminal? Although it was a little absurd, other than Xiao Shun and the others, this was indeed the only possibility that Yin Zhaoge could think of. As far as he knew, Lin Yuxiao didn't have any enemies. At least, she didn't have any life or death grudges. Even if others vented their anger on them because of Yin Zhaoge, other than the Sacred Sun clan, there was no especially great enmity between them. Overlooking Abyss City and the Dragon Sealing Abyss, on the other hand, were often visited by all kinds of adventurers. Among them, there was no lack of bold, ruthless, and unscrupulous individuals. While Lin Yuxiao was a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, it was still possible that she might encounter those kind of villains who would live each day to their heart's content. At times like this, he could only rely on his own abilities. The black-clothed man shook his head and said softly, "It is said that only Miss Lin's body was found. The murderer cannot be determined. Miss Lin's clothes are neat and tidy. It doesn't seem like she was violated. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly, his brows gradually knit as several thoughts surfaced within his mind. Although he had a rather deep entanglement with the original owner of his body, Yin Zhaoge had not even met that Miss Lin after transmigrating to this era. Although he didn't feel sad when he heard about the other party's death, he still felt that it was a pity. After all, a young life had withered just like that. After a while, Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. Let's talk about it after we return. The group continued to move forward and finally gradually left the Luliao mountain range. Arriving at the border region of the mountain range, on the way to overlooking Abyss City, they saw Broad Creed mountain martial practitioners heading their way. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, the leading martial scholar's expression changed slightly. Junior apprentice nephew Yin. Yin Zhaoge recognized him as one of Su Chuan's subordinates as he nodded. Do you have any instructions for me? The other party lowered his voice and said, Elder Su, please don't enter the city yet. We'll meet at an ancient pavilion 10 miles away from the city. Yin Zhaoge said calmly, There's no need to be like this. Invite Elder Su over for a chat. We can talk on the way. I'm in a hurry to get to the capital of the Eastern Tang. The middle-aged martial artist hesitated for a moment before nodding and leaving. Gazing into the distance, Yin Zhaoge saw that in the distance, there were also people currently observing them. Seeing them emerge from the Luliao Mountains, they immediately turned and left. It was obvious that he was informing the other party. Yin Zhaoge did not stop him, continuing on his way. Zhao Shilai, Zhao Yuan, and the rest who had come along also gradually began to feel that something was wrong. They were after all the Eastern Tang imperial family, and there were very few things that could escape their notice. They sent someone to inquire about it, and soon they received the news. For a moment, everyone had different expressions. Zhao Shilai looked calm, but he kept stroking his beard. Zhao Sheng looked like he was watching a good show, while Zhao Yuan looked worried. Zhao Hao, on the other hand, looked as if this matter had nothing to do with him, watching coldly from the sidelines. Very quickly, a deeply worried Su Chuan personally came out of overlooking Abyss City, meeting Yin Zhaoge and the others on the way. Junior apprentice nephew, Yin has returned. There's also Prince Jean, eldest prince, third prince, and 16th prince. It's been a long time. Su Chuan first greeted them seriously, but very quickly used his aura chi to bind his voice and send it into Yin Zhaoge's ears. Young Master Yin, junior apprentice niece Lin Yuxiao has been harmed. Do you know about it? Yin Zhaoge's gaze was calm, but his face intentionally carried some sorrow as he slowly nodded. I've heard about it, but I don't know who did it. Su Chuan's face was a little bitter. There's news that it was you, young Master Yin. Yin Zhaoge's brows instantly knit together. How is that possible? Who's spouting nonsense? There's a rumor that after junior apprentice niece Lin has been in seclusion for a long time, your feelings for her have faded. Su Chuan gnashed his teeth. The rumor was naturally even more unbearable, saying that Yin Zhaoge had already grown tired of playing with Lin Yuxiao. He naturally didn't dare to directly repeat these words to Yin Zhaoge. It's said that in coming to the Eastern Tang this time, young Master Yin has taken a liking to junior apprentice niece Siko. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. Did I just leave such an impression? From the corner of his eye, Su Chuan glanced behind Yin Zhaoge, at Feng Yunsheng, who was currently playing with the little black dog. Yin Zhaoge immediately put his hand to his forehead. Not daring to continue provoking him, Su Chuan dryly continued. It said that after junior apprentice niece Lin left seclusion, upon hearing about you and junior apprentice niece Siko, fearing that she would fall out of favor, she chased after you all the way to the Eastern Tang. After the two of you met, you got into an argument, and being pestered by junior apprentice niece Lin to the point of annoyance. In the end, Su Chuan couldn't continue, because the face of Yin Zhaoge in front of him had already turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Yin Zhaoge said exasperatedly, "This kind of baseless rumor, there's actually someone who believes it?" Su Chuan laughed bitterly. It's just that, according to the rumor, junior apprentice niece Lin died under the Tishita palm. Yin Zhaoge's pupils abruptly dilated. Tishita palm? Sichuan nodded heavily. The corpse was first discovered by the subordinates of the Eastern Tang's principal elder Yin Su. The corpse is also currently being watched over by them, and within a short period of time, it would be difficult to get close and examine it. However, it said that a massive wound was torn open on her chest, her flesh and blood all burnt. At the very least, it was undoubtedly caused by a martial technique that contained the chi of fire. But now, the news is spreading that junior apprentice niece Lin died under the Tishita palm. He looked at Yin Zhaoge a little worriedly. It was naturally impossible that Yin Zhaoge was the only broad creed mountain martial practitioner who knew the Tishita palm. In the Eastern Tang, he was not the only one. However, the only one who had the motive was Yin Zhaoge alone, although that motive was a little nonsensical. However, the somewhat painful truth was that this kind of news of a love murder was the easiest to spread. Under the public's criticism, Yin Zhaoge's image would inevitably be a little ugly. If it was just gossip, then so be it. The public would still be very interested in stories of beauties loving heroes. However, a love murder was a completely different matter altogether. Especially this kind of news. Even if the truth was clarified afterwards, the public might not necessarily believe it. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. The intention of the person spreading the rumor was probably not just as simple as ruining someone's reputation. Yin Zhaoge vaguely felt that this seemed to be some kind of foreshadowing. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge shook his head. It indeed has nothing to do with me. The truth behind junior apprentice sister Lin's death naturally has to be investigated in detail. However, at this moment, I still have urgent matters to attend to in the Eastern Tang capital. This matter concerns the foundation of my Broad Creed Mountain. I am also saddened by junior apprentice sister Lin's death, but now I can only prioritize public matters before private matters. The East Elder is also on his way to the capital of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. I will meet up with him there. Sichuan stared blankly for a moment. He had originally thought that Yin Zhaoge was only intending to avoid the matter. However, since even the East Elder was coming over, it seemed like something big really had happened. Elder Yin is in overlooking Abyss City. He has ordered that as soon as he sees you, you are to go see him. Junior apprentice niece Lin's corpse is also in the city. Sichuan hesitated for a moment before saying in a small voice. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. Old people tend to forget things. He forgot that I'm currently not under his control. Chapter 58. Just like how Yin Su knew that Yin Zhaoge cultivated in the Tishita palm, Yin Zhaoge similarly knew that this principal elder of the Eastern Tang also cultivated in this martial art. It was just that Yin Zhaoge felt that this old man should not be deranged to the point of personally killing Lin Yuxiao, just to screw him over. However, even if it was not Yin Su who killed Lin Yuxiao, this matter of framing and spreading of rumors could not have been without his shadow behind it. Lin Yuxiao's corpse had been discovered by Yin Su's subordinates, and now that they were watching over it, it would be extremely easy for them to do anything to it. If it was not Yin Su and the others who killed Lin Yuxiao, then who could it be? Unexpectedly, a person suddenly flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. That shouldn't be the case. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze turning cold. I still said that I'd give you a good beating before handing you over to the clan. But if you really are deranged to such an extent, I'll save myself some trouble and directly send you off into the cycle of reincarnation. Very quickly, Ahu returned. Upon seeing him, Yin Zhaoge immediately asked, "Did you find that kid Yi Jing?" Ahu rubbed his hands rather embarrassedly. "Young master, I tried my best. I chased each of the underground rivers in the vicinity for hundreds, even thousands of li. That kid did not leave the river water at all, just being swept along by it. By the time I found any traces of him, too much time had already passed. You should have already left the Luliao Mountains. This way, with the vastness of the heavens and the vastness of the earth, it would be hard for me to find him." Yin Zhaoge did not blame Ahu, instead waving his hands dismissively. "If you didn't find him, then you didn't find him. That icy cold pond collapsed, and the underground rivers spread out in all directions. It's not your fault. But don't stop. Continue searching. Hearing the news and the rumors about Lin Yuxiao, Ahu smacked his lips. After all, they had known each other for a while, but he still felt a little bad. Who would do such a thing to Miss Lin? As the two walked, they returned to the vicinity of the crowd. Ahu looked curiously at Feng Yunsheng. She waved at him generously, and Ahu was stunned for a moment before he also waved back. Ahu turned back to look at Yin Zhaoge, giving a simple smile, but speaking of young master and Miss Sikong being close. Young master, you shouldn't have any thoughts, right? Before entering the Luyao Mountains, I didn't see you having any thoughts about Sikong. But then again, Miss Sikong is really quite beautiful. Young master, have you ever considered eating her? Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes at him exasperatedly. Also, young master, where did you kidnap such a beautiful girl? Ahu sneaked up to Yin Zhaoge, glancing at Feng Yunsheng from the corner of his eye as he asked in a low voice, "Did you eat this?" Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes, reaching out and giving Ahu a smack on the back of his head. Feng Yunsheng, who was holding her little black dog, little Meaty, turned around with a serious look on her face. "I haven't been eaten by him yet. I'm still a virgin." Cough, cough. Having just been struck by Yin Zhaoge, Ahu, who had yet to recover, instantly choked on his own saliva as he began coughing madly. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched twice. A virgin discussing this with a man in such a calm and composed manner? Feng Yunsheng stroked little Meaty's fur and said nonchalantly, "What else? Being teased by a man to the point where your face turns red and your heart palpitates, taking an inch and wanting a mile. In the end, either turning tail and running away or raising your blade to chop people up, or pretending not to have heard it, turning a deaf ear to it, allowing others to judge and comment on it as they pleased." Yin Zhaoge looked at her. Feng Yunsheng nodded. "In these 2 years since leaving the clan, I've been to many places, seen many people, and seen many things. Hiding in the wilderness, hiding in the city. In order to avoid being caught by Xiao Shun and the others, I've stayed in the deep mountains and ancient forest before. Hiding in the marketplace is also a common thing." Yin Zhaoge shook his head as he laughed. Ahu looked at Feng Yunsheng, chuckling as he gave her a big thumbs up. Feng Yunsheng smiled, also giving Ahu a big thumbs up. "As for where I was kidnapped by your young master, that's a moving story of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Young master Yin displayed his invincible might, brutally beating up 2 of the Sacred Sun clan's 4 rising suns, saving a weak little girl like me." Ahu was taken aback as he swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. "2? Other than Xiao Yuanlong, there's also Xiao Shun," Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly. "You can ask them for the specifics." Having finished listening to Yin Zhaoge's exchange with Xiao Yuanlong and Xiao Shun, as well as Yin Zhaoge's breakthrough to the mid-outer aura martial scholar stage, Ahu looked at Yin Zhaoge with a face full of worship. "Young master, you're really too awesome. Stop flattering me. If you want to flatter me, make your expression a little more sincere first. Don't be so fake." As they conversed, they headed towards the Eastern Tang capital. However, halfway there, someone suddenly chased after them from behind. It was the Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yin Su. Naturally, it wasn't because Yin Zhaoge had given him face that he had chased after him to settle scores. Rather, it was because he had also received a message from the East Elder to meet up in the Eastern Tang capital. Yin Su looked at Yin Zhaoge and asked, "For what matter has the East Elder come to the Eastern Tang?" Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly. "Why is Elder Yin gonna ask me? I'm also rushing to the Eastern Tang capital to meet up with the East Elder." Yin Su's gaze turned cold as he appraised Yin Zhaoge. "The Sacred Sun clan has been restless and uneasy these past few days. I'm afraid that it has something to do with this matter. There's news. Even the Sacred Sun clan's headquarters seems to have been alerted. This time, what exactly did you do?" Facing Yin Su's cold gaze, Yin Zhaoge seemed to be completely unaware of it. "The East Elder must have also given you instructions, Elder Yin. He must have his own considerations. If I were to say too much, it would not be good." The meaning of his words was, "What you should know, the East Elder had naturally already told you. What you shouldn't know, don't come here to ask about. I have no need to report it to you. Yin Su looked indifferently at Yin Zhaoge, slowly nodding. Very good. Previously, the East Elder had only instructed him to enforce martial law, to guard against the people of the Sacred Sun clan, and also to ensure the safety of Yin Zhaoge's group. As for everything else, it would be discussed after arriving at the Eastern Tang capital together with Yin Zhaoge. In particular, it had been mentioned to ensure the safety of Yin Zhaoge's group. Thinking of this, Yin Su's gaze fell on Feng Yinsheng. Before and after Yin Zhaoge had entered the Liao Mountains, the only one who had changed by his side was her. After the matter with the East Elder has concluded, you will also have to explain some other matters, Yin Su said at the end. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change. I will have to trouble Elder Yin. As they arrived at the Eastern Tang capital of Jingyang, Broad Creed Mountain's East Elder in charge of the East Heaven region had already arrived. At this moment, the East Elder was waiting for Yin Zhaoge and the others in the courtyard where Yin Su had originally been stationed. This was a tall, muscular, silver-haired old man, his spirit hale and hearty, not giving off the feeling of being old at all. The East Continent Elder's eyes shone brightly. His gaze fell on Feng Yinsheng as soon as the crowd entered. After carefully appraising Feng Yinsheng for a moment, his gaze once more fell on Yin Zhaoge and Yin Su. Zhaoge, tell us in detail what happened, the East Elder said. The clan has also been greatly shaken. They want to send people over. Hearing this, Yin Su's gaze flickered slightly. Even the East Elder was unable to make the decision, and the clan had to be alerted. Chapter 59. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, as after greeting the East Elder, he looked at Feng Yinsheng behind him. Elder, this is the person I mentioned to you before. Her original name was Feng Muge. Her current name is Feng Yinsheng. The Eastern Continent Elder nodded slightly when he heard the three words Feng Muge. With his rank, he knew many things. Yin Zhaoge then introduced them to Feng Yinsheng, junior apprentice sister Feng. This is our clan's East Heaven region first seat, Elder Qin. Feng Yinsheng respectfully bowed. Her etiquette was flawless. Junior Feng Yinsheng greets senior. Feng Yinsheng was very clear about the difference between being carefree and being rude on different occasions. With her background and knowledge, she naturally knew that this tall old man before her was Broad Creed Mountain's guardian first seed elder in the entire East Heaven region. In Broad Creed Mountain's internal rules and regulations, there were the first seat elder, principal elder, acting elder. Perhaps his cultivation and authority were somewhat lacking, but in terms of status, this Elder Qin was on the same level as Yin Zhaoge's father, Yin Di. It was just that their jurisdiction was different, one internal and one external. Theoretically, Elder Qin could deal with anything that happened in the East Continent. It was just that the matter regarding Feng Yinsheng this time had too many implications, so it was not good for Elder Qin to make a decision on his own. Broad Creed Mountain was already about to send people over, and Elder Qin, having specially come to the Eastern Tang at this time, was also to get a feel of things first. However, if he couldn't even get past Elder Qin, then there would be no future to speak of. Yin Zhaoge looked at Elder Qin. This old man was a longtime elder of the clan, of the same generation as the old clan chief. Between his father Yin Di and his second apprentice uncle, he had always been impartial. She didn't need to hope that he would take care of her, but she also didn't need to worry that he would be as mischievous as Yin Su. Everything was based on facts, with Broad Creed Mountain's overall interest being the most important. Elder Qin, as I first reported to you, this junior apprentice sister Feng is a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan. Now, she has turned her back on us, wanting to join our Broad Creed Mountain. Yin Zhaoge said neither quickly nor slowly. Elder Qin listened quietly without saying a word. Yin Su also did not interrupt. It was impossible for Yin Zhaoge not to know what kind of influence Broad Creed Mountain would have by taking in a traitorous disciple of the Sacred Sun clan. Even so, he still brought Feng Yinsheng back, and Elder Qin did not object to it immediately. He even alerted the mountain gate, which meant that there was a special situation. Yin Zhaoge said calmly, Elder should know of a piece of intelligence obtained from investigating the Sacred Sun clan's maiden of extreme Yin that year. It mentioned a name, Feng Muge. Because of Meng Wan's sudden appearance, that piece of information was thought to be false information, but that was not the case. Feng Muge really exists. She is the junior sister Feng behind me. Other than Elder Qin and Yin Su, those present were all important figures of Broad Creed Mountain in the East Heaven region. Other than Elder Qin, who was already in the know, the eyes of Yin Su and the others immediately lit up when they heard the words, Maiden of Extreme Mean. They had searched for many years in the 5 continents of the Heaven Domain, but they had never been able to find a maiden of extreme mean. Broad Creed Mountain had even secretly sent people to other territories to search, hoping to pick up some leftovers. Still, they had come up empty-handed. In the extreme een bouts of the past 2 years, Broad Creed Mountain had only been able to watch from the sidelines, helplessly watching the other Sacred Grounds contest for the Extreme Een crown. They had naturally been filled with helplessness and frustration. If Feng Yinsheng really was a maiden of extreme een, even if they had to forcibly withstand the pressure of the Sacred Sun clan, Broad Creed Mountain would definitely have to keep her. Elder Qi nodded. Then he asked calmly, In your previous message, you only said that this young friend Feng's lunar body was damaged. However, you did not say to what extent. Grooming a maiden of extreme een requires quite a lot of resources, but with the Sacred Sun clan's foundation, even if they already have Meng Wan, grooming 2 maidens of extreme een would still not be a problem. A maiden of extreme een roaming outside is definitely not a small matter. The Sacred Sun clan would not be so negligent and careless. Unless young friend Feng's lunar body has been completely destroyed, Yin Zhaoga's tone did not fluctuate in the slightest as he answered truthfully, Right now, that's right. Elder Qin knit his brows slightly as he looked at Yin Zhaoga and Feng Yinsheng. At this moment, Yin Su slowly opened his mouth. Even the Sacred Sun clan would not be willing to use a maiden of extreme een as a spy. However, if it is an ordinary disciple whose lunar body has already been destroyed, it might not be impossible. Everyone present, whether they were on Yin Su's side or not, frowned as they heard his words, appraising Yin Zhaoga and Feng Yinsheng with scrutinizing gazes. Today's matter was indeed not a small matter. If Feng Yinsheng's lunar body was in perfect condition, without a doubt, Broad Creed Mountain would have immediately accepted her. Yin Zhaoga would have done a great service, and not a mistake, and would have done a great service. But if Feng Yinsheng had lost her lunar body, whether or not Broad Creed Mountain still wanted to take her and would have to be reconsidered. Taking in disciples of other sacred grounds who had betrayed their sect was a rather vile thing to do, especially with the Sacred Sun clan and Broad Creed Mountain not being on good terms with each other in the first place. Such an action would very likely cause their enmity to rise a step further. The one who had caused all this, Yin Zhaoga, would have to bear the reputation of being frivolous and impetuous, causing trouble outside and causing unnecessary trouble for the clan. And if Feng Yinsheng was a spy sent over by the Sacred Sun clan, if Broad Creed Mountain took her in, and if trouble arose in the future, Yin Zhaoga would be the main culprit. A huge mistake. Yin Zhaoga's expression did not change. Junior apprentice Sister Feng was bullied and humiliated by her fellow disciples of the Sacred Sun clan, and the elders of the clan were also unable to uphold justice for her, even wanting to distort the truth and kill her. The only master who took care of her perished in a conflict with the Flame Devils over the East Sea not long ago. After hearing the news, having already been on the run for 2 years, she finally truly rebelled against the Sacred Sun clan, even killing 3 of her fellow disciples. Yin Zhaoga looked at the crowd. The reason she fled the Sacred Sun clan 2 years ago was also because she had heavily injured Xiao Shun. Since then, she has always been pursued by Xiao Shun and his men. Yin Su said indifferently, The Sacred Sun clan might not be unwilling to part with the lives of those 3 young disciples, if she is a dead woman. Yin Zhaoga laughed. That is not impossible, but I wonder if that grand elder of the Sacred Sun clan would be willing to let that single descendant of his to become a eunuch henceforth. The great hall instantly fell silent. Yin Su was also a little taken aback. Frowning, Elder Qin asked, You mean, Yin Zhaoga said in all seriousness, that year, Xiao Shun's lower body was injured by junior apprentice Sister Feng. and from a certain aspect he is also crippled. Feng Yinsheng also had a serious look on her face as she bowed. Junior was anxious at the time and made a mistake. Although Xiao Shan deserved it, it was inevitable that he would be disgraced. Seniors, please do not take it to heart. Yin Zhaoge said, I protected her. The second time I clashed with Xiao Shan, I verified this point. Of course, it is also possible that Xiao Shan was crippled because of some other matter. Oh, that's not right. It should be because he was unable to have sex, and the Sacred Sun clan made use of trash, making use of it to make a fuss. Therefore, if junior apprentice sister Feng enters our clan, in the future, some investigations will still not be spared. But on the whole, I believe that junior apprentice sister Feng's words are trustworthy. The corners of Yin Su's mouth twitched as he snorted, no longer dwelling on the earlier question, instead saying, her extreme physique is not crippled. Say that again. Chapter 60. This elder's gaze seemed to solidify as it rested on Feng Yunsheng's wrist, as though he was diagnosing her pulse with his gaze. Feng Yunsheng stood quietly where she was. After a moment, Elder Qin retracted his gaze. Her pulse was indeed that of an extreme physique, but has already been completely dried up, only being slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Elder Qin looked at Yin Zhaoge, slowly shaking his head. Those of the Sacred Sun clan should have examined her many times before making their final decision. Yin Su and the others nodded. This was common sense, within expectations. Elder Qin paused for a moment, his gaze on Feng Yunsheng somewhat regretfully. Her innate talent is indeed outstanding, but I wonder how are her comprehension and will? Yin Zhaoge laughed. If not for her accident that year, the Sacred Sun clan's #1 seed participating in the extreme bout would actually have been her. This is partly due to her having entered the clan earlier, but at least we know that she is definitely not inferior to Meng Wan. Not only was Meng Wan a maiden of extreme her talent in the martial Dao was also outstanding amongst the younger generation, definitely an elite amongst her peers, her name shaking the heavens. The momentum of her rise was so strong that it even vaguely showed signs of surpassing the 4 rising suns. Yin Zhaoge said, if junior apprentice sister Feng had only heavily injured Xiao Shan somewhere else back then, instead of castrating him, perhaps she still wouldn't have needed to flee. Elder Qin nodded, falling into deep thought. If Feng Yunsheng's talent was ordinary, there really wouldn't be a need for Broad Creed Mountain to take her in just to discuss the Sacred Sun clan. While the relationship between the two sides wasn't harmonious, it wasn't to the point where they wouldn't give in to each other over such a small matter. If it was the water domain's sacred ground, Jade Sea City, which was like fire and water with the Sacred Sun clan, it might still be possible. From a certain perspective, that was the best place for Feng Yunsheng to go. It was just that the water domain was too far from the heaven and fire domains, and it would be extremely difficult for Feng Yunsheng to escape their pursuit and reach the water domain alone. Therefore, Broad Creed Mountain had become the most suitable choice for her. If Yin Zhaoge hadn't kept her back then, nor had he captured her and handed her over to Xiao Shan, Feng Yunsheng would have been prepared to take the risk and head to the water domain herself. And now, after Elder Qin's examination, he discovered that even though Feng Yunsheng had lost her extreme physique, she herself was still a genius amongst geniuses, a monster worth grooming. This caused Elder Qin and Broad Creed Mountain to be a little conflicted. He had to weigh the rewards and the price he might have to pay. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Actually, there's a way to recover junior apprentice sister Feng's extreme physique. Elder Qin frowned, but did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Feng Yunsheng again. This time, he directly raised his hand and pointed in the air. A ray of light flew out from his finger and landed on Feng Yunsheng's wrist. After carefully inspecting Feng Yunsheng's condition once more, Elder Qin looked at Yin Zhaoge, asking in a heavy tone, on what basis do you say this? Yin Su also glanced at Feng Yunsheng. His gaze was like a tangible object as it landed on Feng Yunsheng's wrist. After a moment, Yin Su retracted his gaze and said indifferently, saying that it's damaged is a small matter. It's not just damaged, but completely destroyed. Making it recover is no different from bringing a dead person back to life. Furthermore, he didn't just die. He's been dead for 2 years. Yin Su looked at Yin Zhaoge. In recent days, you have indeed consecutively accomplished several major things that surpassed everyone's expectations. However, I wonder if you have the ability to revive the dead? Elder Qin did not speak, but he clearly agreed with Yin Su's words. He looked quietly at Yin Zhaoge, waiting for him to give him an explanation. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Elder Qin, you said just now that the extreme yin qi within Junior Apprentice Sister Feng's body is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people? Elder Qin nodded. That's right. Yin Zhaoge said leisurely. When I first saw her, she was actually no different from an ordinary person. Her extreme yin physique had completely dried up and died. Only seeing the remains, there was no longer any extreme yin qi left. Huh. Elder Qin's eyes abruptly widened. He looked at Feng Yunsheng somewhat disbelievingly. Feng Yunsheng now opened her mouth to say, these days this junior has been traveling with senior apprentice brother Yin, receiving his secret technique of piercing acupoints with golden needles. Within her dried-up meridians, there is indeed vaguely the rebirth of extreme yin qi. While it's extremely slow, it's already different from before. Yin Su and the others all looked at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng with some disbelief. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Our clan has never had a maiden of extreme yin, unable to find one no matter where we searched. These past few years, seeing other sacred grounds vying for the extreme yin crown while our clan could only watch from the sidelines, I was also extremely anxious. Thus, I thought that since maidens of extreme yin are all born innately, could it be possible that an extreme yin physique can be created after birth? Thus, I gathered all the records and information, researching on this myself. Yin Zhaoge shook his head somewhat regretfully. Sadly, the extreme yin physique is blessed by the heavens and can only be created after birth. There is no hope of any progress or improvement. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng. However, I also accumulated a lot of knowledge in this area. In the end, I discovered that while it cannot be created after birth, if it is an innately born extreme yin physique, if it is damaged after birth, there is a possibility of recovery. I have to thank Junior Apprentice Sister Feng for trusting me, allowing me to experiment. After all, the method that I came up with was something that I had never been able to test before. Yin Su's face was expressionless as he looked coldly at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. A one-sided story. How can it be verified? Yin Zhaoge said, it hasn't been long since I first met Junior Apprentice Sister Feng until today. In a few more days, the extreme yin qi within Junior Apprentice Sister Feng's body will still grow stronger. That way, my words will be verified. Yin Su said indifferently, the people of the Sacred Sun clan were just sent back by this old man 2 days ago. Now that your people have already returned, they should be coming knocking again very soon. We have to make a decision as soon as possible. We don't have that much time to wait for you to verify it. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Elder Qin raised his hand to stop him. The burly East Elder looked straight at Yin Zhaoge. I will first believe that your words are true. However, your method, to what extent can it help her recover? Is it just a portion, or can it be as good as before, or at least close to the level of her previous peak? Yin Zhaoge's expression grew a little more solemn as he said slowly, recovery requires time, and some of the required resources and environmental conditions are still not complete. We still have to gather them in preparation. As for to what extent, Yin Zhaoge met Elder Qin's gaze calmly. Even stronger than she was back then, Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. If I can't do it, I'll enter the heaven-sealing gorge myself. Elder Qin looked at Yin Zhaoge, his gaze calm. Yin Su frowned. Just as he was about to speak, someone came in from outside to report that the people of the Sacred Sun clan had come to denounce them. Elder Qin? Yin Su looked at Elder Qin. Chapter 61. Feng Yunsheng bowed to Elder Qin. Thank you, Senior. Elder Qin waved his hand and said, Little girl, your matter is very important. I can't make a decision on my own. You'll have to wait for the final decision from the Mountain Gate. Yes, this junior understands. Feng Yunxing swiveled her head to look at Yin Zhaoge, saying in a low tone, "Thank you." Even she, a former disciple of the Sacred Sun clan, had heard of the Heaven-Sealing Gorge. That was the place where Broad Creed Mountain imprisoned and punished serious criminals. Only those who were extremely evil and could not be put to death for the time being, or those of Broad Creed Mountain who had committed extremely great crimes, would be imprisoned in the Heaven-Sealing Gorge. It was rumored that there was no daylight there, and the environment there was even worse than the Dragon-Sealing Abyss. Ever since the founding of Broad Creed Mountain, there had never been anyone who had been imprisoned within the Heaven-Sealing Gorge who had been able to escape on their own. Yin Zhaoge looked at her nonchalantly. "I have confidence in myself." Feng Yunsheng replied snappily, "Yes, I don't have enough confidence in you. It's my fault. I'll pay attention next time. Next time, I'll say, 'Good job. I knew you were reliable.'" Yin Zhaoge chuckled, low-key, low-key. At this moment, outside the mansion, a golden light descended like the sun and hung on the street. It caused the surrounding heaven and earth to become unbearably hot, and the pedestrians all retreated. Those with some knowledge would all know that this was the Sacred Sun clan's principal elder in the Eastern Tang Kingdom. And now, he was like an army approaching the city gates, his target being the office of the Tang Empire's principal elder in Broad Creed Mountain. Clearly, a dispute had arisen between the two sacred grounds once again. In the Eastern Tang, this sort of thing was not rare, but it was mostly done in secret. But now, a principal elder of one side had come to visit them in an overbearing manner. The competition between the two sides has escalated. Don't tell me they're going to start fighting in Jingyang City? Just the aftermath of a fight between two great grandmasters is enough to flatten the surroundings. Many people were worried. An irascible voice rang out from within the huge golden sun. "Yin Su, I know that kid surnamed Yin has returned. He covered up for our Glory Sect's defected disciple and even injured our Glory Sect's disciple who was in charge of tracking him down. If your Broad Creed Mountain doesn't know how to teach disciples, then let me help you. Hand over Yin Zhaoge and that slut immediately, or I'll tear this place apart." Yin Su's calm voice resounded within the mansion. "This old man doesn't need to tell you where my clan's disciples are. If your Sacred Sun clan lost their disciples, go look for them yourselves. What does that have to do with my clan? The person you want isn't here. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. If you want to cause trouble, I'll accompany you." Within the golden sun, a figure gradually appeared. It was an elder with a square face and big ears, dressed in a golden robe. Staring at the mansion below, he laughed savagely. "Injuring a member of my Sacred Sun clan, harboring a traitor of my Sacred Sun clan, your Broad Creed Mountain really has some guts now. Looks like you have forgotten that if not for my Sacred Sun clan showing mercy back then, your Broad Creed Mountain would have long since been exterminated." Within the Great Hall, hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge chortled, "Not afraid of twisting your tongue when the wind is strong." The first invasion of the Flame Devil world had been repelled, the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhandonga had perished, and Broad Creed Mountain had suffered the most grievous losses of all the sacred grounds, thus giving the Sacred Sun clan and the other sacred ground a chance to catch up. Some people respected Zhandonga and Broad Creed Mountain's contributions, but there were also others who wanted to make use of this chance to push down a fallen wall. Fortunately, Broad Creed Mountain had many capable people at that time, and a person who had always been willing to assist Zhandonga wholeheartedly, whose brilliance had been overshadowed by Zhandonga, had stepped forward. This person was the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo, the blood brother of the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhandonga, and also Zhandonga's successor as Broad Creed Mountain's chief. After Zhandonga had perished, Zhan Shilo, who had assumed the position of chief, had stood alone, displaying shocking brilliance. It was precisely because of Zhan Shilo's sudden emergence that Broad Creed Mountain had been able to stand tall after the first invasion of the Flame Devils. With the entire clan having suffered great losses to its vitality, that Broad Creed Mountain had been able to survive through its most difficult times. Zhandonga and Zhan Shilo had also become the most famous and legendary pair of blood brothers of the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity. under the leadership of that Grand Master who was known by the populace as the Sacred Sun Saint. The Sacred Sun clan had risen mightily after the invasion of the Flame Devils, clashing repeatedly with Jean Shilo and Broad Creed Mountain. Under Jean Shilo's leadership, Broad Creed Mountain had concealed its strength and bided its time, adopting a conservative stance as it silently amassed its strength once more. However, it knew when to advance and when to retreat, never allowing the Sacred Sun clan to truly gain much of an advantage. Afterwards, the Sacred Sun Saint had abdicated, passing the position of chief to a successor, and there had been no news of him himself. Jean Shilo had perished in yet another great battle with the Flame Devils, spilling his last drop of blood for the Eight Extremities world just like his elder brother. However, through Jean Shilo's efforts, Broad Creed Mountain had gradually stabilized its footing once more, no longer in a precarious state like before. It was only that during this period of time, the Sacred Sun clan had unceasingly expanded and developed, finally surpassing Broad Creed Mountain, becoming the new #1 sacred ground. Yin Zhaoge shrugged his shoulders. If that Sacred Sun Saint of his is still around, please show yourself. Now that the attacks of the Flame Devils are getting fiercer and fiercer, the Eight Extremities world just happens to be in need of such an expert. Yin Su's figure appeared in the air above the mansion, staring at the same level as that golden-robed Sacred Sun clan elder. Exterminate my Broad Creed Mountain? If you can do it, then come and try. The golden-robed elder laughed coldly. If not for the Sacred Sun clan not allowing it, I would have long since taken care of you. Today, I will exterminate you first. As his aura chi surged, he was once again enveloped by the golden light. Unlike the seemingly illusory sunlight of Shao Shun and Chao Yuanlong, it had truly transformed into the sun, its radiance shining brightly. All the water in the surrounding heavens and earth was completely evaporated, the ground of the streets beginning to crack, the grass and trees all charred black and withered. Under the high temperature, even the surrounding space itself distorted. Yin Su's expression was indifferent, his gaze solemn as he pushed his palms forward. With his martial Grandmaster cultivation fully displayed, the Tishita palm currently executed by Yin Su was naturally different. Purple flames instantly appeared, transforming into an actual sea of flames, clashing with the great golden sun. The purple flames of Tishita and the golden sunlight intertwined in the sky, the surrounding temperature instantly rising once more. Some of the dry and flammable objects in the surrounding environment began to spontaneously combust, as if the heavens and earth within a radius of 100 li were about to turn into a world of flames. As the capital of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the city gates of Jingyang City shook, numerous spirit patterns appearing on the ground. The air became slightly cooler, and both Yin Su and the golden-robed elder could feel an oppressive feeling assaulting them. The two of them did not stop, only allowing Jingyang City's grand formation to suppress the area of effect of their battle. In the sky, the purple flames of Tishita and the golden sunlight were destroyed and roiled unceasingly, their battle turning the heavens and the earth upside down. The sun that the golden-robed elder had transformed into was like the midday sun. Suddenly, the sun gradually shrank, and the golden-robed elder's figure reappeared. That sun appeared in his palm, unprecedentedly condensed and dazzling. The golden-robed elder raised his hand, as if he was holding up the sun, and then slammed it down with his palm. Yin Su's two palms clasped together, and following the changes in his palms, the purple flames of Tishita in the surrounding air also condensed. The leaping flames compressed and condensed into a solid form, actually transforming into a huge purple pill furnace. Chapter 62. As the two martial Grandmaster-level experts fought, the weather in the surroundings changed, affecting everything within 50 kilometers. Fortunately, Jingyang City had its own array formation that confined the storm they had stirred up within a limited space. But in this space, the battle had already turned heaven and earth upside down. Is Broad Creed Mountain determined to go against my Sacred Sun clan? At this moment, A grand voice sounded in the sky above Jingyang City. In the next moment, an even bigger golden sun appeared in the sky. When this sun appeared, the sun formed by the golden-robed old man immediately dimmed. The purple flames formed by Yin Su's Tashita palm were about to be extinguished in an instant. Yin Su let out a muffled groan. In the blink of an eye, the pill furnace formed from the purple Tusita flames was covered in cracks and then shattered. The pill furnace shattered and turned into flowing flames. It jumped a few times in the air and was about to be extinguished. That second sun hung high up in the sky, actually competing with the real sun in terms of brightness. For a moment, it was as if two suns were shining together in the sky, illuminating the capital of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Jingyang City. At this moment, Jingyang City's grand array was no longer as relaxed as it had been against Yin Su and the golden-robed elder. Spirit runes lit up one after another in the void, distorting as they couldn't bear the heavy burden. In the mansion above ground, Elder Qin sat on a chair. His eyebrows gradually rose. "Show off your might. You have come to the wrong place." Suddenly, a majestic saber, Qi, soared into the sky from the courtyard. Wherever the saber Qi passed, the scorching heat from the two suns immediately decreased, and the entire world became cool. After the coolness, there was a deep chill. At this moment, Elder Qin's figure appeared above the mansion, glaring at the sun. He let out a low roar, and the wind and clouds surged. The space between heaven and earth distorted, as if an invisible giant blade had appeared, tearing a crack in the void in front of him. The cracks extended towards the second great sun, wishing to cut it apart as well. 8 extremities of the exalted 8 extremities, divine blade of transmutation unity. A grand voice resounded from within the golden sun. In the next instant, the golden sun didn't retreat. Instead, it advanced and smashed towards Elder Qin. It was as if the sun was tilting to the west. Endless rays of light fell to the ground, about to incinerate the world. It was one of the great sun's 7 arts, the west-tilting, heaven-burning blade. A huge divine talisman suddenly lit up on the golden saber light that resembled the setting sun. It was vast and complicated, as if it was going to envelop the entire Jingyang City. A huge divine talisman lit up on Elder Qin's chaotic elements, uniting energy divine saber, which had turned into an invisible blade that could split the heavens and split the earth. The power of both sides rose to a whole new level as they collided, causing Jingyang City to feel as if it was about to shatter. At this moment, the voice of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom resounded from within Jingyang City. "If the two of you wish to fight, choose another place. Do you wish to tear apart my Eastern Tang's capital?" Jingyang City's grand array suddenly lit up, and the interweaving spirit patterns became clearer and more condensed. The formation began to operate at full power, and its power rose steadily. Elder Qin stopped his saber Qi, snorting, "If someone wants to make trouble out of nothing, this old man will accompany him to the end. Do you think that my Broadcreed Mountain is easy to bully?" Hovering within the sky, a voice resounded from within. "Zhao Shicheng, you want to interfere in the matters of my Sacred Sun clan and Broadcreed Mountain?" The king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng's calm voice resounded from within Jingyang City's grand formation. "The East Rising Lord's words are too serious. It is naturally not good for my Eastern Tang to get involved in a matter between the two sacred grounds. However, if you make a move in Jingyang City, this king will not be able to sit by idly." Within the house, Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "So it's one of the 7 reigning suns, the East Rising Lord. However, I remember that the East Rising Lord changed just a few years ago. In the years when the Sacred Sun clan had risen to prominence, there have been 7 outstanding experts who were collectively known as the 7 reigning suns. Their names were the same as the 7 reigning suns, namely Daybreak, East Rising, Middle Heaven, World Illuminating, West Tilting, Sunset, and Twilight. Afterwards, the 7 reigning suns had become a fixed pattern. Some of them had perished or retired, while others had taken over and succeeded them. Swiveling his head to look, Yin Zhaoge saw that Feng Yinsheng had a rather strange expression on her face. Seeing Yin Zhaoge look at her, Feng Yinsheng shook her head. My Grandmaster was the previous East Rising Lord. After Grandmaster perished, the current East Rising Lord's successor was the one outside. Of the current 7 reigning sons, he is the youngest and also the most inexperienced. However, his cultivation base and skills are also universally shocking. The sun in the sky gradually disappeared, a golden-robed, middle-aged man appearing. It was precisely the current East Rising Lord. Staring at Elder Qin, the East Rising Lord then swept his gaze across Jingyang City down below, saying slowly, "Someone has taken in a traitorous disciple of my Sacred Sun clan. I naturally have to get involved. Hand him over, apologize, and atone for his crimes. Otherwise, we fight." Elder Qin's tall frame towered within the sky, his expression not changing in the slightest. This old man has already said that there is no one here that you want. If you want to fight, then let's fight. This old man has nothing but a saber and a pair of fists. I'll fight with you to the end. The golden-robed elder beside the East Rising Lord said furiously, "My Sacred Sun clan's disciple personally saw your broad Creed Mountains Yin Zhaoge take that traitorous disciple away. How can it be something that you can evade cleanly with just a few words?" Standing behind Elder Qin, Yin Su had an indifferent expression on his face. "Just because you say so? This old man can also say that your Sacred Sun clan stole our clan's treasure. Quickly hand it over." The East Rising Lord's eyes shone with a golden light, piercing to the point that Yin Su felt pain all over his body. "Bullshit. You're courting death." Elder Qin took a step forward. "If you want to show off, go back to your Sacred Sun clan's world illuminating peak." Now, Yin Zhaoge's voice resounded from within the manor. "Before the East Rising Lord, Broad Creed Mountains, Yin Zhaoge pays his respects here. In the Luoyao Mountains, I indeed clashed with your clan's disciples Xiao Shun and Chao Yuanlong, and also met the Feng Muge that your clan is looking for. However, after that, I no longer had any interactions with Feng Muge." Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "It's just that earlier we chatted, and I learned of some interesting things. For example, a certain sacred ground whose name is spread far and wide in the 8 extremities world actually harbors evil, allowing the grandson of a certain grand elder to defile and forcibly take possession of a female disciple of the clan. Not being able to forcibly take possession, they instead harbored the culprit, suppressing that female disciple. The most interesting thing is that a certain lustful person really received retribution from the heavens, having his lineage cut off." Yin Zhaoge said leisurely, "In the future, we won't have to worry about such things happening again." "A bunch of nonsense," the East Rising Lord said coldly. "Just based on you slandering my Sacred Sun clan's clean reputation. Even if I kill you here today, no one will be able to say anything. Your father, Yin Di, is unconvinced. Let him come to the world illuminating peak. Let's see if he can make it to the top alive." Saying thus, he struck out with a palm. Elder Qin laughed grandly. Not being impartial in handling matters, not knowing how to instruct a disciple, letting him escape, he had better check himself first. This is still not a place where you can behave atrociously. As the two sides battled once more, the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom did not say a word as he activated Jingyang City's grand formation, pressuring towards the two simultaneously. Without a doubt, he was naturally siding with Yin Zhaoge. While he could not afford to offend the Sacred Sun clan, he would usually try to maintain a balance in the clashes between the two sacred grounds. However, as this matter involved the only son of his old friend, Yin Di, Zhao Shiqing chose his side without any hesitation, risking the immense risk brought about by the Sacred Sun clan, not intending to sit on the fence at all. The East Rising Lord's gaze was cold. Usually, Jingyang City's grand formation would be completely unable to do anything to him. However, in the midst of his intense battle with Elder Qin now, as he was distracted, the power of Jingyang City's grand formation was displayed. Elder Qin was fighting on his home ground, causing the East rising lord who had originally been evenly matched with him to fall further and further into a disadvantageous position. Chapter 63. If the Sacred Sun clan wants to find trouble with the Eastern Tang, my Broad Creed Mountain will take responsibility for it. The voice of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, resounded from afar. Elder Qin is too polite. Broad Creed Mountain is the true ruler of the Heaven Domain. Although Zhao Shicheng could not see it within the manor, Yin Zhaoga stood up and bowed from afar. I have caused trouble for uncle. Elder Qin and Yin Su returned to the manor and sat down once more. It is just that the East Rising Lord coming over means that the Sacred Sun clan has yet to treat this matter as an urgent matter. Yin Su said slowly, what they're concerned about at the moment is the betrayal of their disciples and the fact that they've been taken in by our sect. Rather than a maiden of extreme in roaming outside, she would be more likely to be accepted by my Broad Creed Mountain. As he said this, Yin Su looked towards Yin Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng. Yin Zhaoga nodded. Yin Su's analysis was not wrong, coinciding with his own. Having been jointly diagnosed and examined by the many peak experts of the Sacred Sun clan, all of them had come to the conclusion that her extreme physique was completely crippled, unable to recover. Otherwise, the incident that year wouldn't have happened, and it would be even more impossible for Yin Zhaoga and Broad Creed Mountain to pick up the scraps now. Elder Qin said, this is a good thing for our sect. This way, the Sacred Sun clan's movements would not be too intense. While they didn't fear the Sacred Sun clan, unless it was absolutely necessary, Broad Creed Mountain also didn't want to start a war with them. A clash between two sacred grounds could very well turn into a situation that no one could control. After all, the Sacred Sun clan was stronger, and Broad Creed Mountain would naturally be more than happy to develop itself, waiting until its strength was more robust before truly contending against the Sacred Sun clan. Therefore, after Yin Su had left, while his attitude had been tough and his actions had not been careless, he had stubbornly refused to admit that his clan had taken in Feng Yunsheng, leaving the Sacred Sun clan a way out of this embarrassing situation. Even Elder Qin, who was even more unyielding and upright, tacitly agreed with this statement. Now that they were united against a common enemy, Yin Zhaoga naturally wouldn't undermine his elder. The Sacred Sun clan disciple Feng Muge would naturally no longer have anything to do with him and Broad Creed Mountain. However, the wild maiden of extreme Yin, Feng Yunsheng, was another matter altogether. You said they look exactly the same? The world was vast, and there were all sorts of strange things. It was not the first time he had seen someone who looked exactly like him. She's so beautiful, and she looks exactly the same? That's not impossible, is it? Perhaps they were twin sisters who had been separated since childhood. In short, he didn't have anyone he wanted, but if he wanted to fight, he would fight. I'll give you a ladder. If you go down, then we'll live in harmony. If you don't go down, then we'll fight it out. Yin Su said, in the last Extreme Yin bout, Meng Wan accidentally lost the Extreme Yin crown, which ended up in the hands of Jade Sea City, who was on good terms with our clan, but was at odds with the Sacred Sun clan. Their peak experts have previously been in secluded cultivation, not having emerged at all. If it is not an extremely major issue, the Sacred Sun clan would also not wish to clash with our clan to the death in the near future. Elder Qin looked at Feng Yunsheng. The key lies with this young friend Feng. Considering all aspects, it is not suitable for you to continue staying in the Eastern Tang, in the East Heaven region. When the people from the clan arrive, they will send you back to Broad Creed Mountain. Elder Qin then looked at Yin Zhaoga. Zhaoga, you return as well. Having suffered a setback this time, the Sacred Sun clan will very likely target you next. After returning to the mountain, focus on helping little friend Feng recover his extreme Yin body. Yin Zhaoga answered, many thanks for Elder's concern, but I intend to remain in the Eastern Tang for a period of time. There are some things that I still need to prepare for. Sending junior apprentice sister Feng back to the mountain as soon as possible will suffice. I will return after I have dealt with the matters on hand. During this period of time, I will go out less, keeping a low profile, not giving the Sacred Sun clan a chance. Elder Qin frowned slightly. What other matters do you have? Before Yin Zhaoga could answer, Yin Su said slowly from the side, he indeed still has some matters that he needs to clarify. As Elder Qin looked over, Yin Su said, our clan's disciple Lin Yuxiao met with harm in the Eastern Tang. The perpetrator used was our clan's direct lineage martial art, the Tishitapom. Lin Yuxiao, this name, if this old man does not remember wrongly, Zhaoga. Elder Qin's tone did not change as he looked back at Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga's expression was heavy as he nodded. Answering, it was this disciple who brought her back to the mountain, recommending her into our clan. Her hometown, like Yi Jing's, is also the East Heaven region's Eastern Tang Kingdom. Before this, she and I were lovers. At this point, Yin Zhaoga was a little speechless. Lin Yuxiao having met with harm. Yin Zhaoga also felt a little pity. After all, it was a life. Whether her actions were right or wrong, at least it had not reached the point where she had to pay with her life. But strictly speaking, the two had not even spoken a single word to each other. The only understanding they had of each other came from the memories of the body's original owner, just like watching a slideshow. Not counting the memories of the body's original owner, Yin Zhaoga had not even seen her in person. If he said how sad he was, would anyone believe him? But in the eyes of others, the two were lovers. Therefore, Yin Zhaoga could only wear a sorrowful expression on his face as he slowly said, when I was in the Luyao Mountains, I had already received the news. It was only that I had a heavy responsibility at the time and could only prioritize public affairs over private matters. Now that Junior Apprentice Sister Feng's matter has temporarily come to an end, I request to personally investigate the culprit to comfort Junior Apprentice Sister Lin's soul in heaven. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, Yin Su said indifferently, in this old man's opinion, it is best that you avoid arousing suspicion. Yin Zhaoga looked at Yin Su, who did not care in the slightest. There are many rumors over at Overlooking Abyss City, all of which are very disadvantageous to you. Frowning, Elder Qin asked, what rumors? Yin Su answered, it is rumored that Yin Zhaoga and another young female disciple, Sikong Qing, grew closer and closer during their trip to the Sealing Dragon Abyss, and are usually very close to each other. It was because of this news that Lin Yuxiao could not sit still and hurriedly rushed over to the Eastern Tang. He did not finish his words, but Elder Qin had already understood what he was implying. This kind of rumor cannot be trusted. Although Lin Yuxiao is of the Eastern Tang, she does not have any enemies, Yin Su said, and Lin Yuxiao died to our clan's direct lineage martial art, the Tishitapom. He looked at Yin Zhaoga. This old man personally examined her. The one who did it should be an early outer aura martial scholar. The blood soul recollection ritual can only be used when both parties involved are still alive. If the two parties had already communicated beforehand, harboring the same thoughts, they would still be able to obtain a predetermined result. Therefore, you and your people, as well as this little friend Feng, are all inapplicable. Now that Lin Yuxiao is dead, the dead cannot testify. Yin Su swiveled his head to look at Elder Qin. It is still too early to say anything now, but this old man believes that Yin Zhaoga should at least avoid arousing suspicion. Hearing his words, Elder Qin slowly nodded. Yin Zhaoga, on the other hand, burst out laughing. Frowning, Elder Qin said, Zhaoga, pay attention to the situation. Yin Zhaoga retracted his smile, nodding his head in all seriousness. If it's an early outer aura martial scholar, I am already no longer one. Saying thus, he released his aura chi, refining it into a weapon which hovered around his body. Yin Su suddenly stood up, almost flipping over the chair behind him. Yin Zhaoga had not made a move earlier. His aura chi retracted to the point that only now did he discover that Yin Zhaoga had actually already reached the mid-outer aura stage. Chapter 64. How long has it been since he broke through from the inner supreme aura stage to the outer supreme aura stage? Yin Su stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoga, unable to speak for a long time. Was he holding back and hiding his cultivation base all this time? This was the first thought that came to Yin Su's mind. He could not think of any other reason to convince himself of this. Over the years, Yin Su could also be considered to have seen many things, and also having come from a sacred ground like Broad Creek Mountain, he had seen who knew how many geniuses and heroes there were. Even when he was young, he had personally experienced and interacted with many outstanding people of his generation. For Yin Su to be able to reach the level of a martial grandmaster, he was not someone ordinary people could compare to. Since ancient times, he had heard of the experiences of various legendary figures. However, there had never been a person who was able to immediately take another step forward and reach the middle stage of outer invulnerability not long after breaking through from the late inner invulnerability stage to the early stage of outer invulnerability. Yin Zhaoge's father, Yin Di, had shocked the world with his cultivation speed that year, having completed a path that many other geniuses might not be able to complete in their entire lifetimes within a short period of time. However, just looking at the gap between the early and mid-outer aura stages, even Yin Di could not compare to Yin Zhaoge. Although it varied from person to person, there were indeed some people who improved especially quickly in a certain realm or a few realms. Not only were they faster than ordinary people, but their cultivation was also smoother than usual. However, Yin Zhaoge's speed was really too ridiculously fast. It completely overturned Yin Su's worldview and common sense. If Yin Su was like this, then there was no need to even mention the others who knew the truth. All of them were dumbfounded. Those who didn't know the details were also petrified after hearing the explanation. Although there was a saying that geniuses who died prematurely were not considered geniuses, only those who could truly transform their potential into strength could be considered true geniuses. However, the Yin Zhaoge before them surpassed their understanding by far too much. While it was said that with the great waves washing away the sand, there were only a few geniuses who could truly grow to the heights that they had anticipated. However, with the level of potential that Yin Zhaoge had displayed now, it was really hard to believe that he would die prematurely. Feng Yinsheng watched this scene from the side and felt a lot more balanced in her heart. When she had first learned that Yin Zhaoge had risen from the early outer aura stage to the mid-outer aura stage in such a short period of time, she had also been greatly shocked. Now that there were so many people accompanying her, Feng Yinsheng finally regained some confidence. It turns out that I'm not ignorant. She appraised Yin Zhaoge and muttered in a voice that only she could hear. But no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like something a human would do. Elder Qin was also momentarily dazed. Yin Zhaoge's situation was special. Back when he had broken through from the inner aura realm to the outer aura realm in overlooking Abyss City, he had specially reported it to him and the clan. Therefore, Elder Qin had also felt shocked. However, at this moment, Yin Zhaoge's aura chi, agglomerated and hovering chi artifact already proved that he had indeed stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm. Good, very good. Elder Qin took a deep breath and nodded his head. Whether or not Yin Zhaoge had previously intentionally concealed his cultivation, intentionally causing such a great impact, Elder Qin was not concerned about it at this moment. He would slowly investigate this matter in the future. However, to the current Broad Creed Mountain, having produced such a dragon amongst dragons who seemed to be able to suppress the other monstrous geniuses, it was undoubtedly a matter that greatly boosted their morale. Yin Su finally came back to his senses and said in a low voice, "An early-stage outer aura martial scholar is unable to fake the attack of a middle-stage outer aura martial scholar. But conversely, it's very easy," Yin Zhaoge said in a tone that was neither salty nor mild. With a cultivation higher than that of an early outer aura martial scholar, and also cultivating in our clans to Shapam, it would be very easy for anyone to do it. Yin Su's eyes gradually narrowed, and the gaze with which he looked at Yin Zhaoge turned icy cold. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm and composed. Elder Yan's subordinates have examined the corpse. They should know when junior apprentice Sister Lin was killed. Yin Su immediately reported time. He looked at Yin Zhaoge. The time was before you met with Zhao Shilai, Zhao Yuan, Zhao Sheng, and the others. At that time, the only people following you were your followers and her, Yin Su said as he glanced at Feng Yinsheng. None of them were able to testify for you. On one side was a trusted aide that Yin Di had prepared for Yin Zhaoge. Naturally, she would only obey Yin Zhaoga's orders. On the other side was a request of Yin Zhaoga. She needed him to help her recover her extreme Yin physique and to recommend her in a broad creed mountain. After silently calculating the time, Yin Zhaoga laughed nonchalantly. Unfortunately, I just happened to meet this junior apprentice sister Feng on the road at that time. In order to protect her, I beat up Xiao Shun and Qiao Yuanlong. If my men and junior apprentice sister Feng's words are insufficient to testify, we can seek confirmation from the Sacred Sun clan Xiao Shun and the others. Everyone present suddenly fell silent for a moment. They had all acutely captured the words that Yin Zhaoga had used. From Yin Zhaoga's words, not just Qiao Yuanlong, even Xiao Shun had been defeated by Yin Zhaoga. Before this, everyone had all known that the person pursuing Feng Yunsheng had been Xiao Shun, and also knew that in order to protect her, Yin Zhaoga had clashed with the Sacred Sun clan. But thinking about it at that time, it shouldn't have been a head-on clash with Xiao Shun. At most, it should have been a clash with Qiao Yuanlong and the other Sacred Sun clan disciples once more. Now that they knew that Yin Zhaoga had already stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm, even if he met Xiao Shun himself, he would still be able to protect himself and retreat. It was just that he still had to protect Feng Yunsheng. The difficulty of that was already enough to make everyone sigh in admiration. After all, Xiao Shun was not someone that ordinary late outer aura martial scholars could compare to. But from the looks of it now, the truth had once again surpassed everyone's expectations. Previously, everyone's attention had been focused on Feng Yunsheng's extreme Yin physique, as well as the Sacred Sun clan's subsequent attack. However, they had overlooked how Yin Zhaoga had managed to rescue Feng Yunsheng from Xiao Shun's hands and bring her back to the Eastern Tang. Yin Su stared at Yin Zhaoga. You said that you defeated Xiao Shun? Yin Zhaoga acted as if nothing had happened. Doesn't Elder Yin already know that I have met with the Eastern Tang's Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, as well as Brother Zhao Yuan and the others? It looks like there are some things that you still haven't had the time to know. Yin Su frowned. What are you trying to say? His hands behind his back, Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. It's nothing. Anyway, after the matter at hand has been settled, I just happened to be reporting it to Elder Qin. If Elder Qin doesn't mind, with Elder Yan's level, you can listen in. Yin Zhaoga said unhurriedly. As for whether or not I could defeat Xiao Shun, proving this point is very simple. Actions always speak louder than words. Any one of our clan's late outer aura martial scholars here to spar with me will do. Arrogant. This was the first thought in everyone's minds. Yin Su did not say a word as he stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoga for a moment, before swiveling his head to look at Elder Qin. A rather interested expression appeared on Elder Qin's face, but he was instead no longer in a hurry as he sat in his chair, not speaking. Seeing this, Yin Su knew that Elder Qin had tacitly agreed to it. Turning his head, he gave some instructions, and very quickly, a burly man walked in. The two of you can spar here. This old man will protect the house. After Yin Su had finished speaking, he saw Elder Qin shake his head. The space here is still limited, and the advantage of a late outer aura martial scholar in midair cannot be displayed. Since you want to spar, let's do it outside. Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. Actually, there's no difference. Before his words had landed, he exerted force with his feet, and an explosive force erupted. Chapter 65. The aura chi within Yin Zhaoga's dantian alternated between active and passive, forming the image of a turtle and a snake, the profundities of the variations of yin and yang. The Xuanwu fist scripture propelled the ocean stabilizing fist and the heavenly snake king fist, forming the image of true martial, shaking the door of blood's Shangxiu acupoint, instantly giving rise to a terrifying, peerless, explosive force. Striding out, Yin Zhaoga arrived in front of that big man. Let alone indoors, even in an open area outside, this late outer aura martial scholar would not be able to hover in the air with his aura chi. Yin Zhaoga's entire body erupted with power as he flipped his palm, slapping downwards. His palm was crimson purple, the blazing heat causing the big man to feel as though he had fallen into a furnace. It was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage to Chita Palm. While the big man was also shocked by Yin Zhaoga's speed, he was still a late outer aura martial scholar after all. He immediately raised his palms like sabers, raising them with both hands. His aura chi surged, transforming into two sabers, dancing within the air. The two saber auras spun, one above and one below, one towards Yin Zhaoga's descending palm, while the other spiraled towards Yin Zhaoga's chest. The saber aura was bright, its saber chi cold, flowing freely, as though thousands of phenomena were flashing at once. One of the 8 extreme arts, 8 sceneries spirit saber, different from the chaotic elements uniting sabers' incomparable toughness, the 8 sceneries spirit saber walked on the profundities of variations. It was of the same type as the Sacred Sun clan's Sunset Thousand Illusory Palms. The only difference was that of the 8 extreme arts, the 8 sceneries Spirit Saber and the Tishita Palm mutually countered each other. From a certain perspective, it would counter the Tishita Palm. As the saber light suffused the area, an 8 sceneries palace lantern seemed to appear in front of Yin Zhaoga. While the cauldron fire was not the fire of a lantern, the purple flames of the Tishita Palm, meeting the 8 sceneries palace lantern formed of the 8 sceneries spirit saber, instantly became less violent. And as the saber light revolved, it seemed to transform into a massive lantern, revolving as it smashed towards Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga's expression did not change as he ignored the saber light that was chopping towards him. The purple color on Yin Zhaoga's palm grew denser, his aura chi condensing to form. The purple color on Yin Zhaoga's palm grew thicker as his aura chi condensed, vaguely forming a massive pill furnace. The cauldron smashed into the 8 sceneries palace lantern formed by the saber aura. The heavy and violent power immediately broke the lantern. All the hairs on the big man's body stood on end as he immediately determined that Yin Zhaoga's explosive power was fiercer than his, and his speed faster than his. Facing attack with attack, before his saber aura had struck Yin Zhaoga, it would definitely be Yin Zhaoga who had first slammed his palm onto the crown of his head. Helpless, the burly man spun around and sheathed his saber to protect himself. Now that he had lost the initiative, there was no hope for him to turn things around. Yin Zhaoga exhaled and roared, striking out consecutively with his palms, his attacks like a tempestuous storm pressuring his opponent into retreat. The big man had originally thought that Yin Zhaoga's violent attacks would not be able to last for long, but who knew that there seemed to be no end to them. He couldn't even pull away as he was enveloped by Yin Zhaoga's palm all along. The burly man clenched his teeth, turned around, and slashed out with his saber. He no longer cared about his own safety and fought attack with attack. However, Yin Zhaoga's figure abruptly leapt up at this moment, his explosive power actually rising yet another level. The demonic 6 spirits fist, the mighty demonic ape fist with the strongest explosive force in an instant. At the final moment, Yin Zhaoga's speed and strength rose once more, completely surpassing everyone's expectations. With a leap, he evaded his opponent's 8 sceneries spirit saber. His palm had already arrived before the big man. Elder Qin, who had been quietly watching the battle now, let out a sigh that seemed like praise whilst also feeling emotional. A formless power arose, the distance between Yin Zhaoga and his opponent instantly increasing. The next moment, the two returned to their original positions before they had clashed. The two had only clashed in an instant, a series of extremely dangerous attacks and defenses. The others all let out a breath at the same time. Their gazes that were on Yin Zhaoga were filled with shock and admiration. The Yin Zhaoga before them had actually really surpassed levels to defeat a late outer aura of a martial scholar of the same level. This big man was not an ordinary late outer aura martial scholar, cultivating in Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, clear chi profound art, and 8 scenery spirit saber. He was also a veteran of 100 battles, possessing abundant experience. Generally speaking, this kind of opponent was one that most young geniuses were most unwilling to meet. However, he had been cleanly defeated by Yin Zhaoga. Throughout the entire match, while the big man had been caught off guard, allowing Yin Zhaoge to suddenly erupt and seize the initiative. There had not been any mistakes in his subsequent responses. This was already the best he could have done under the circumstances at the time, yet he had still been defeated by Yin Zhaoge. This was Yin Zhaoge forcibly taking him head-on with a higher level of strength, without any luck at all. Yin Su glared at Yin Zhaoge. While your foundation is the clear qi profound art, many of the techniques you use to exert your strength are not my Broad Creed Mountains martial arts. Yin Zhaoge said calmly. I did not secretly learn other martial arts. It was just that I had a fortuitous encounter. I've let Elder Yin see a joke. Elder, don't you also cultivate in martial arts that you obtained outside? The martial arts that disciples obtain outside legacies can be contributed to the clan's martial vault, exchanging for our clan's supreme martial arts, and can also be kept for themselves. This is in accordance with the clan's rules. Yin Su snorted, not saying a word. Elder Qin, on the other hand, did not mind this at all. Looking at Yin Zhaoge with a look of praise on his face, he slowly nodded. This Broad Creed Mountain envoy who had been defeated by Yin Zhaoge was actually inferior to Xiao Shun. However, the result of this battle had already proved that Yin Zhaoge at least had a chance of defeating Xiao Shun head-on. Between martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases, due to the difference in experience, talent, mentality, as well as the superiority of their martial arts, although it was not common for the inferior to surpass the superior, it was still not uncommon. The higher the cultivation base of martial practitioners, the rarer the situation of surpassing levels and defeating an opponent of a higher cultivation base. Being able to walk to a higher cultivation base, everyone's talent and opportunities would not be too bad. The higher the cultivation base, the more this was so. This was even more so between people of the same age and those of the same generation. I've offended you. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands towards the big man, then said, if Xiao Shun doesn't admit it, I'll just find him for another match at any time. At this time, a report came in from outside that the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, had personally arrived. Yin Su and Yin Zhaoge welcomed him in together. Upon seeing Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Shicheng's first words were, what realm are you at now? Under what circumstances did you defeat Xiao Shun and obtain his radiant sun wheel? As these words left his mouth, the gazes of everyone in the room all fell on Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled. In a one-on-one battle, I defeated him, then used the Jade Dragon Sword to obtain his radiant sun wheel. Comparing the process and results of the previous match, the people of Broad Creed Mountain all sighed in unison, no longer asking any questions. Instead, it was the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, who was a little taken aback, asked a few more questions. As Yin Zhaoge answered them one by one, Zhao Shicheng said emotionally, Yin Di has a worthy successor, ah. Everyone present all nodded unconsciously. Someone blurted out, yet another Yin Wudi. When Yin Zhaoge's father, Yin Di, had been unparalleled amongst the younger generation of the Eight Extremities world, never suffering a single defeat, suppressing all his peers. That year, when Yin Di had been a martial scholar, he had been invincible amongst martial scholars, to the extent that all martial scholars were no longer referred to by their original names, instead adding a Wu character between their surnames and given names. Homonym, Yin Wudi. It was only after Yin Di had stepped into the martial grandmaster realm that no one called him that anymore. However, as Yin Di's cultivation had increased over the years, his strength rising steadily, the suffocating pressure that he had previously brought upon martial scholars was gradually beginning to envelop all the martial grandmasters of the world. The day when the name of Yin Wudi would once again be called was already not far away. Hearing that person's words, even Elder Qin and Zhao Shicheng did not explicitly object to it, their gazes instead gradually lighting up. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, a similar thought vaguely arose within everyone's hearts. The Yin Wudi of the past was still the Yin Wudi of the present. Chapter 66. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Shicheng nodded slowly. Zhaoge's talent was originally outstanding, but from the looks of it now, you actually still haven't displayed your full potential before. Only today did you truly display your brilliance. It can also be said that you have accumulated your strength from a different angle. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Zhao Shicheng. Uncle overpraises me, but this time I will have to trouble Uncle. Zhao Shicheng and Elder Qin joining hands to repel the East rising lore of the Sacred Sun clan was undoubtedly making a clear choice between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan. The Eastern Tang was a part of the East Heaven region of the Heaven Domain and had always been under Broad Creed Mountain's command. However, the Sacred Sun clan was currently powerful, and the Eastern Tang Kingdom was directly bordered by the Fire Domain that the Sacred Sun clan controlled. If the two sacred grounds were to go to war, it would be as easy as flipping a hand for the Sacred Sun clan to deal with the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Even if Broad Creed Mountain sought revenge afterwards, if the Eastern Tang Kingdom suffered losses, it would still be a true calamity. Material losses and even territorial losses could all be compensated and recovered, but the dead could not be revived. Zhao Shicheng shook his head. This time's reform of the Pill Pavilion was originally intended to kick Shirlai out of the picture. Making his stance clear to the Sacred Sun clan was also something that would happen sooner or later. This king has always been with Broad Creed Mountain. It is not that the Sacred Sun clan does not know this, just at this time, everything has been laid out on the table. His old friend's only son being threatened in the lands of the Eastern Tang. Zhao Shicheng naturally wouldn't just sit by and watch. No matter what, he would support Yin Zhaoge to the end. Elder Qin immediately expressed his stance once more. Due to the special circumstances, this old man will be sitting over the Eastern Tang during this period of time. Then I will have to trouble Elder Qin, although facing the immense pressure brought about by the Sacred Sun clan. Zhao Shicheng's bearing was still calm. He looked at Yin Zhaoge. I never knew before that you, Zhaoge, actually had such deep attainments in the Tao of alchemy. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Uncle overpraises me. It was only recently that I obtained some information. Pondering on it myself, I made some gains, but it is still not complete yet and still requires further research. Zhao Shicheng sighed. The golden needle liberating pill technique, like the internal crystal furnace, was completely lost after the great calamity of it being a secret technique whose name has only been heard of. This Tao of yours is really too good. As Zhao Shicheng said this, he could not help but tease Yin Zhaoge, but his tone and expression were both rather solemn. Yin Su and the others were slightly stunned. Golden needle, liberating pill. Elder Qin, on the other hand, had heard some news from the mountain gate and wasn't too surprised. As the head of the East Heaven region, with Yin Zhaoge also having to move around here during this period of time, he naturally had to inform him of some news. Didn't they say they were still experimenting? You've already grasped it? Elder Qin's face revealed a hint of joy. Yin Zhaoge nodded, smiling. I'm still studying it. Still, I'm already gradually becoming familiar with some of the more basic pills. Zhao Shicheng shook his head. It's fine if it's just a healing pill, but the smoke cloud powder is not a low-level healing pill. It can be said to be a holy item for healing. After listening to Elder Qin and Zhao Shicheng's explanation, the others gradually understood what was going on. Yin Su's face was expressionless, but within the depths of his eyes, which had originally been staring at Yin Zhaoge, a cold intent could be seen. But now, the coldness had completely disappeared, and only calmness remained. This didn't mean that everything that had happened before was just a passing cloud. On the contrary, when Yin Su looked at Yin Zhaoge now, there was no longer the condescending air of a senior looking at a junior. At this moment, he placed Yin Zhaoge on the same level as himself for the first time, even if the current Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base was still far from his. The internal crystal furnace artifact forging technique, the cloud vein stone turning into jade essence, the golden needle liberating pill technique, as well as his own extraordinary talent and potential in the martial Tao, things could happen again and again, but not again and again. If it happened once or twice, it could be considered a coincidence, luck. But if it happened every time, the coincidence would also become a certainty. Yin Su glanced at Yin Zhaoge silently, then retracted his gaze, as if no longer paying attention to him. But in reality, he placed even more importance on it, and also signified an even firmer determination. Out of consideration for the legacy, when the competition between the second generation had reached a stalemate, an outstanding third generation could very well influence the final decision of the older generation. Few people knew that Yin Su's wariness and fear towards Yin Zhaoge and his father far surpassed that of others. That did not only stem from the conflict between the factions, but also involved the fear that was hidden deep within his heart. As Yin Di grew stronger and stronger, his power grew larger and larger. Yin Su already felt that he could not eat or sleep in peace. That mattered that year. If the father and son knew that it had something to do with me, I had originally thought that the threat only lay with Yin Di, but who would have thought that it would not just be Yin Di? As time goes on, this junior before me will also be a huge threat. Because of him, Yin Di's reputation will also grow stronger and stronger, even possibly suppressing Elder Fawn. If this continues, Yin Su sucked in a deep breath, his gaze growing calmer and gloomier. He had originally still been a little hesitant, but now he no longer hesitated. As for the other higher echelon martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain, as they looked at Yin Zhaoge, their emotions were much more complicated. Those who were close to Yin Di's faction were overjoyed, whilst also feeling incredulous, while those who were close to Yin Zhaoge's second apprentice Uncle Fang Zhuan felt incomparably conflicted. After all, they were also of Broad Creed Mountain. Their own clan having produced such a genius of the younger generation, they felt honored as well as happy for the clan. But it just so happened that this rising star of the younger generation was someone from the opposing faction. Yin Zhaoge could more or less guess what they were thinking. Now, he was actually preparing to concoct a divine pill in preparation for the future, using it as a trump card in his father's fight for the position of clan chief. That pill had never appeared in the Eight Extremities world of post-Great Calamity times, and when it was concocted, no one would recognize it. It was not like artifacts, spirit artifacts, and the like, which martial practitioners could communicate with and use. Pills were things that had to be ingested into the mouth, and it was very hard to say what would happen after ingesting it. To most people, it would be a great tonic, but to some, it would be a deadly poison. Such situations were not unheard of. This would inevitably cause others to feel apprehensive, so Yin Zhaoge needed to lay some groundwork beforehand. To let others form an impression, Yin Zhaoge's attainment in the Tao of Alchemy is not small, and is also very high, worthy of trust. In order to avoid drawing attention, this groundwork also had to be done step by step, progressing in an orderly manner. At the same time as laying the groundwork, he would also continue to consolidate Broad Creed Mountain's control over the Eastern Tang Kingdom, squeezing out the claws of the Sacred Sun clan, killing many birds with one stone. After completely understanding the situation, Elder Qin first nodded slightly toward Zhao Shicheng. I must first congratulate the king on having produced yet another fine son. Zhao Shicheng's expression was calm. However, has indeed surpassed this king's expectations, but many things still need to be verified. Also, while surely a share of the Pill Pavilion has been lost to Zhaoge, this king understands him. He will not withdraw so easily. These past few years, he has also planted quite a few people within the Pill Pavilion, many of them in vital positions, all of which need to be cleaned up. However, this can be completed within these few days, Zhao Shicheng said calmly. Elder Qin nodded. This old man naturally knows the king's methods. Saying thus, he swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. Zhaoge, this time, you have consecutively performed a great deed. Let's not talk about anything else first, with the clan deciding on what to do. But within this old man's authority, I can first reward you for your merit in regards to the Pill Pavilion this time. You have developed the ancient golden needle liberating pill technique, which can effectively raise the quality of medicinal pills, at the same time successfully expelling the Sacred Sun clan's infiltration of the Eastern Tang Pill Pavilion. Other than the share of the Pill Pavilion that you yourself won from Prince Jin, Zhao Shicheng, the shares that our clan originally secretly occupied in the Pill Pavilion will also belong to you. All the profits will be personally distributed by you. If the clan needs it, we will also not let you suffer a loss. You can exchange it for it at the market price or with other resources that you want. Matters relating to our clan and the Pill Pavilion will be decided by you. Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. Thank you, Elder Qin. Chapter 67. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, Elder Qin, and Yin Su, countless thoughts flashed through their minds. The Pill Pavilion was a business supported by the Eastern Tang Kingdom's royal family, while Broadcreed Mountain, as the true ruler of the East Heaven region, also had a share of the profits. On one hand, it had a symbolic effect, guaranteeing Broadcreed Mountain's position and benefits in the Eastern Tang Kingdom. On the other hand, Broadcreed Mountain had also played an important role in the spread of the Pill Pavilion's medicinal pills outside of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Even without the Golden Needle liberating pill technique and the recent smoke cloud powder, the Pill Pavilion still had a huge profit. Before this, Broadcreed Mountain's dealings with the Pill Pavilion had been handled by the Eastern Tang's principal elder. This was also the authority of an Eastern Tang elder in charge, and was within the scope of his authority. Yin Zhaoga had personally won a large amount of shares of the Pill Pavilion from Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai. Logically speaking, these shares would all be handed over to the clan to be managed by the clan, while the clan would reward and compensate Yin Zhaoga in other areas. This transfer was naturally to the hands of the Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yin Su. Now, however, the situation was the complete opposite. All of the shares had gone to Yin Zhaoga. Regardless of how much it was worth, this was undoubtedly cutting Yin Su's flesh with a knife. The other martial practitioners all looked at Elder Qin in bewilderment, and even the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, was sizing him up. Elder Qin's tone was calm, and Yin Su's expression was similarly calm. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoga smiled, but did not speak. Between his father Yin Di and his second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan, Elder Qin remained neutral. While his impression of Yin Zhaoga had changed, and he admired Yin Zhaoga greatly, it was still not enough for Elder Qin to be biased towards Yin Di's faction. Elder Qin's current method was to give Yin Zhaoga a knock on Yin Su's head at the same time as well. Previously, when Ningxi had failed in his attempt to snitch on Yin Zhaoga, instead getting himself involved. He was Yin Su's trusted aide, so Elder Qin naturally had to pay attention to the relationship between the Eastern Tang and Yin Zhaoga. While Lin Yuxiao's death could not be said to be certain, Yin Zhaoga's suspicions were temporarily eliminated. Then it was worth investigating who had harmed her. The corpse was discovered and guarded by Yin Su's men, and the injuries were caused by the Tishita palm. Yin Su was also proficient in the Tishita palm, and with his cultivation, it was easy for him to fake the attack of a physical invulnerability early-stage martial scholar. Elder Qin similarly did not believe that Lin Yuxiao had really been killed by Yin Su. However, in order to deal with Yin Zhaoga, Yin Su might have played some tricks. Him stripping away a portion of Yin Su's authority and transferring it to Yin Zhaoga was a reminder. Elder Qin had no intention of participating in the competition for the position of chief between Yin Di and Fang Zhuan. However, to this old man, while the two sides were fighting, some bottom lines had to be maintained. Profits are only one aspect. Yin Zhaoga thought leisurely. Can this be considered as me going from only spending money extravagantly to being able to earn my own money? Elder Qin continued. You found the Maiden of Extreme Een and brought her into our clan. This is a great merit, surpassing the Golden Needle liberating pill, the current internal crystal furnace, and the excavation of jade essence. However, little friend Fang's extreme Een physique has yet to recover. At this stage, it is still too early to say anything. Therefore, this merit reward of yours can be discussed at a later time. If little friend Feng really recovers his extreme Een physique, the clan will naturally give you a huge reward. Yin Zhaoga nodded. Although he still did not know the specifics, he was still rather looking forward to such a reward. Elder Qin said, You defeating Xiao Shun and raising the name of our Broadcreed Mountain. While it cannot compare to the merit of bringing in the Maiden of Extreme Een, there will still be a reward. This reward will have to be decided by the clan. This old man cannot decide it on my own. After all, you are not a martial practitioner who is permanently stationed in the East Heaven region. However, with your continuous merits, the clan will not instead become stingy. Therefore, We can give you a small preferential treatment. Whatever reward you want, you can name it yourself, and this old man will report it to the clan. You know the rules. I believe that you won't want some unrealistic reward." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga smiled and nodded. "Many thanks to the clan and Elder Qin. To be honest, I really do have something that I want." Elder Qin asked, "Oh, what is it?" Yin Zhaoga smiled. "I want something of yours, that 9 treasures I scored from the Thunder Domain's lonely cold mountain." Hearing his words, Elder Qin looked at Yin Zhaoga, a little astonished. "You have a treasure that needs to be preserved for a long period of time?" This old man knows that you have obtained the glacial dragonbone soul, and had originally intended to give you the entire skeleton. However, for storing the glacial dragonbone soul, a large piece of essence jade should be enough. Yin Zhaoga said, "It is not the glacial dragonbone soul, but something else. I wonder if Elder would be willing to part with it?" Elder Qin waved his hands, directly taking out a white gourd and throwing it to Yin Zhaoga. "What's there to be unwilling about? Although this thing is rare, it is not all that valuable. That year, this old man just happened to come across one by chance, and has kept it ever since. Like chicken ribs, tasteless when eaten, a pity to discard. If you only want this thing, there is no need for the clan to decide. This old man will directly give it to you." Receiving the 9 treasures I scored, Yin Zhaoga immediately smiled. "Thank you, Elder." Looking at Yin Zhaoga, Elder Qin seemed to suddenly think of something as he glared at Yin Zhaoga. "You brat, have you come up with some new ideas again?" Yin Zhaoga chuckled, not concealing anything. "I indeed have some ideas, but they are still just ideas for now. Whether or not I can bring them out, I still have to test them out first." Elder Qin extended his index finger and pointed at Yin Zhaoga. You really don't let people rest easy." Although he said this, his tone was amiable, and within the gaze with which he looked at Yin Zhaoga, there was clearly a smile and praise. Hearing this, the others all felt curious, not knowing what Yin Zhaoga was planning this time. All the signs from before had shown that the current Yin Zhaoga really could not be measured by normal logic. Yin Zhaoga himself had said it mildly, but it was very likely that it would be yet another great storm. Having finished discussing Yin Zhaoga's reward, Elder Qin arranged for people to investigate Lin Yushao's death. He himself had to deal with the pressure from the Sacred Sun clan, as well as the East Rising Lord. Logically speaking, Lin Yushao's death had happened on the territory of the Eastern Tang, and it should have been the responsibility of the Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yin Su. However, it was already obvious that Yin Su was no longer suitable to handle the matter. So Elder Qin arranged for other people who had come to the Eastern Tang with him to investigate the matter. As for Yin Zhaoga, even if he could prove that Lin Yushao's death had nothing to do with him at all, he still had to avoid suspicion. Yin Zhaoga taking the initiative to investigate was actually just to express his attitude and the importance he attached to the matter. Facing the possible actions of the Sacred Sun clan, Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang Kingdom needed to have a tacit understanding. During this period of time, whether it was Yin Zhaoga, Elder Qin, or Yin Su, they would naturally have to inform the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng. Chapter 68. Glancing at Yin Zhaoga, Zhao Shicheng nodded slowly. "I know what you want to say, Zhaoga." With no one else present, conversing with Yin Zhaoga in private, Zhao Shicheng also no longer addressed Yin Zhaoga as a loner, instead changing to a very ordinary form of address. If Hao was enlightened overnight, then the change in Hao is too great, too sudden, putting aside the great change in temperament. Even I would have to admit that I am inferior to him in alchemy. I can't tell his martial arts cultivation at the moment, but his progress in the past half a year is far better than before. Zhao Shicheng was very frank, not looking down on Yin Zhaoga, just because he was of the younger generation. Zhao Shicheng didn't necessarily know Zhao Hao very well, even if he wanted to say that he knew him very well. However, after Zhao Hao's body had changed, Zhao Shicheng could naturally investigate most of Zhao Hao's life from his birth to now if he wanted to. Otherwise, he would be in vain as the ruler of a country. If it said that he obtained a great opportunity, obtained a legacy, or was taken in as a disciple by an expert, it's still somewhat understandable. However, The path of alchemy is not only about talent, but also accumulation and tempering. How did Hao reach his current height? Zhao Shicheng shook his head slightly. However, all of this can still be slowly investigated. It is undoubtedly a good thing for the Eastern Tang that I can produce an even more outstanding son. As Yin Zhaoge listened, he secretly grinned to himself. For those in power, they were not afraid of those below them who had the ability. The key was whether the situation was still under their control. As long as he didn't lose control of the situation, the more capable his subordinates were, the better. Most of the time, it wasn't that others couldn't see through some of the clues and flaws, but they just pretended to be ignorant and continued to observe in secret. Zhao Shicheng was already like this. His own father, Yin Di, was even harder to fool. Therefore, ever since Yin Zhaoge had come to this world, everything had slowly progressed in an orderly fashion. While it wasn't to say that he wouldn't be suspicious at all, at the very least, the difference couldn't be too big. While he had unearthed and recreated the internal crystal furnace that had been an artifact invention, and not the level of artifact forging itself. Yin Zhaoge's other artifact forging techniques could only be considered above average. He had recreated the golden needle liberating pill technique, but it was only a technique. His overall skill in alchemy was slowly improving, and the impression he left on others was gradually increasing. The changes in one's martial arts cultivation and the acquisition of some strange secrets could mostly be explained by a fortuitous encounter or a sudden enlightenment. It didn't matter if he walked slowly now. The future where he could spread his wings and soar high was right in front of him. Actually, thinking about it sometimes, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but find it a little funny. Zhao Hao is indeed a good person, Yin Zhaoge's current achievements naturally far surpass Zhao Hao's. However, as compared to the Zhao Hao who was virtually unbridled and unbridled in his sharpness, Yin Zhaoge instead seemed a little more normal. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. In the eyes of many, Yin Zhaoge was similarly arrogant and domineering to the point of being a complete mess. However, the previous owner of this body also had such a personality, so the contrast between before and after wasn't that big. Therefore, when Yin Zhaoge told Feng Yunshan that he was low-key, he really felt that he was rather low-key. Faced with Feng Yunshan's disapproving gaze, Yin Zhaoge felt very wronged. With his personality of being in the limelight, he was already trying very hard to restrain himself. Zhao Shicheng sighed. The potential that Hao is displaying right now is something that even Lao Si and Lao San cannot compare to, let alone Lao Si and Lao San. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Other than the eldest prince Zhao Yuan and the third prince Zhao Sheng, the Eastern Tang royal family actually still had the fourth prince Zhao Ming. Just in terms of martial talent, Zhao Ming was the number one of Zhao Shicheng's sons, not counting the black horse Zhao Hao, and, at the same time, he was also the most outstanding talent of the entire Eastern Tang's younger generation. Long ago, Zhao Ming had entered Broad Creed Mountain to learn martial arts, becoming an official disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. With Broad Creed Mountain dominating the Heaven Domain, most of the martial geniuses of the Heaven Domain had fallen into their hands. The elites of the Heaven Domain similarly took pride in entering Broad Creed Mountain. It was just that with Zhao Ming having entered Broad Creed Mountain to learn martial arts, barring any major accidents, the throne of the Eastern Tang would no longer be his. Although the Eastern Tang Kingdom was a vassal and even subordinate to Broad Creed Mountain, it did not mean that the Eastern Tang Kingdom would completely become a subordinate of Broad Creed Mountain. Being able to cultivate in Broad Creed Mountain or ascending the throne in the Eastern Tang, whether it was better or not, this question was a matter of opinion. However, for Zhao Ming, his heart was set on martial arts, and he was more than happy to enter the Holy Land to learn. With him entering Broad Creed Mountain, while it seemed like he had broken away from the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the Eastern Tang could still use him as an ally, bringing the relationship between the Eastern Tang and Broad Creed Mountain even closer. Zhao Shicheng's heart had always been with Broad Creed Mountain, and he naturally wouldn't do something like placing bets on both sides. Other than his fourth son Zhao Ming, who had entered Broad Creed Mountain, The other princes all remained in the Eastern Tang. Other than that, something worth mentioning was that Prince Jin, Zhao Shilia's second son, had entered the Sacred Sun clan. The relationship between Zhao Shilai and the Sacred Sun clan was thus exceptionally close, causing the Sacred Sun clan's influence in the Eastern Tang to continuously seep in. Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing very tacitly did not mention this matter. Yin Zhaoge said slowly, "As for what exactly happened to Brother Zhao Hao, I am also unable to confirm. However, according to my conjecture, the changes in his body should be related to the martial saint expert of the past, the pill-fire divine sword Gaozha. Perhaps he obtained his legacy." Having said this much, it was already enough. Zhao Shiqing nodded, pondering slightly, proficient in the sword, proficient in the Tao of alchemy, smoke cloud powder. That is indeed possible. He raised his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. If I do not remember wrongly, it is rumored that the pill-fire divine sword's relationship with Broadcreed Mountain is very tense. Yin Zhaoge answered frankly, "I'm also not very clear on the inside details, but there is indeed such a thing. Other than that, we do not know if Gaozha left behind any information, nor what exactly did Brother Zhao Hao inherit from Gaozha, causing him to seem somewhat hostile towards our clan." Zhao Shiqing sighed. "Having heard the reports from my subordinates, I also already know of this matter. Rest assured, I will deal with it. If there is no progress, there will naturally be other arrangements." Not mentioning Zhao Shiqing's personal relationship with Yin Di, Zhao Shiqing similarly would not allow a son who held enmity towards Broadcreed Mountain to become his successor. More effort in grooming him was definite, but the throne was out of the question. Yin Zhaoge bowed. "Uncle has his own arrangements. Zhaoge does not dare to speak carelessly. What I have said today is already very impetuous." Zhao Shiqing waved his hands. "It's fine. Your father having a son like you, having a successor, is his fortune. I also envy him." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "I also hope that my fellow brothers can have as deep a relationship as uncle and my father." As the monarch of a kingdom, Zhao Shiqing might be a little emotional. However, this uncle was definitely loyal to his father and also took great care of Yin Zhaoge himself. Yin Su naturally saw Zhao Shiqing and Yin Zhaoge's private conversation. His expression did not change as he walked off to the other side. Following behind Yin Su, a person said somewhat worriedly, "Yin Zhaoge actually defeated the late outer aura martial scholar Xiao Shun as a mid-outer aura martial scholar. This way, over on Lu Wen's side, I'm afraid." Yin Su's footsteps paused for a moment, his expression darkening somewhat. Lu Wen was the direct disciple of Yin Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle, Feng Zhuan. Like Yin Zhaoge, he was an outstanding figure of Broadcreed Mountain's younger generation, an existence who held great prestige. He was older than Yin Zhaoge and had started cultivating even earlier than Yin Zhaoge. Currently, at 25, he was of the same age as Xiao Shun. The conflict between Broadcreed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan was rather deep. Before the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss had occurred, it had always been Yin Zhaoge against Chao Yuanlong, Lu Wen against Xiao Shun. The two sides had been in a stalemate, each with their own merits. Currently, Lu Wen was in secluded cultivation at Broadcreed Mountain. As a late outer aura martial scholar like Xiao Shun, he was in seclusion this time in order to attempt to break through the bottleneck and break through into the Xiantian martial scholar realm. Speaking of which, Lu Wen had seized the initiative this time and was already slightly ahead of Xiao Shun. If he could become a Xiantian martial scholar first, he would truly be a step ahead of others. However, no one would have thought that Yin Zhaoge would rise up even more domineeringly, not only suppressing Chao Yuanlong, who was of the same age as him, but now even surpassing levels to defeat Xiao Shun. Even his own cultivation base was getting closer and closer to Lu Wen's. Chapter 69. Far away from the capital of the Eastern Tang, Jingyang City, on a hill, several figures stood quietly, gazing at Jingyang City. The sunlight shone on them, making their golden robes even more dazzling. The middle-aged man at their head was precisely an elder of the Sacred Sun clan, the East Rising Lord of the seven reigning suns. Beside the East Rising Lord stood a golden-robed old man, the Sacred Sun clan's principal elder in the Eastern Tang. Other than him, there were also other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. A white-clothed young man stood in the middle of the crowd. His face was covered with a thick beard, and he looked bold and unruly, but his eyes were filled with a snake-like, gloomy, and cold light. The youth's face was still a little pale, and his eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Jingyang City. He was naturally Xiao Shun. At this moment, his hatred towards Yin Zhaoge was not any less than that of Feng Yinsheng at all. Not only had Feng Yinsheng defeated him, but she had also humiliated him greatly. She had even publicly announced the matter of him being injured by Feng Yinsheng. The skin on Xiao Shun's face had been completely torn off. The matter of him being injured by Feng Yinsheng had always been kept under wraps. Even within the Sacred Sun clan, those who knew the specifics were limited. Now, everyone knew about it, although no one else was looking at him. As Xiao Shun stood within the crowd at this moment, he could feel the gazes of disdain and mockery all around him, making him feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. This anxiety and embarrassment completely transformed in a hatred, all of which was concentrated on Yin Zhaoge. The golden-robed elder turned to look at the East Rising Lord, informed the sect to send more experts over. We can't just let things go like this. Meng Wan lost the extreme Yin crown last year, and the chief has also been in secluded cultivation all this time. It looks like some people have forgotten that our Sacred Sun clan is the #1 sacred ground of the current world. So what if the Eastern Tang Kingdom is in the Heaven region? As long as our glory sect is willing, we can still crush them. These words could only be said by him. If it were anyone else, they would be suspected of doubting the East Rising Lord's abilities, which would instead make the East Rising Lord unhappy. The East Rising Lord stood there. Even if he did not put on any airs, he still seemed as dazzling as the sun. He quietly looked at Jingyang City in the distance. How are the preparations we made earlier? The golden-robed elder shook his head slowly. It's not thorough enough. The East Rising Lord said, we have not made sufficient preparations, and it is the same for Broad Creed Mountain as well. But this time, the changes in the Dragon Sealing Abyss can make up for our shortcomings and give us a chance to succeed. The golden-robed elder perked up. That's right. The East Rising Lord swiveled his head to look at Xiao Shun. All other factors aside, for Yin Zhaoge to defeat you, it seems like it wouldn't be difficult at all. I'm slightly inferior. Xiao Shun took a deep breath and replied with much difficulty. The East Rising Lord turned his gaze towards Jingyang City once more. Even though you are a level higher, you are still inferior. If you were of the same cultivation level, the result would probably not be much better than Yuanlong's. Xiao Shun clenched his fists tightly and lowered his head. The East Rising Lord said mildly, if that's the case, I seem to have seen another Zhan Donga, another Yindi. His potential might even be even more shocking. Such a good seedling. What a pity that he also came from Broad Creed Mountain. It would be best if we can deal with him before he grows. Hearing his words, Xiao Shun's breathing instantly turned ragged. The East Rising Lord did not even turn his head. Just wait patiently. Perhaps you will have the chance to personally slay Yin Zhaoge, taking revenge for yourself. Being able to kill Yin Zhaoge with my own hands is exactly what I wish for. Xiao Shun's breathing steadied as he spoke softly. After taking his leave of Zhao Shicheng, Yin Zhaoge left the courtyard, where he saw Ahu waiting for him. Ahu walked up, smiling in a simple and honest manner. Young master, how is it? Yin Zhaoge shrugged. Junior apprentice sister Feng will be sent back to the clan. We will continue staying here. I still have some matters to attend to. As for junior apprentice sister Lin's matter, neither Yin Su nor I will interfere. Yin Su will hand over the things that he holds, but I don't think he will give up. At this point, Yin Zhaoge instructed, Ahu, regarding junior apprentice sister Lin's death, get people to pay attention to the direction of the rumors. If there are any changes, inform me immediately. Ahu scratched his head. Young master, what kind of changes? The direction of the rumors now is that junior apprentice sister Lin was jealous and came to pester me, only to be accidentally killed by me in a moment of impatience. Yin Zhaogan narrowed his eyes. If the direction of the rumors is that junior apprentice sister Lin still has feelings for Yi Jing, throwing herself back into his embrace, and me killing her in a moment of rage, that means one thing. Yin Su, he might have found Yi Jing. Spreading this kind of rumor, while destroying my reputation, is unable to touch my foundation. The spreading of these rumors is only a layer of paving. Yin Zhaoga said leisurely. I have a feeling that this time, Yin Su probably wants me to never return to the clan. Ahu stopped laughing, his expression turning solemn. He wants to kill young master, but why? There's no reason, Young master, you've embarrassed him a few times. Even if he's angry, it shouldn't be to the extent of wanting to kill you, right? After all, young master, you are different from other disciples of the younger generation. Could it be that elder Fong? Yin Zhaoga pondered for a moment before saying, wasn't second apprentice Uncle's idea. It should be Yin Su's own idea. Perhaps it was just my misperception, but regarding junior apprentice sister Lin's death this time, Yin Su's performance was a little strange. Ahu said in a heavy tone, has he gone mad? This has already crossed his bottom line. Young master, the potential that you have now displayed has already surpassed that of those of the same generation. It would be very difficult for Elder Fong to produce a disciple of the younger generation who can contend against you. If something happens to you, let alone the family head, even the old clan chief won't let him off, Yin Zhaoga said mildly. Of course he won't take the blame for himself. That Yi Jing is precisely the best scapegoat for him. Ahu was taken aback as he opened his mouth wide. Just based on that brat Yi Jing, he can kill you, young master. Yin Zhaoga spread his hands apart. Didn't I just offend the people of the Sacred Sun clan badly? Moreover, there's still the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, as well as that Ghost Hatchet Elder who is related to Yi Jing. Me dying at the hands of those martial grandmasters would naturally be the most perfect result. If Yin Su had to personally make a move, any one of those martial grandmasters would have the ability and the motive to heavily injure me. He could have used me as a cover, then let Yi Jing deal the final blow. If Yin Su wants to kill me, it would be much easier than those martial grandmasters outside. Elder Qin has come and blocked the people of the Sacred Sun clan. But conversely, the people of the Sacred Sun clan have also drawn Elder Qin's attention. That Yin Su thus has the space to move. Ahu said earnestly, young master, I solemnly recommend that you and Miss Feng directly return to the clan. Yin Zhaoga let out a long breath, his hands behind his back as he walked, smiling. Ahu, I won't hide it from you. From just now until now, I have been seriously considering the plan you suggested. However, it is not for my own safety, but rather for those of you who follow by my side, lest you get caught up in the crossfire. From my own point of view, Yin Zhaoga's smile gradually turned cold. Even if Yin Su didn't move against me, I would still want to move against him. Unlike when Ningji and Chui Xian from before want to get rid of a principal elder, the opportunity is not easy to find. Yin Zhaoga chuckled. But conversely, getting rid of a principal elder, the losses on second apprentice uncle's side, are also completely not something that two acting elders can compare to. Ahu blinked. Young master, this is playing with fire. Who knows, you might even end up burning yourself. Yin Zhaoga smiled nonchalantly. How can there be completely no risk in this world? Very quickly, Broad Creed Mountain's higher echelon experts also arrived at Jingyang City. After another round of discussion, Yin Zhaoga ultimately still chose to remain in the Eastern Tang, while Feng Yunsheng followed them back to Broad Creed Mountain. First go back and properly nurse your injuries, making your preparations. When I return to the mountain, your nightmare should begin. Yin Zhaoga looked smilingly at Feng Yunsheng. What awaits you will be hardship that surpasses your imagination. Feng Yunsheng raised her brows, smiling as she asked, how hardship? Chapter 70. Considering that the conflict with the Sacred Sun clan had recently intensified, as a precaution, a portion of Broad Creed Mountain's experts who had come this time remained behind to help Elder Qin stabilize the situation in the East Heaven region and the Eastern Tang, as well as to deal with any possible retaliation from the Sacred Sun clan. After sending Feng Yinxing off, Yin Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, pondering as he walked. Having offended the Sacred Sun clan badly this time, and with the strength and potential he had displayed recently also being more outstanding, the Sacred Sun clan would most likely be keeping an eye on him. What's more, there was still Yin Su eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. Yin Zhaoge having stepped into the mid-outer Aura martial scholar realm. Even having defeated the late outer Aura Shao Shun, the group of black-clothed martial practitioners were now no longer accompanying Yin Zhaoge. As guards, it was already difficult for them to play a sufficient role. Instead, they might even be implicated. At that time, who would protect who? However, the group of black-clothed martial practitioners did not leave the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Instead, they remained behind, awaiting Yin Zhaoge's orders at any time. Yin Zhaoge and Elder Qin's group headed for overlooking Abyss City a while later. Yin Zhaoge and the others saw Lin Yushao's corpse there. It was only now that Yin Zhaoge had seen Lin Yushao's true appearance for the first time, instead of looking at the memories of the body's original owner through a slideshow. Just as Yin Su had said, the injuries on his body were all caused by the Tishita palm of an early-stage physical invulnerability martial scholar. The energy of the purple Tishita flame spread throughout his body, and also covered up other traces. Beauties suffer unfortunate fates. Yin Zhaoge was silent. Leaving Lin Yushao's place, Yin Zhaoge raised his head to look at the sky. Yi Jing, has he really reached such a level? He seemed to have been injured again in the cold pond. If he continues to use that secret technique to heal himself, his mind will be severely affected by it. In such a case, it is indeed possible that he will be more irascible and extreme. Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. If you really want to end the world, I will personally send you on your final journey. When he returned to his residence, Ahu, who was beside him, said softly, "Young master." Seeing Ahu's seemingly simple and honest, but actually rather despicable smile, Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Following Ahu's line of sight, he saw a slender and elegant young girl standing by the roadside. "Junior apprentice sister Sikong, you've left seclusion?" Yin Zhaoge asked. "From the looks of it, you've successfully broken through your bottleneck, stepping into the martial scholar realm." The young girl was precisely Sikong Qing. Her temperament was clear and cold, aloof from the world. She bowed solemnly towards Yin Zhaoge. "Having received many pointers from senior apprentice brother Yin before, I have specially come to express my thanks after emerging from seclusion. I've also heard about junior apprentice sister Lin's matter. My condolences, senior apprentice brother Yin." Yin Zhaoge waved his hands. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge appraised her from head to toe. Not bad. A 16-year-old martial scholar. This is also hard to come by in our clan. Junior apprentice sister Sikong is indeed determined to improve. However, do not slack off. You should know that the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan was already a martial scholar at the age of 15. Sikong Qing's expression was calm, her gaze firm. "Yes, I know. Neither arrogant nor rash. Very good." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "You are wholeheartedly devoted to the martial Tao, possessing a firm will. Therefore, I'm not afraid of giving you a blow." Other than Meng Wan, there is another person in the Sacred Sun clan who also stepped into the martial scholar realm before the age of 16. And now, she has joined our sect. Sikong Qing said quietly, "I hope to be able to exchange pointers with her more often. I think that I will benefit greatly from it." Looking at her, Yin Zhaoge suddenly broke into a smile. However, like Meng Wan, she is also a maiden of extreme yin. Her situation is rather special, and in order to obtain results in the extreme yin bout, the Sacred Sun clan has always used some rapid methods to nurture them. This way, their foundations will inevitably be unstable in the future, causing their cultivation speed to be fast at first before slowing down afterwards. However, with the resources of the Sacred Sun clan and our clan, even if their cultivation speed slows down afterwards, that is only relative to themselves, still far faster than most people. Also, hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Sikong Qing continued mildly. Also, The extreme Yin crown has an amplifying effect on the cultivation of maidens of extreme Yin. After Meng Wan won the first extreme Yin bout and grasped the extreme Yin crown for a year, her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing her usual speed. After that, senior apprentice sister of Jade Sea City defeated Meng Wan in the second extreme Yin bout and grasped the extreme Yin crown. Her cultivation also began to soar. Sikong Qing's gaze was resolute, not fluctuating in the slightest. Many thanks for senior apprentice Brother Yan's advice. I won't slack off. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Very good. You have already reached the early inner aura martial scholar stage. Next, you will have to use your initial cultivated aura chi to open the acupoints of your entire body. After you succeed, you will be in the mid-inner aura martial scholar stage, after which you will cleanse your internal organs, strengthening your body a step further. When you're able to use your aura chi to form a wall of chi within your body, you will be considered to have reached the late inner aura martial scholar stage. Whether it is an attack or defense, the toughness of your body will all increase greatly in preparation for your breakthrough into the outer aura martial scholar stage. Step by step, walking steadily, I believe that you will be able to do it. Sikong Qing nodded. I will work hard. I will trouble senior apprentice Brother Yin. The two parted, Yin Zhaoge looking at Sikong Qing's departing figure, not speaking for a long time. Ahu came up to him, giving a simple and honest laugh. Young master, Miss Lin has just left, and you want to eat Miss Sikong? That's a little insincere, Yin Zhaoge said exasperatedly. Can you stop thinking about your lower half? Ahu scratched his head. Then why is young master looking at her with that kind of gaze? Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. Perhaps it was my misconception, but after Sikong Qing became a martial scholar, it was as though she had been reborn, her body undergoing a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning transformation. Although there's a heavenly chasm between martial artists and martial scholars, after crossing, it is a brand new world. However, Sikong Qing's transformation is even greater than that, just that this feeling is very indistinct. Ahu gazed at Sikong Qing's already disappearing figure for a long time, before saying in a puzzled tone, Young master, other than having stepped into the martial scholar realm, I really can't see any other changes in her. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips, perhaps. Right, previously I instructed you to have people follow that Zhao Hao. Is there any report? Ahu answered, for the time being, there hasn't been any activity. It looks like he is far more obedient than young master said he was. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Continue watching, but do not touch the people of the Eastern Tang. Temporarily putting everything else to the back of his mind, Yin Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, taking out the 9 treasures ice gourd that he had obtained from Elder Qin. The original use of this thing was to store other items, especially some spirit herbs and spirit medicines. Some spirit medicines, as soon as they were plucked, would lose their spiritual chi rapidly, becoming useless. At this time, with this 9 treasures ice gourd, they would not fail on the verge of success. Yin Zhaoge pulled out the stopper at the mouth of the gourd, then took out the essence jade within which the glacial dragon bone soul was sealed. A portion of the power of the glacial dragon bone soul had already been absorbed by Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge once again absorbed the essence chi within into his body. Under the nourishment of the essence chi of the glacial dragon bone soul, the aura chi within Yin Zhaoge's body circulated unceasingly, turning it into his own. With the help of the peerless heavenly scripture, Yin Zhaoge was able to accomplish this magnificent feat that most martial scholars would find hard to achieve, thereby increasing the rate at which his cultivation base rose. However, this time, as Yin Zhaoge cultivated, he pressed a hand on the 9 treasures ice gourd. The essence chi of the glacial dragon circulated between the essence jade, Yin Zhaoge's body, and the gourd. Gradually, the cold chi emanating from the 9 treasures ice gourd grew denser and denser, and from within the gourd, the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. The faint silhouette of a white dragon surfaced on the surface of the gourd. Chapter 71. Looking at the book review section, there were all questions that everyone was more concerned about. First, regarding the publication and updates, it was mentioned in the Three Rivers acceptance speech previously, but many friends might not have seen it, so I will say it again here. If there are no major accidents, Senior Apprentice Brothers book will be published on May 1st. During the public period, the book will guarantee at least 2 basic updates per day, with occasional updates. After the publication on May 1st, there will be a huge explosion. I already had a plan for a huge explosion of updates in the month of publication. Other than that, as usual, the Alliance leader will add 2 updates, and Piao Hong will add 1. The Alliance leaders and Piao Hong's rewards have already accumulated to 17 updates. Dragon Sky 66666 Alliance has 4 updates, Brother XT Alliance has 2 updates, and Cloud Song No Hard Disk has 1 update, as well as Cheong Kai Yun Alliance's additional updates. This is a little special. Cheong Kai Yun Alliance is the first Alliance leader of my first book's founder. This time, the new Senior Apprentice Brothers' first Alliance leader is still Cheong Kai Yun Alliance. Actions always speak louder than words. If my friends are generous enough, I will naturally be generous enough. Therefore, for this Alliance leader, I will add 10 updates. Therefore, currently there are a total of 17 updates, and if there are more rewards and updates before and after the publication, it will also explode in May. Here, I will meet everyone in May. I will not leave. Second, regarding the female characters in the book, some readers have tried to find templates for them, analyzing whether they are cheating, whether they are female protagonists, whether they are the destined one, and so on. Some have even asked me if there will be female protagonists in the book. Here, the uniform answer is none and will not appear. This kind of ridicule only exists for male characters, or should I say, only related to books with male protagonists. There is no special reason, just because I have not actually read any books with female protagonists. Scratching my head for a long time, I can probably count the number of books with one hand, and they're all from several years ago. What books with female protagonists are currently, what styles are popular, what the protagonists look like, I have no idea. Therefore, the female characters in my book naturally have nothing to do with female protagonists. There is no need to force people to take a position that is meaningless. Third, and also the last and also the most important thing, requesting recommendation votes. Comrades, the recommendation votes on the main page have been exploded. So sad, requesting others to explode, not to be exploded. In the following days, Yin Zhaoge spent most of his time in Jingyang City. In the following days, Yin Zhaoge spent most of his time in Jingyang City. On the one hand, he was tempering his martial arts and raising his cultivation base. On the other hand, he was gathering resources to forge a new internal crystal furnace. Having completed the forging of the internal crystal furnace, Yin Zhaoge threw the seed of Li Flame, true fire within, before unceasingly adjusting it. With the Li Flame, true fire seed, the effects of the internal crystal furnace had indeed improved. With the nourishment of the internal crystal furnace, the seed of the Li Flame, true fire, gradually showed signs of strengthening. Yin Zhaoge began to use the same technique, using his own aura qi to guide the pure fire qi contained within the seed of Li Flame, true fire, into his body, assisting him in his cultivation along with the pure ice qi of the glacial dragonbone soul. As time passed unceasingly, under the intermingling of ice and fire, Yin Zhaoge's aura qi began to grow rapidly, becoming even more dense as it steadily advanced towards the late outer aura stage. Other than that, Yin would at Yin at Pill, Yin at Pill Yin Yin Yin. There, under Yin Zhaoge's guidance, a group of alchemists led by the Eastern Tang's first prince, Zhao Yuan, unceasingly improved the pill production methods of the Pill Pavilion. The quality of the Pill Pavilion's pills improved, but their cost and price did not change much. Gradually, the Pill Pavilion was no longer limited to the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Instead, it expanded towards the East Heaven region, as well as the Fire and Mountain domains, growing stronger and stronger. The Eastern Tang Pill Pavilion, this ferocious dragon, began to seize large amounts of foreign markets, their channels becoming more and more stable. Quality was king, and the price was also not expensive. The quality was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. outside of the Eastern Tang. Even if the local alchemists wanted to join hands to resist this dragon, it would still be extremely difficult. Accurate vision, stable control of your aura chi. Within the Pill Pavilion, Yin Zhaoge said from his seat of honor, currently, this method can only be used by martial scholars. Luckily, the Pill Pavilion's foundation is not shallow. It shouldn't be a big problem. Old Mr. Wang and Zhao Yuan both nodded. Yin Zhaoge brushed off his clothes, standing up. Let's end it here for today. I still have to stay in the Eastern Tang for a long time. We'll talk about it later. Everyone within the Pill Pavilion hurriedly stood up, sending Yin Zhaoge off. Exiting the Pill Pavilion on the road, Ahu followed behind Yin Zhaoge, saying quietly, Young Master, news came from Jade Sea City, saying that they thank Broad Creed Mountain and you for your warning. Yin Zhaoge glanced back at him. Oh, their Maiden of Extreme, really went to hell? The Heaven Domain and the Water Domain, one west and one east, were separated by the Earth Domain. The Water Domain similarly bordered the Earth Domain. With Jade Sea City guarding over the Water Domain, the martial practitioners of their clan also frequently moved about in the outskirts of the Earth Domain. Ahu answered, It was an exploration mission. We nearly accidentally entered the place where Miss Feng's extreme physique had been crippled. After investigating it, it seemed like someone had intentionally led them there. Luckily, when we reached the outskirts, their clan passed on young master's warning. At the critical moment, they managed to rein in the horse at the precipice. While their Maiden of Extreme, suffered some injuries, it wasn't anything major. It couldn't have been like Miss Feng. Ahu grinned widely. Young master, Jade Sea City definitely owes you a huge favor this time. The way I see it, the person who intentionally led Jade Sea City's Holy Maiden, there was most likely the Sacred Sun clan. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. If the Sacred Sun clan had been given a bit more time, they would have been able to make their arrangements even more meticulously, even more stealthily, completely trapping Jade Sea City to death. I'm afraid that after seeing Junior Apprentice Sister Feng being taken away by me, they knew that the news would be leaked, and thus were forced to act prematurely, wanting to seize that short, yet precious window of time. Ahu said, Right, young master, I saw that Zhao Hao just now. With Yin Zhaoge having a share in the Pill Pavilion, and Zhao Hao having lost face due to Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Yuan earlier, after returning to Jingyang City, he rarely came to the Pill Pavilion. Zhao Hao, however, was not a complete idiot. His collaboration with the Pill Pavilion regarding the smoke cloud powder had not been cut short. Not only that, he had even provided the Pill Pavilion with the formula of a spirit medicine, collaborating with them in developing it. These past few days, Zhao Hao's performance had become more and more outstanding, already attracting the attention of the entire Eastern Tang Kingdom. Before this, no one would have thought that other than the first prince Zhao Yuan and the third prince Zhao Sheng, another dark horse would actually appear in the struggle for the position of crown prince. And Zhao Hao's outstanding performance would undoubtedly also attract the attention of many. As far as Yin Zhaoge knew, Yin Su had once come into contact with Zhao Hao in private, but it seemed that they had not made much progress. Whether it was Yin Zhaoge or Yin Su, they were both of Broad Creed Mountain, and it was clear that the former Pill Fire Divine, Sorgaja, the current 16th Prince of the Eastern Emperor, Zhao Hao, had always viewed Broad Creed Mountain as an enemy. These past few days, Zhao Hao has been in contact with Infinite Boundless Mountain. They seem to be very close, Ahu reported to Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers, indeed. The Eastern Tang Kingdom was within the boundaries of the Heaven Domain, and Broad Creed Mountain's control over it was naturally the strongest. The Sacred Sun clan's ferocious dragon crossing the river had also infiltrated very deeply into the Eastern Tang. Comparatively speaking, the sacred ground of the Mountain Domain, Infinite Boundless Mountain, was much more low-key in the Eastern Tang. However, if one thought that Infinite Boundless Mountain was a benevolent force, that might not be the case. Like the Sacred Sun clan, Infinite Boundless Mountain was similarly infiltrating the Eastern Tang Kingdom, just that they lacked an opportunity. And to Zhao Hao, Broad Creed Mountain would not be a choice. While the Sacred Sun clan already had Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai. Zhao Shilai was, after all, a martial grandmaster. Although Zhao Hao had begun to display shocking potential, it was still unknown when he would be able to catch up to Zhao Shilai. Under such circumstances, the Sacred Sun clan naturally would not abandon Zhao Shilai and switch to supporting him. Zhao Hao. If he was willing to be Zhao Shilai's assistant, the Sacred Sun clan would still be able to accept it. However, Zhao Hao was clearly not willing to be under someone else. What he wanted was the throne of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, to be able to command a great amount of the kingdom's resources to support his cultivation, to quickly return to his former peak, or even to the next level. Zhao Shicheng had put in a lot of effort to nurture him, but what he wanted was clearly even more. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hao and Infinite Boundless Mountain actually hit it off. He has already deviated from Uncle Zhao's way of thinking. Without us having to say anything, Uncle Zhao will naturally take care of it. Yin Zhaoga said mildly, if Infinite Boundless Mountain wants to profit from the conflict between our clan and the Sacred Sun clan, it will also not be so easy. Continue keeping an eye on him. If anything happens, report it back immediately. Hearing his words, Ahu nodded, yes, young master. Within Prince Jin's manner, Zhao Shilai's expression was grave as he looked at the golden-robed elder before him. Will it start soon? The golden-robed elder said, it might not necessarily be soon. Anyway, we just have to make our preparations and wait for the right time. Zhao Shilai asked, the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss are no small matter. Now that we are even more certain that it was caused by someone, if it really has a connection with hell, the golden-robed elder said, it's fine. Our Sacred Sun clan has already sent experts to the outskirts of hell to monitor it. With the East, Rising Lord, and this old man here, we will also constantly keep an eye on the Sealing Dragon Abyss. If something major really happens, we will naturally deal with it. However, the good opportunity created by the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss must also be grasped. The golden-robed elder stood with his hands behind his back. Danger, danger, what is danger? Danger and opportunity coexist. This is danger. Only seeing opportunity and being greedy for success, and only seeing danger and not moving forward. These are both the actions of fools. Zhao Shilai was not a cowardly person. Seeing that the Sacred Sun clan had already made preparations for the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss and hell, he relaxed. He was silent for a moment before asking, however, if we really want to kill Yin Zhaoga. Chapter 72. Because of the matter of accepting Feng Yunsheng into the clan, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan had been on bad terms in recent days. In the lands of the Eastern Tang, the conflict between the two sacred grounds was practically completely open to the public. At every moment, there was friction and competition in all aspects. To the outside world, if not for the constant changes occurring in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan would have long since come to blows. Having left Jingyang City, Elder Qin and the East Rising Lord of the Sacred Sun clan battled in the vicinity of the Sealing Dragon Abyss. In the end, no one was able to do anything to the other, because the battle affected the Sealing Dragon Abyss, causing the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss to intensify. The two sides finally stopped and retreated. As the focal point of the dispute between the two sides, Yin Zhaoga had kept a much lower profile these past few months, living in seclusion. However, Yin Zhaoga's life was actually as fulfilling as before. He cultivated to improve himself, pondered on alchemy techniques, and researched the internal crystal furnace. Other than that, Yin Zhaoga was also paying attention to the matter that he had previously instructed Ahu to pay attention to. Young master, it is indeed as you expected. Ahu stood in front of Yin Zhaoga. Now, there are rumors that Yi Jing and Miss Lin still have an old relationship, and because of this, you were enraged and accidentally killed Miss Lin. What happened to Yi Jing in the Sealing Dragon Abyss was also because you were burning with jealousy and deliberately harmed him. Ahu looked at Yin Zhaoga. Young master, you said earlier that this meant that Yi Jing had fallen into Yin Su's hands. Sitting on the chair, Yin Zhaoga lightly tapped the table, his eyes narrowing into slits. The possibility is very high. He won't give me the chance to confront Yi Jing face to face. Yin Zhaoge crossed his legs. I'm afraid that this time he really has the intention to kill me. Ever since the Sacred Sun clan had come knocking, Yin Su had been very well behaved for a very long period of time. While he wouldn't intentionally tolerate Yin Zhaoge, he also wouldn't find trouble with him, which seemed completely normal. Some believed that it was because Elder Qin had been holding down the fort in the Eastern Tang all this time, while others believed that it was because Elder Qin had given Yin Su a wake-up call. However, as Yin Zhaoge saw it, this was the calm before the storm. After that, there would be an even more violent storm. It was as if a person had pulled back his fist and punched again with even more force. Ahu grinned. He's waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters, but there might not be one. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. The Sacred Sun clan has always been eyeing us like a tiger eyeing its prey, while Infinite Boundless Mountain has also been eyeing us from the side. The balanced situation is actually very fragile. Everyone is waiting for an opportunity. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge turned to look at Ahu. Will Elder Qin be staying in overlooking Abyss City in the near future? Ahu replied, the changes in the Sealing Dragon Abyss are intensifying. If there are no other major changes, Elder Qin will remain here. The Sacred Sun clan's East Rising Lord is also nearby, but he hasn't come looking for trouble. Perhaps he's worried about the changes in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Yin Zhaoge nodded. I will be in secluded cultivation for a period of time. Unless Elder Qin moves, do not disturb me. Ahu scratched his head and asked, Young master, why are you doing closed-door training at this time? Yin Zhaoge smiled, not speaking. The others also felt rather flabbergasted at this decision of Yin Zhaoge's. At first, he had thought that Yin Zhaoge wanted to use the internal crystal furnace to forge a magic artifact. Afterwards, he had guessed that he wanted to cultivate in some sort of martial art. However, as time passed, everyone discovered that this secluded cultivation of Yin Zhaoge's was far from as short as 10 days to half a month. He can't be in seclusion trying to break through to the late outer aura martial scholar realm, right? Someone couldn't help but guess. As these words left his mouth, everyone else was instantly shocked, shaking their heads one after another. How is that possible? He only stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm half a year ago, right? How could he possibly? As they spoke, the group of people fell silent, because they suddenly recalled that Yin Zhaoge had previously stepped into the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm less than a month after stepping into the early outer aura martial scholar realm. This kind of speed of improvement could no longer be described with the word terrifying. If that was the case, advancing from the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm to the late outer aura martial scholar realm in half a year's time didn't seem so hard to accept. Except my ass. Who the hell could accept this, Everyone couldn't help but want to let loose a torrent of curses. Who knows what special method he used to advance from the early outer aura martial scholar realm to the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm back then. Someone said in a low voice, letting out a cold snort. After seeing clearly who it was that had spoken, everyone's expressions became a little complicated. The previous acting elder of the Spirit Wind Canyon, Ningji. The previous investigation had already ended, and in the end, Ningji had still barely managed to pass it. He had only been reprimanded for neglecting his duties, and had finally been cleared of any suspicion of colluding with the enemy. However, while he was still an acting elder, he did not hold any actual position, instead being an idle person, following by the side of the Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yin Su, awaiting his orders. The acting elders of the various lands all had their own carrots and pits, with Elder Qin keeping watch from above, and Yin Su also not being able to make any arrangements for when Ningji could only be idle. It was hard to say whether or not he would be able to continue staying in the lands of the Eastern Tang. Yin Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle Fang Zhuan's faction, including Yin Su, might still trust him. However, Ningji had already inevitably been labeled as useless. This caused his future prospects to be completely gloomy. Ningji said in a heavy tone, the Sacred Sun clan has the Divine Sun Needle entering the body. While similar techniques are extremely rare in the Eight Extremities world, there are still a few of them. When Yin Zhaoge faced the pressure of the late outer aura martial scholar Xiao Shun, he resorted to a method of seeking instant success, drinking poison to quench his thirst. This is also a very normal thing. It's just that this will definitely affect his future cultivation in the martial Tao. The heavens are balanced. How can all the good things be obtained by a single person? Some people looked at Wen Ningji with ridicule in their eyes, feeling that it was because he had suffered a setback at Yin Zhaoge's hands that he found Yin Zhaoge to be an eyesore. However, even more people secretly felt the same way. If not for this, Yin Zhaoge advancing from the early outer aura martial scholar realm to the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm in a single month would really be too shocking, completely going against all logic. Also, this was not the logic of ordinary people. In a world of geniuses, it was also something that was impossible to happen. Someone beside him sighed softly. Even so, that's also something that can't be helped, right? Even if there are future troubles, it's still better than being killed or injured by Xiao Shan on the spot. As they spoke, everyone's hearts suddenly jolted simultaneously. Turning their heads to look, they saw a person walking in from outside the door. It was precisely Yin Zhaoge. "What are you all chatting about so happily?" Yin Zhaoge asked smilingly. Someone came forward to welcome him. "Zhaoge has left seclusion? This time it's been a really long time." Halfway through his words, he abruptly stopped, as though his voice had been cut off by someone using a pair of scissors. As the others looked over, they were also instantly petrified, their mouths unconsciously agape, their eyes staring wide open. When Ningxi frowned, looking from the back row, he only felt that Yin Zhaoge's height seemed to have increased by quite a bit compared to before. When he squeezed through the dazed crowd to the front row, after seeing it clearly, he almost fainted. Yin Zhaoge's height hadn't increased, just that he was currently hovering in midair, his feet a foot away from the ground. "Having broken through, I naturally came out of seclusion," Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, at the same time walking towards them. A foot was definitely not Yin Zhaoge's limit for hovering in midair, but in this situation, it was already sufficient. His body temporarily floated in midair, and he could even control qi to move about in midair. Chapter 73. Although Yin Zhaoge looked ordinary on the outside, his body contained an explosive power. Every single acupoint of his body seemed to be occupied by an ice dragon and a fire dragon. Ice and fire intersected, yin and yang, complementing each other. Every time he raised a hand or a foot, it was as if there were countless ice and fire dragons moving restlessly. Yin Zhaoge arrived in front of the crowd, landing on the ground and greeting them. Only now did the crowd recover from their daze. It was just that the way they looked at Yin Zhaoge was extremely strange. In a month's time, he had broken through from the early outer aura stage to the mid-outer aura stage. In half a year, he had broken through from the mid to the late outer aura stage. At first glance, the latter seemed to have slowed down. But everyone present knew that the former required a certain level of comprehension, breaking through the bottleneck and refining qi into weapons. The latter required pure grinding, accumulating aura qi to a certain extent. Only then could he break through. From a certain perspective, he needed to endure for a long time. But in this kind of process, Yin Zhaoge actually took much less time than the others. How did he do it? The crowd felt dizzy. Don't tell me there's a shortcut for this? Just like the Sacred Sun clan's Divine Sun Needle technique, all techniques that were quick to succeed were often accompanied by intense side effects. Many times, the price was greater than the rewards. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would use it. Also, similar methods could not be used again. After the first time, the side effects would eliminate the possibility of using it again. Therefore, the crowd now looked at Yin Zhaoge as if they were looking at a monster. Yin Zhaoge ignored this. Flying through the air was to show off. Now that his goal had been achieved, there was no need to say anything more. What was that saying again? I'll give you a look, and you'll understand it yourself. And it's like this. Yin Zhaoge was very satisfied with the effect, so he completely ignored the topic of discussion and asked nonchalantly, "Everyone gathered here, is there something big happening?" The others all came to their senses. and one of them said, "The black fog within the sealing dragon abyss has increased madly once again, becoming much denser. Even ordinary martial scholars would find it hard to approach. The abnormalities are intensifying. Elder Qin and Elder Yin are preparing to enter the sealing dragon abyss to suppress the black fog and investigate." The scale of the change this time was unprecedented. But to Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun clan, and the Eastern Tang Kingdom, this was also a good chance to completely resolve their problems. Otherwise, if he only treated the symptoms and not the root cause, it would become a long-term problem in the future, and it would involve even more energy. Previously, the few powers had been observing and monitoring from the sidelines, waiting for the problem within the sealing dragon abyss to completely erupt. Then, they would find the root of the problem in one go and solve it. At the same time, the source of the problem was the infernal realm. Yin Zhaoga nodded. He had emerged from seclusion at just the right time. Without further ado, Yin Zhaoga and the others went to meet Elder Qin and the other higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain. Other than Elder Qin and Yin Su, Broad Creed Mountain also had a long-time elder who had hurried over to the East Heaven region to help keep an eye on the Sacred Sun clan. He was similarly a veteran martial grandmaster, possessing great strength. Seeing Yin Zhaoga, Elder Qin said, "This time, you won't be entering the sealing dragon abyss with this old man and the others. With such an important matter before us, it is very hard to say what the Sacred Sun clan will do. Our clan prioritizes caution, and we cannot let our guard down." Yin Zhaoga replied, "I understand." That elder who had come from the clan remained outside to hold the line, watching over Yin Zhaoga while also monitoring the Sacred Sun clan's movements. As a principal elder familiar with the situation in the Eastern Tang, Yin Su also remained outside to assist. Elder Qin and the others, meanwhile, entered the depths of the sealing dragon abyss. As for the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the king, Zhao Shicheng, personally headed there. As a monarch, he should not personally take the risk and lead the troops. However, as the only person who could remotely control the power of Jingyang City's grand formation, he was duty-bound to do so. The Eastern Tang Kingdom's territory was closely connected to the sealing dragon abyss, with Jingyang City as its center, converging the power of the Eastern Tang Kingdom's earth veins. This would be of great use in suppressing the abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss. As a precaution, the group of Broad Creed Mountain experts led by Elder Qin would travel together with Zhao Shicheng and the other Eastern Tang martial practitioners. On the other side, news also came from the Sacred Sun clan. The matter of hell and the sealing dragon abyss was of utmost importance. Therefore, the Sacred Sun clan experts led by the East Rising Lord would also enter the depths of the sealing dragon abyss. Infinite Boundless Mountain similarly sent news that they would not stay out of this matter. As the news spread, the citizens of the Eastern Tang Kingdom who were on the brink of danger, yet had limited knowledge of the matter, were naturally the most joyous. For a moment, on the surface, the three sacred grounds looked like they had reached a common understanding, letting bygones be bygones. But as for what was really going on inside, only the people involved would know. Standing atop the city walls of overlooking Abyss City, Yin Zhaoga gazed into the distance. He could see the silhouette of the Luliao Mountains, as well as in another direction, near the Luliao Mountains, dense black fog surging into the skies. Half the sky seemed to have been enveloped by the black fog. Standing by Yin Zhaoga's side, Ahu's expression turned grave, unable to release aura chi. We were even unable to get close to the outskirts. Yin Zhaoga stroked his lower chin. The main point is actually over at hell. The sacred grounds have all sent their peak experts over to investigate. Their lineup is even more terrifying than here. For our clan, my father personally went over. Ahu also stroked his lower chin in imitation. With the family head personally going, there shouldn't be any problems, right? The other sacred grounds should also have their peak bigwigs. Yin Zhaoga looked around. The one who would easily have problems is me. I've now become professional bait, specially used to hook people. Before, it was the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Now, it's the Sacred Sun Clan's people. Ahu frowned. Young Master, There has been no news of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master all this time. Could it be that he has also come to fish in troubled waters this time? Yin Zhaoge shook his head. To him, the waters are already too muddy. With the three sacred grounds keeping an eye on this area of the Eastern Tang together, he would not be able to hide at all. As soon as he appeared, he was slapped to death. While Elder Qin has entered the sealing dragon abyss, Elder Kong has remained outside to wait for the Sacred Sun Clan's people. Ao gave a simple and honest laugh. Young master, the time for you to perform a meritorious deed has arrived once again. Scram! Yin Zhaoge scolded laughingly. In your eyes, do I completely rely on this kind of method to perform a meritorious deed? After laughing, Yin Zhaoge asked, back to proper business. Has the news been sent out? Ahu also stopped laughing, answering seriously. When Elder Qin and the others entered the sealing dragon abyss, it was sent out. Yin Zhaoge nodded, looking into the distance as he muttered to himself. If they want to make a move, it should be this wave. What I'm interested in is, how does Yin Su intend to deal with me? As time passed, the black fog in the distance roiled, its aura seeming to surge to the heavens. After who knew how long, the black fog suddenly shook intensely, and then a dazzling, bright light rose from within it, shooting straight into the horizon. The people in overlooking Abyss City who had been paying attention to the situation all let out a sigh of relief. Although the situation was unclear, the momentum of the black fog was clearly beginning to be gradually brought under control. But very quickly, Yin Zhaoge received another piece of news. The good mood that had arisen from the situation in the sealing dragon abyss being under control had completely vanished upon receiving this news. Chapter 74. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, looking at the black-bearded middle-aged man before him. This black-bearded middle-aged man was Elder Kong, who had come from a sect to assist Elder Qin in the East Heaven continent. Elder Kong had a scholarly appearance and wore a long robe. He looked like a middle-aged scholar. Yin Zhaoge, having gotten acquainted with him back at the clan, he knew that this elder always left some leeway in his words. He said that Zhao Shiqing had met with danger in the sealing dragon abyss, but the truth could only be worse. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Elder Kong said simply, Elder Qin and the others are still suppressing the abnormalities within the deep abyss. They require me to rescue King Zhao and bring him out. If that's the case, I won't be able to stay outside to look after you. Are you willing to enter the dragon sealing abyss with me? Yin Zhaoge made a prompt decision. I'll go in with you. Elder Kong nodded his head. Without another word, he immediately set off. On the way, Yin Zhaoge gradually came to understand the whole story. Although the changes in the dragon sealing abyss had yet to completely subside, there would not be any major changes. According to Elder Kong, the source of this large-scale change actually came from the infernal realm. With Yin Di and the other experts taking care of the problem, the incident in the sealing dragon abyss naturally dissipated. Previously, the ghost hatchet elder, Han Sheng, and the others had laid down the foreshadowing in the sealing dragon abyss. When a huge change occurred in the infernal realm, it would trigger a chain reaction in the sealing dragon abyss. Having been prematurely exposed by Yin Zhaoge earlier, a portion of Han Sheng's handiwork had already been cleaned up. Today, they would completely cut off their roots. But in the process, something went wrong. Zhao Shiqing guided the power of the formation to assist, suppressing the abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss together with Elder Qin and the people of the Sacred Sun Clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain. Halfway through, the formation became unstable. Under the impact of the sealing dragon abyss, the formation's power reversed, causing a large amount of chaotic, baleful energy to rush into Zhao Shiqing's body. The power wreaking havoc in the sealing dragon abyss saw this as a loophole, so it retaliated with all its might. The pressure was practically all on Zhao Shiqing alone. Although Elder Qin and the others managed to suppress the rampaging forces in time, Zhao Shiqing was severely injured as a result. What was even more difficult was that a large amount of black, mist-like, chaotic, baleful qi entered his body, causing Zhao Shiqing to fall unconscious. Not only did he lose consciousness, he also found it difficult to move. The chaotic, baleful chi was like chains, dragging Zhao Shicheng into the abyss. The accompanying group of Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners could only barely guarantee that Zhao Shicheng would not be swallowed up by the abyss, but they were unable to escort him out of the sealing dragon abyss to receive treatment. When Elder Kong entered the sealing dragon abyss, the first thing he had to do was to cut off the chaotic, baleful cheese attack on Zhao Shicheng and bring him out of a dangerous place like the sealing dragon abyss before attempting to save him. However, halfway there, Yin Zhaoge and Elder Kong were unable to proceed any further. A white-robed, middle-aged woman appeared in front of him. She had a golden ribbon around her waist, and her aura shook the surrounding black fog, causing it to scatter in all directions, not daring to approach. The middle-aged woman laughed coldly as she looked at Elder Kong and Yin Zhaoge. The abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss have already been quelled. The debt between us should also be properly settled. Does your Broad Creed Mountain think that my Sacred Sun clan is easy to bully? Elder Kong's brows furrowed. It was you who tampered with the Eastern Tang's formation, causing an accident. The middle-aged woman flicked her fingernails, raising her eyebrows. Don't spout nonsense. The abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss, as well as the abnormalities in hell, are major events of the entire Eight Extremities world. Everyone is giving their all. Our glory sect is no exception. How can we hold you back? As for the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, it can only be said that he was unlucky. A cold intent gradually surfaced within the middle-aged woman's eyes. Of course, the greater possibility is that he did not see the bigger picture, making an enemy of our Sacred Sun clan, and thus suffering the wrath of the heavens. Elder Kong's face was as sunken as water. He recognized this woman before him. She was one of the higher echelon elders of the Sacred Sun clan. Although she was not one of the 7 reigning suns, her attainments in cultivation were probably not inferior to the East Rising Lords. Although Elder Kong was not afraid of her, with her obstructing him, it would be very difficult for him to continue advancing. Every moment that passed meant that Zhao Shicheng would be in more danger. And looking at the current situation, the Sacred Sun clan had probably long since planned for this. Without even asking, it was obvious that Elder Qin was definitely being held up by the East Rising Lord. And what was even more worrying was that Zhao Shicheng had fallen into a coma. It was unknown whether he could leave the sealing dragon abyss alive. Outside, Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, whether it was Elder Qin or Elder Kong, if they were outside, Zhao Shilai would not dare to act rashly in the slightest. But if it was just Yin Su, if Zhao Shilai replaced Zhao Shicheng and took control of the Grand Formation, it would be very hard for Yin Su to deal with. Elder Kong, I'll go look for Uncle Zhao, Yin Zhaoge said in a low voice. Elder Kong glanced back at him. Yin Zhaoge nodded, I'll go. Elder Kong frowned slightly, but time waited for no man. After thinking for a moment, he could only nod. He quickly told Yin Zhaoge the location of the Eastern Tang group. Remember the location, be careful. Having consecutively created miracles, Elder Kong more or less had some confidence in Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge didn't waste time on words, immediately bringing Ahu along as they continued forward. That middle-aged woman wanted to stop them, but was instead stopped by Elder Kong. Her long, shapely eyebrows rose inwards as she laughed coldly. That must be Indy's son? For a mid-outer aura cultivator to defeat the late outer aura Shao Shun. That is really rare. But don't forget, a genius who dies young is nothing at all. Elder Kong said softly, anyone who dies is but a cup of dirt. Martial scholars, martial grandmasters are all the same. Saying thus, he crossed his palms, executing Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage martial art, the golden curtain palm of the 8 extreme arts, and attacked his opponent. That middle-aged woman similarly executed the Sacred Sun clan's peak martial arts, clashing with Elder Kong. The battle between the 2 veteran martial grandmasters caused the entire sealing dragon abyss to feel as though it was on the verge of collapse. As Yin Zhaoge and Ahu walked within the deep canyon, they could feel the tremors not only behind them, but also in other directions. Obviously, With Elder Sheen and the East Rising Lord at their head, the experts of Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan who had entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss had all begun a great battle. With the root of the problem in hell having been eliminated, the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss had been quelled. This time, both sides no longer held back as they fought to their heart's content. Walking within the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Yin Zhaoge could only feel as though the heavens and earth were spinning, as though space could collapse at any moment. Ahu's steps were also uneven as he followed closely by Yin Zhaoge's side. Young master, the other side is trying to take drastic measures. After suffering a loss in Jinyang City last time, I'll have to climb back up from where I fell. Yin Zhaoge glared as he laughed coldly. Their appetite is very big. Their goal is not just to kill me or take revenge on the matter of Junior Apprentice Sister Foam, ruining our clan's face. They want the Eastern Tang, snatching a bridgehead in the East Heaven region, wanted to completely step into the Heaven domain with a single step. Yin Zhaoge let out a light breath. As the monarch of a kingdom, Uncle Zhao taking the risk to come in this time will definitely be very careful about his own safety. Elder Qin specially moved together with him in order to prevent the Sacred Sun clan from taking revenge on Uncle Zhao. But from the looks of it now, it wasn't the East Rising Lord and the others who made a move. The problem lies with the Jinyang Grand Formation. Uncle Zhao is a sentimental person and is rather lenient towards his subordinates. The Sacred Sun clan's infiltration into the Eastern Tang is even deeper than what our clan knows. As long as a plan is prepared, the longer it is and the more detailed it is, the easier it is for it to be discovered by the opponent. If the Sacred Sun clan had continued to prepare like this, our clan would actually have been easier to detect and guard against. But the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss this time unexpectedly helped them make up for their original deficiencies, allowing them to move ahead of time and facilitate this matter. Chapter 75. Only by truly encountering it like yesterday would one understand, oh, so this phrase would be blocked and then avoided. Yesterday's chapter has already been revised, causing inconvenience to everyone. We seek your understanding. Finally, requesting recommendation votes. Thank you, everyone. Within the Sealing Dragon Abyss, a group of black-clothed men stood silently, looking at the deep canyon before them, which seemed as though it might collapse at any moment. Standing there, these black-clothed men resembled numerous tall mountains. Silent, resolute, precipitous. They were all infinite, boundless mountain martial practitioners. Occupying the vast territory of the mountain domain, Infinite Boundless Mountain was one of the few sacred grounds under the heavens alongside the Sacred Sun clan and Broad Creed Mountain. Beside this group of Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners stood a youth, sharp and unrestrained, arrogant and unruly. It was the Eastern Tang Kingdom's 16th prince, Zhao Hao. The abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss have already been suppressed, and the black fog is much more stable. Body refinement martial practitioners can also enter. Otherwise, I would have to expend some more effort. Zhao Hao looked at the Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioner beside him. Elder He, can you determine my father's position? The Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioner at the head was an old man who looked old and decrepit. But standing there, he resembled a large mountain standing within the Sealing Dragon Abyss. The old man said mildly, "As long as the medicinal powder you provide does not go wrong, it can be found." Zhao Hao nodded. "Then this matter cannot be delayed. Let us set off as soon as possible. I'm still only a body refinement martial practitioner now. I cannot compete with Zhao Shirlai in Jinyang City. But starting from my father, there is a chance." Elder, he said, "It all depends on your methods. In order to allow Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan to fight without worry, our clan's first seed elder did not enter the Eastern Tang, but we have already made preparations. As long as you succeed, our clan's reinforcements will immediately follow, entering the Eastern Tang and assisting you in ascending the throne. If you cannot succeed, that is also fine. You can just return to the mountain domain with us. With your talent and methods, you are qualified to enter our Infinite Boundless Mountain. Zhao Hao strode forward first. I will not fail. Sober, wielding a killing sword. Drunk, lying on a beauty's lap. This is life. Elder Yin, it looks like the other party's target is not Yin Zhaoga, but the entire Eastern Tang. Ah, a martial practitioner said worriedly. Yin Su's expression did not change. Let's head to the Eastern Tang Imperial Palace. We must first ensure that the Jingyang Grand Formation does not fall into chaos. Within the Sealing Dragon Abyss, a group of black-clothed men stood silently, looking at the deep canyon before them, which seemed as though it might collapse at any moment. Standing there, these black-clothed men resembled numerous tall mountains. Silent, resolute, precipitous. They were all infinite, boundless mountain martial practitioners. Occupying the vast territory of the mountain domain, Infinite Boundless Mountain was one of the few sacred grounds under the heavens alongside the sacred Sun Clan and Broad Creed Mountain. Beside this group of infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners stood a youth, sharp and unrestrained, arrogant and unruly. It was the Eastern Tang Kingdom's 16th prince, Zhao Hao. The abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss have already been suppressed, and the black fog is much more stable. Body refinement martial practitioners can also enter. Otherwise, I would have to expend some more effort. Zhao Hao looked at the infinite, boundless mountain martial practitioner beside him. Elder He, can you determine my father's position? The infinite, boundless mountain martial practitioner at the head was an old man, who looked old and decrepit. But standing there, he resembled a large mountain standing within the Sealing Dragon Abyss. The old man said mildly, as long as the medicinal powder you provide does not go wrong, it can be found. Zhao Hao nodded. Then this matter cannot be delayed. Let us set off as soon as possible. I am still only a body refinement martial practitioner now. I cannot compete with Zhao Shirlai in Jingyang City. But starting from my father, there is a chance. Elder, he said, it all depends on your methods. In order to allow Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan to fight without worry, our clan's first seed elder did not enter the Eastern Tang, but we have already made preparations. As long as you succeed, our clan's reinforcements will immediately follow, entering the Eastern Tang and assisting you in ascending the throne. If you cannot succeed, that is also fine. You can just return to the mountain domain with us. With your talent and methods, you are qualified to enter our infinite boundless mountain. Zhao Hao strode forward first. I will not fail. Sober, wielding a killing sword. Drunk, lying on a beauty's lap. This is life. Elder Yin, it looks like the other party's target is not Yin Zhaoga, but the entire Eastern Tang. Ah, a martial practitioner said worriedly. Yin Su's expression did not change. Let's head to the Eastern Tang Imperial Palace. We must first ensure that the Jingyang Grand Formation does not fall into chaos. Whatever his private plans were, Yin Su similarly did not wish to see the Sacred Sun Clan occupy the Eastern Tang, forcing his Broad Creed Mountain out. While arranging the movements of his subordinates, Yin Su asked, Yin Zhaoga entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss? The subordinate replied, yes, he went in with Elder Kong. Right now, the Dragon Sealing Abyss is in chaos. Ordinary people don't even dare to approach the outskirts. I'm afraid that Elder Qin and Elder Kong are currently in an intense battle with those of the Sacred Sun Clan. Yin Su nodded, not saying anything as he thought to himself. The Sacred Sun Clan wants to get rid of the Eastern Tang along with Yin Zhaoga. With Elder Qin and Elder Kong being delayed by the East, Rising Lord, and the other experts, the Sacred Sun Clan still has others. Yin Su's gaze was cold. The Eastern Tang will definitely not be given to you. As for Yin Zhaoga, he called over his confidant and ordered, pay close attention to the situation at the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Eastern Tang capital, Jingyang City, Prince Jin's mansion. Prince Jin, Zhao Shirlai, stood in the front courtyard of the Prince Jin's mansion, a group of martial practitioners silently standing behind him, all of them full of vigor and vitality. Beside Zhao Shirlai was a Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioner. Looking at Zhao Shirlai, he said slowly, Your Highness Prince Jin, you should be decisive. Ah. Zhao Shirlai sucked in a deep breath. King Zhao Shiqing's recent movements had completely sided with Broad Creed Mountain, and the situation was gradually becoming clearer. This way, Zhao Shilia's position had become incomparably awkward. He was a martial grandmaster, one of the 3 martial grandmaster experts of the Eastern Tang royal family. Considering the overall strength of the Eastern Tang, whether it was Zhao Shiqing or Zhao Shiqing's successor, neither of them would easily touch him. But if the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan grew more and more intense, then for the sake of the stability of the Eastern Tang, Zhao Shilia's position might not necessarily be safe. Zhao Shilai understood his royal brother Zhao Shiqing. That was a person who did not lack decisiveness at crucial moments. Since that was so, he needed to be decisive. Let's go. The core of the formation is within the royal palace. Zhao Shilai strode out first. The Sacred Sun clan would not be able to kill Broad Creed Mountain in one go. Even if they seized the Eastern Tang now, they would still have to face Broad Creed Mountain's subsequent counterattacks. The Eastern Tang Kingdom would definitely become the heart of the struggle between the two sides. But rather than sitting and waiting for death, seeing his own situation getting more and more difficult, he might as well take a gamble. At the end of the day, Zhao Shilai was not willing to always be under someone like this. The Eastern Tang royal family had 3 martial grandmaster experts. Other than King Zhao Shiqing and Prince Jin, there was also their elder, the Old King. This old man was of one mind with Zhao Shiqing and was currently also in charge of watching over the core of the formation. He had already known about the abnormalities in the formation and Zhao Shiqing being injured and trapped, and had calmly sealed off the news. But when the old king saw Zhao Shilai appear, the worst premonition in his heart came true. Shilai, royal uncle, I've offended you. Zhao Shilai did not waste any words upon seeing him, directly making his move. The old king sighed, blocking Zhao Shilai. The martial practitioners under the command of both sides also clashed. Jingyang City's grand formation shook. Looking from the outside, it felt as if a storm was raging. Within the sealing dragon abyss, black fog pervaded the air. In the depths of the canyon, a ball of light enveloped an area of 300 meters. Within the area covered by the ball of light, there were spirit patterns flashing on the ground. The spirit inscriptions crisscrossed, outlining a huge formation diagram. It looked very similar to the Great Formation of the Eastern Tang Kingdom in Jingyang City, just that it was much smaller. Outside the range of the array formation, the sealing dragon abyss was in turmoil. The aftershocks of the battle between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners caused the formation to look like it might collapse at any moment. At the core of the intersecting spirit patterns, the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, had fallen unconscious. A huge black pillar of energy extended from his body, and red light flashed within the pillar of energy. The black gas extended far into the distance, clashing against the formation. The other end extended into the abyss below. It was like a ferocious black python biting Zhao Shiqing's body. The Eastern Tang martial practitioners by Zhao Shiqing's side surrounded him, doing their best to maintain the formation as they attempted to break apart the black chi and save Zhao Shiqing from danger. At this moment, the formation seemed to have been triggered by something from the sect, and the formation patterns twisted violently. Zhao Shiqing, who was still unconscious, suddenly jolted. Black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Your Majesty!" Everyone was shocked. Yin Zhaoga dodged the falling boulders above his head from time to time. Breaking through the black chi, he finally arrived in the vicinity of the formation. The first thing he saw was the formation shaking, and Zhao Shiqing vomiting blood. Yin Zhaoga knit his brows. As expected, trouble has arisen over at Jingyang City. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived from Broad Creed Mountain, the Eastern Tang martial practitioners all rejoiced. But seeing that it was only Yin Zhaoga and Ahu, their faces were instantly filled with disappointment. Wanting to break apart the black chi pillar, a martial grandmaster would be needed. Outside the formation, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners also discovered that someone was approaching Zhao Shiqing's side. In an instant, The black fog suddenly dissipated. Where the golden light flickered, it was as though a blazing sun had descended into the endless abyss, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Chapter 76. However, another terrifying saber-chi that could cleave through the void swept up the winds and clouds in all directions. It slashed out diagonally and blocked the golden saber-chi. Not even looking up, Yin Zhaoge entered the protective formation, directly rushing towards the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing. The heavenly abyss countercurrent art that had been declared lost in the Eight Extremities world following the Great Calamity was executed by Yin Zhaoge. Circulating the vortex reversal flow technique to the maximum, Yin Zhaoge's entire body surging with Ore Dragon Qi. This time, however, it was not like when he was cultivating before, guiding the black mist-like chaotic, baleful Qi into his body. Instead, it was completely used externally. Yin Zhaoge chopped out with his palm, resembling the brandishing of a large saber, chopping towards that black pillar of Qi that was drawing Zhao Shiqing in. As the saber fell, the black pillar of Qi twisted violently. It was like a living snake had been slashed by a knife and was writhing in pain. Wherever the saber landed, the black pillar of gas visibly thinned, as if a large gap had been cut open. How did he do it? Everyone from the Eastern Tang Kingdom looked as if they had seen a ghost. Yin Zhaoge didn't have the time to exchange pleasantries with them, as he brandished his palm like a saber, consecutively chopping towards the same spot several times. The black pillar of energy shook violently and broke apart with a loud bang. One section flew back into the abyss, while the other flowed into Zhao Shiqing's body. Zhao Shiqing's body shook again, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But without the black Qi, everyone could finally bring him out of the sealing dragon abyss. Although the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners were shocked by Yin Zhaoge's performance, they also knew that now was not the time for nonsense. They hurriedly supported Zhao Shiqing as they retreated out of the sealing dragon abyss. The storm overhead grew even more intense. The Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners began attempting to break through downwards, while the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners unceasingly obstructed them. The East Rising Lord began to act more and more fearlessly. The West Tilting Heaven-Burning Blade chopped down several times. It was as if it wanted to destroy the entire sealing dragon abyss and bury everyone here. Elder Qin, who had a fiery temperament, was calm and collected at this moment. He did not seek to be meritorious, but he did not seek to make mistakes. He carefully received the East Rising Lord's attacks one by one, ensuring that Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing, and the others were able to retreat. Yin Zhaoge accompanied the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners as they escorted Zhao Shiqing away. The current situation was still extremely disadvantageous to him and Broad Creed Mountain. Zhao Shiqing was heavily injured. Even if he was rescued from the sealing dragon abyss, would he be able to deal with this huge change? Something's wrong. What's this smell? As they walked, Yin Zhaoge suddenly frowned, coming to Zhao Shiqing's side and sniffing him carefully. F***CK, the pollen of 100-spirit ghost grass? Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes, normally colorless and odorless, only coming into contact with the chaotic Dao baleful Qi of the sealing dragon abyss will give off a smell. The Eastern Tang martial practitioners by the side all looked at Yin Zhaoge in a bemused and dazed manner. Yin Zhaoge pinched his temples. Infinite, boundless mountain indeed also interfered. The tradition of the Eastern Tang Kingdom was to concoct pills and medicines, and the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, was one of the top 3-pill masters in the Eastern Tang Kingdom. If even he had not discovered the abnormality in his body, it was no wonder that the other martial practitioners of the Eastern Tang Kingdom did not know about it. Of the few sacred grounds, Infinite Boundless Mountain's alchemy techniques were on the weaker side, and the 100-spirit ghost grass had never been produced in the mountain domain. Zhao Hao. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. In the lands of the Eastern Tang, other than himself, there was only this person who knew of such obscure medicinal knowledge. Given Zhao Hao's current cultivation, he was naturally unable to smell it from afar. However, he could instruct the martial grandmaster experts of Infinite Boundless Mountain to follow the scent. If the other party really had a martial grandmaster leading them, their speed would be even faster than their own group. In a situation where their movements were exposed, just running would not be enough to outrun them. Ahu, capture a fast magical beast. I want alive. As Yin Zhaoga issued his order, Ahu didn't ask for the reason, immediately carrying it out. At this time, Yin Zhaoga also couldn't be bothered to be polite as he directly stripped off Zhao Shiqing's outer robe, tying it onto the magical beast that Ahu had captured before releasing it. We can't stop. Continue moving, Yin Zhaoga said. After stripping off his outer robe, Uncle Zhao's body still has the fragrance of the pollen of the 100-spirit ghost grass. If we stop, we'll be exposed. The group continued moving forward, but at this moment, the tremors within the sealing dragon abyss were becoming more and more obvious, as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. His Majesty's situation is getting worse and worse. As they walked, an Eastern Tang martial practitioner said in a heavy tone. Yin Zhaoga knit his brows slightly. Going forward to check, he saw that Zhao Shiqing's face was black, as green and red qi intersected unceasingly. Although he was unconscious, the profound art within his body was circulating on its own, resisting the baleful qi invading his body. As the two sides clashed, affected by the vibrations of the outside world, he was in danger of cultivation deviation. Continuing to bring him along at this time would instead hasten his death. There were Eastern Tang, Kingdom, Xiantian martial scholars who used their aura qi to protect him, but in the environment of the sealing dragon abyss, which resembled the end of the heavens and earth, it was hard for them to protect him completely. Yin Zhaoga sucked in a deep breath. Since we can't continue moving, then let's race against time with the opponent. Put down Uncle Zhao. I'll help him treat his injuries. Because of Yin Zhaoga's previous consecutive miraculous performances, as well as the Yin family's relationship with Zhao Shiqing, under such circumstances, the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners chose to trust Yin Zhaoga. Some Xiantian martial scholar experts immediately went forward to help. Yin Zhaoga placed one palm on Zhao Shiqing's chest, the other on his back, beginning to circulate the heavenly abyss reverse flow art, helping Zhao Shiqing clear the chaotic streams of baleful qi within his body. Ahu and the others guarded Yin Zhaoga and Zhao Shiqing closely. At this moment, Ahu's face was filled with seriousness. The gaze with which he looked at Yin Zhaoga and Zhao Shiqing contained a hint of worry. Fortunately, as time passed, Zhao Shiqing's condition gradually stabilized. Seeing this, everyone's faces were filled with joy. However, the formation with Zhao Shiqing as its core was currently growing more and more unstable. Clearly, the situation over at Jingyang City was not optimistic. Just at this moment, Ahu and the others simultaneously frowned. In the distance, the black fog broke apart as a group of martial practitioners appeared. The newcomers were all dressed in black, precisely in the attire of Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners. The one at their head was a Xiantian martial scholar. Beside him stood a youth. It was shockingly Zhao Hao. Glancing at Yin Zhaoga and Zhao Shiqing, Zhao Hao's gaze was deep and distant. You can smell the pollen of the 100-spirit ghost grass? Fortunately, after getting closer, even Xiantian martial scholars can barely smell it. Otherwise, they would really have fallen for your cicada shedding shell. That Infinite Boundless Mountain Xiantian martial scholar said mildly, currently, King Zhao is not simply injured. Rather, the baleful qi of the sealing dragon abyss has entered his body. If he is not treated properly, he might instead end up harming King Zhao's life. Under such circumstances, it is best that martial scholars do not make a move. Our clan's martial grandmaster, Elder He, will arrive in an instant. Letting him treat King Zhao's injuries is the right thing to do. He took a step forward. Saving a person is like putting out a fire. It is better to do it sooner rather than later. Just directly hand him over to us. Zhao Hao did not look at Yin Zhaoga and Ahu. instead staring at the other Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners. If we delay the treatment, we might instead end up harming Royal Father's life. Chapter 77. Facing Zhao Hao, the leading Eastern Tang martial practitioner did not cower. 16th Highness, if I remember correctly, His Majesty has ordered you to stay in Jingyang City and not leave without an imperial edict. But why is it here now? Hearing this, Zhao Hao was not angry. He calmly said, "Naturally, I'm worried about Imperial Father's injury. I'm proficient in medicine and alchemy. You should know that too." That Eastern Tang Grandmaster retorted, "So you dared to risk universal condemnation, leaving medicinal powder on His Majesty's body to track him?" Zhao Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. "Don't talk nonsense. I only recognize the smell of the 100-spirit ghost grass pollen, but I don't know how Imperial Father obtained it. However, now doesn't seem to be the time to be entangled in these useless matters." Zhao Hao glanced at Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing. Saving Royal Father should be the most important matter. It cannot be delayed. The infinite, boundless mountain martial practitioner beside him said in a heavy tone, "Pardon me." Saying thus, the crowd of infinite, boundless mountain martial practitioners surrounded the people of the Eastern Tang. Infinite, boundless mountains martial practitioners had the advantage in numbers and were also superior to those of the same cultivation level. Even with the protection of the formation, the Eastern Tang still felt the immense pressure. Zhao Shiqing was unconscious. Jingyang City was in chaos, and the black fog from the ceiling dragon abyss was still invading the outside world. At this moment, the array protecting everyone was already rather weak. The two infinite, boundless mountain Xiantian martial scholars took the lead, stabilizing the formation, while the other infinite, boundless mountain martial scholars began squeezing into the formation. The Xiantian martial scholar of the Eastern Tang had originally been assisting Yin Zhaoge in treating Zhao Shiqing. Seeing this, he could only temporarily stop his cultivation and prepare to stand up to face the enemy. But before he could do anything, he heard two loud bangs in his ears. A burly man stood in front of them, one in each hand, directly throwing out two infinite, boundless mountain martial practitioners who wanted to enter. Ahu stood there as if nothing had happened. He looked at the other party and grinned. "With my young master here, there's no need for you here. Please go back." Seeing Ahu make his move, an infinite, boundless mountain Xiantian martial scholar's gaze turned cold. He took a step forward and pushed out with his palm. Wherever his stellar energy went, it became as dense as a mountain range. For a moment, the scenery before everyone's eyes seemed to have completely changed. He was no longer in the ceiling dragon abyss, but in the middle of a towering mountain range. The surrounding mountains seemed to be pushed by someone pressing down on the people in the center. The stellar energy had a spirit of its own. It did not simply condense into the sharpness of a weapon, but instead transformed into an illusory world to suppress the enemy. Only a Xiantian evolved Jing Master, and a middle stage Xiantian evolved Jing Master at that. Ahu grinned. His smile, which had always been simple and honest, now looked extremely ferocious. A long roar rang out, shaking the surroundings. It was as if a slumbering primordial beast had awakened, extremely vicious and vicious. The eyes of the infinite, boundless mountain martial practitioners blurred as a massive black tiger appeared before them. The tiger roared and the wind howled as a violent tornado spread in all directions. Under the assault of the terrifying storm, that illusory heaven and earth formed of the Orochi of infinite, boundless mountains martial scholars. That towering mountain peak, the earth quaked and the mountains shook, the rocks shattering. The lofty mountains and precipitous ridges collapsed in front of the black nightmare hurricane. The faces of the infinite, boundless mountain martial practitioner instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot as he cursed aloud. "Xiantian martial scholar, you are a Xiantian evolved Jing Master. Don't you find it embarrassing to be someone else's servant?" Even the martial practitioners of the Eastern Tang were looking at Ahu in shock, feeling that this was inconceivable. The martial scholar realm consisted of inner aura, outer aura, Xiantian, and finally, the Heavenly Connection stage. Heavenly Connection martial scholars were generally making preparations for their breakthrough into the martial Grandmaster realm, rarely appearing in public. Xiantian martial scholars were the peak of martial scholars. In the Eastern Tang, even in the entire East Heaven region, Xiantian martial scholars were a force that could not be underestimated. In sacred grounds like Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan, the highest cultivation base of the acting elders was only a Xiantian martial scholar, with most of them being in the outer aura martial scholar realm. Within the borders of the Eastern Tang, the leaders of many small sects and families were only Xiantian martial scholars, with most not even reaching that level. In the Eastern Tang Kingdom's royal palace, Xiantian martial scholars could also be considered guest elders. But before their eyes, there was a Xiantian martial scholar, and one who was at least a mid-Xiantian martial scholar expert, constantly at Yin Zhaoga's beck and call, acting as a servant. Not as a guard expert, but as a servant who ran errands all day long. It was just that everyone was momentarily unable to reconcile this fiendish man before them with the image of that big fellow who had followed behind Yin Zhaoga earlier, who had carried some simple and honest features, as well as some slipperiness. The infinite, boundless mountain martial practitioner stared at Ahu with a livid expression on his face. If he were Yin Wudi's servant, then so be it. But even if he is Yin Wudi's son, how could he make you bend your back to serve him? Where's your dignity, your pride? Ahu picked at his ear, flicking his finger as he grinned. I'm happy. What can you do about it? The other leading Xiantian martial scholar of infinite boundless mountain similarly had a sunken expression on his face. I remember now. That year, there was a rumor that Yin Di did not hesitate to travel 10,000 miles to save an old servant of his, even offending the heavenly Thunder Hall of the Thunder Domain. But that old servant still seemed to have died afterwards, and Yin Di only brought back a child. Ahu stopped smiling, his expression solemn. That was my grandfather. Huang Hudding, was that child. Zhao Hao said coldly, your grandfather was someone's servant. Just to repay a debt of gratitude, you will also be a servant of the Yin family for your entire life? A wretched wretch, you are not fit to be a martial practitioner. Ahu chuckled. A little thing like you still dares to talk about being fit or not. I can smack you to death with a single hand. If I were to say it, you are not fit to speak to my young master. You are not even fit to speak to me. Zhao Hao glared, a cold light shooting out from within his eyes, only to hear Ahu howl madly. Under the violent shock waves of his aura chi, Zhao Hao instantly saw stars, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. However high his cultivation base had been in the past, however extraordinary his knowledge, however powerful his inner aura, however powerful his battle prowess had been at the same cultivation level, he was also unable to withstand the great difference in their cultivation bases now, as he was directly suppressed. It was like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason with him. It was not just Zhao Hao. The other infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners also felt dizzy, swaying left and right. The two infinite boundless mountain Xiantian martial scholars roared in unison. Only then did Ahu's howl no longer sound so ear-piercing. Their faces livid, no longer in the mood to continue talking nonsense with Ahu, they immediately soared into the air, attacking him together. Ahu chuckled coldly, like a massive beast choosing its prey to devour. His palms parted, not giving way at all, fighting one against two. The Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners were about to step forward to help, but discovered that Ahu was holding them all by himself, still handling them with ease. His opponent is not a martial practitioner from an ordinary clan, but someone from the mountain domain's sacred ground, infinite boundless mountain. The Eastern Tang martial practitioners were all dumbfounded, subconsciously swallowing their saliva, somewhat unable to believe it. Those from infinite boundless mountain were even angered to the point of vomiting blood. This is a servant of the Yin family. Just at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly assaulted them. Ahu's expression turned solemn, while the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners all revealed joyful expressions. Elder, he is here. Chapter 78. As thanks, I've specially added a chapter for the Dragon God, Blazing Fire. Also, thanks to all those fellow readers who have voted for this book, collected it, gifted it. Thank you all. Therefore, today's third night watch, there's still one more night watch after midnight. Requesting recommendation votes. Requesting members to click. Requesting collection. Requesting everyone to continue supporting this book. Thank you. The aura of a martial grandmaster expert suppressed the surrounding area, stirring up the winds and clouds. The hearts of the Eastern Tang martial practitioners instantly sunk to the very bottom. Such an opponent, even all of them added together, would be unable to stand against him. The figure of infinite boundless mountains, elder he appeared, his gaze falling on Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing. Before he had even opened his mouth to speak, his expression suddenly changed slightly. The originally unconscious king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, actually suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. Just like that, the gazes of the two clashed in midair. Zhao Shiqing said mildly, "Elder He, thank you for your personal visit." As he said this, he sat on the ground, one hand clenched into a fist, the other slamming down on the ground. With the ground beneath Zhao Shiqing as their center, the originally dim, broken spirit patterns suddenly lit up with a dazzling radiance, expanding towards the surroundings. The power of the formation at this moment rapidly increased from its originally weak state. It became strong once more. The powerful force directly jolted the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners, led by Elder He, into retreat, forced out of the formation. How could he have recovered so quickly? Elder He swiveled his head to look at the other infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners. The two leading Xiantian martial scholars shook their heads bitterly, their expressions filled with disbelief. They said in a low tone, "When we caught up, his injuries were very severe. He was just a breath more than a dead person. He really shouldn't have been able to recover in such a short period of time. This is like seeing a living ghost." Zhao Hao wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixated on Yin Zhaoge beside Zhao Shiqing, his hand still on Zhao Shiqing's chest and back. Such a fast speed. How exactly was he able to do it? Zhao Hao clenched his teeth, fresh blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. He felt that his alchemy and medical skills were unparalleled in this world. Other than a few people, there was no one else who could be mentioned in the same breath as him. However, to let Zhao Shiqing recover in such a short period of time, he was also unable to do it. Zhao Hao had seen Zhao Shiqing's initial appearance and knew how serious his injuries were. But now he could actually regain his senses and activate the formation again. The aura of a martial grandmaster expert suppressed the surrounding area, stirring up the winds and clouds. The hearts of the Eastern Tang martial practitioners instantly sunk to the very bottom. Such an opponent, even all of them added together, would be unable to stand against him. The figure of infinite boundless mountains, elder he appeared, his gaze falling on Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing. Before he had even opened his mouth to speak, his expression suddenly changed slightly. The originally unconscious king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, actually suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. Just like that, the gazes of the two clashed in midair. Zhao Shiqing said mildly, "Elder He, thank you for your personal visit." As he said this, he sat on the ground, one hand clenched into a fist, the other slamming down on the ground. With the ground beneath Zhao Shiqing as their center, the originally dim, broken spirit patterns suddenly lit up with a dazzling radiance, expanding towards the surroundings. The power of the formation at this moment rapidly increased from its originally weak state. It became strong once more. The powerful force directly jolted the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners, led by Elder He, into retreat, forced out of the formation. How could he have recovered so quickly? Elder He swiveled his head to look at the other infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners. The two leading Xiantian martial scholars shook their heads bitterly, their expressions filled with disbelief. They said in a low tone, "When we caught up, his injuries were very severe. He was just a breath more than a dead person." He really shouldn't have been able to recover in such a short period of time. This is like seeing a living ghost. Zhao Hao wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixated on Yin Zhaoge beside Zhao Shicheng, his hands still on Zhao Shicheng's chest and back. Such a fast speed. How exactly was he able to do it? Zhao Hao clenched his teeth, fresh blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. He felt that his alchemy and medical skills were unparalleled in this world. Other than a few people, there was no one else who could be mentioned in the same breath as him. However, to let Zhao Shicheng recover in such a short period of time, he was also unable to do it. Zhao Hao had seen Zhao Shicheng's initial appearance and knew how serious his injuries were. But now, he could actually regain his senses and activate the formation again. This was completely beyond his expectations. Zhao Hao took a deep breath. It's not just the golden needle liberating pill technique. He has extremely high attainments in the field of alchemy and medicine. Elder He's gaze similarly fell on Yin Zhaoge. The broad-creed young master is not a dragon amongst men, but a dragon amongst dragons. The rumors were actually true, let alone the people of infinite boundless mountain. Even the Eastern Tang Kingdom martial practitioners had been shocked. Someone's heart was beating like a drum. Could it be a technique that stimulates his potential and forcibly awakens his majesty temporarily? Could it be that his injuries will worsen afterwards, and he might even become a dragon in the sky? Could it be the final radiance of the setting sun? Feeling the worried gazes of the surrounding people, Yin Zhaoge could not help but roll his eyes. I say, don't look down on librarians. Zhao Shicheng nodded towards Yin Zhaoge. Before directly standing up, this emperor was suddenly affected by a minor illness. It is no longer a major problem now. I thank Elder He for personally rushing over to pay a visit. This place in the Sealing Dragon Abyss is not a suitable place to talk. After everyone is left, this emperor will hold a banquet in Jingyang City's royal palace to entertain Elder He and the people of infinite boundless mountain. Looking at Zhao Shicheng, Elder He frowned. He did not believe that Zhao Shicheng had already completely recovered from such heavy injuries. However, he really could not be sure how much of his strength Zhao Shicheng currently had left. How much of the power of the Jingyang City Grand Formation could still be drawn upon by Zhao Shicheng was also an unknown. If Zhao Shicheng was at his peak condition, with the assistance of the Grand Formation, Elder He admitted that he would not be his match. Zhao Hao's gaze shifted between Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Shicheng. Zhao Shicheng, however, did not even glance at Zhao Hao. Back when it helped Broad Creed Mountain force the Sacred Sun clan into retreat in Jingyang City, Zhao Hao had completely lost all hope in him. And now that Zhao Hao had appeared here alongside those of infinite boundless mountain, Zhao Shicheng had also completely lost all hope in him. Looking at Elder He, Zhao Shicheng said calmly, "This is not a place to talk. This emperor will take his leave first. Please do as you please, Elder He." Saying thus, he extended his palms horizontally forward, then pressed down towards the air below. As the spirit patterns of the formation shook, the air currents surged, sweeping up Yin Zhaoge, Ahu, and the Eastern Tang martial practitioners with Zhao Shicheng at their center, rising towards the outside of the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Elder He's face was sunken. He was really unwilling to give up just like this. Although he was no longer completely confident, he did not hesitate and waste time, instead immediately moving to obstruct Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Shicheng, and the others. However, at this moment, intense tremors suddenly resounded from the distance. A sharp saber chi arrived, slicing through the air, the canyon of the Sealing Dragon Abyss seemingly about to break apart. Its Broad Creed Mountains, East Elder, and the Sacred Sun Clan's East Rising Lord. They've rushed over. A majestic saber chi shot through the air, cutting off the path of those of infinite boundless mountain. A golden saber light lit up, clashing with that majestic saber chi once more. However, the chance for those of infinite boundless mountain to pursue Yin Zhaoge and the others had already passed, and they would not be able to catch up. Elder He's expression darkened. The opportunity has already passed. We will not be able to grasp the upcoming situation. Let's go. Contact our clan's first seed elder before deciding whether to advance or retreat. He looked at Zhao Hao. If you continue to remain in the Eastern Tang, it will be hard for you to achieve much in the future. Zhao Hao remained silent. Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Shicheng, and the others had also felt the approach of Elder Qin and the East Rising Lord just now. Not only that, Elder Kong and that female martial grandmaster expert of the Sacred Sun clan had long since battled from within the sealing dragon abyss to outside the abyss. Their battle swept through a radius of several hundred li, turning the heavens and the earth upside down along the way. Uncle, the chaotic killing intent in your body has not been completely removed. Yin Zhaoge looked at Zhao Shicheng. The situation over at Jingyang City, how confident are you? Zhao Shicheng's expression was slightly pale. He concentrated and sensed carefully. After a while, he said slowly, Shirlai has already attacked the palace. With the help of the Sacred Sun clan, Royal Uncle won't be able to stop him. Half of the control over the Grand Formation has already been wrested away by him. I'm not in the palace now. It will be difficult for me to regain control. Zhao Shicheng chopped out horizontally with his palm, the air currents surging as he brought Yin Zhaoge and the others down to the ground. His body's condition was worrisome, and he needed to conserve his strength for the upcoming battle. Luckily, the Eastern Tang had relay stations throughout its territory, so they didn't have to worry about traveling by land. If we rush back to Jingyang City now, we might not make it in time. Zhao Shirley's advantage will only grow greater and greater, Yin Zhaoge said. Uncle, I have an idea that we might be able to try. Zhao Shicheng swiveled his head to look at him. Oh, what idea does Zhaoge have? Yin Zhaoge said, Our clan spirit Wind Canyon is not far from overlooking Abyss City, and is also very close to the sealing dragon abyss. There's a certain amount of resources stored there. We could try to set up a reversal formation. Zhao Shicheng's gaze lit up. A reversal formation is not easy to set up. Zhaoge says that there's a way to do it quickly. Yin Zhaoge said, I have a formation diagram on hand. We can gamble on it. While it is a gamble, the chances are higher than returning to Jingyang City. Hearing his words, Zhao Shicheng was moved, but he asked via sound transmission if it's the Spirit Wind Canyon, the Cloud Vein Stone Mine. Yin Zhaoge similarly replied via sound transmission, The battle has already begun. With Elder Su Chuan's ability and experience, he should have already made arrangements. There is no need to worry about the secret being leaked. The people of Infinite Boundless Mountain have been obstructed by Elder Qin, but they are outside of the Eastern Tang. In the territory of the Mountain Domain, there will definitely be a large number of troops waiting for news, accumulating power, and preparing to move. The Sacred Sun clan is also on the move. Zhao Shirley's invasion of Jingyang City is like fire. Chapter 79. Zhao Shicheng looked at Yin Zhaoge. Your formation diagram. Can this king take a look? As he spoke, Yin Zhaoge had already taken out a piece of silk. Where his Orochi passed, the silk did not tear, but some traces were left behind. With a schwa-schwa sound, a complex, profound formation diagram appeared in front of Zhao Shicheng. Zhao Shicheng carefully examined it, comparing it with his knowledge of formations, and instantly felt enlightened. This method can work, Zhao Shicheng said, but to set up the formation, it still depends on whether there are sufficient resources. Yin Zhaoge said, The Spirit Wind Canyon has accumulated a lot of resources. If there's a shortage, we could try transferring them from the nearby, overlooking Abyss City. The things needed to set up the formation would naturally be lacking in the Spirit Wind Canyon. Even if it wasn't lacking in front of the people of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, it had to be lacking. If it wasn't a last-minute preparation, it would be arranged tomorrow morning. Would these arrangements only be for the Sacred Sun clan? After all, this reverse formation diagram could shake the Jingyang Grand Formation. Even if Zhao Shicheng had no such thoughts, the other experts of the Eastern Tang Kingdom might also have some misgivings. Having made up their minds, the group immediately hurried towards the Spirit Wind Canyon, receiving news on the way. Other than Jingyang City, the rest of the Eastern Tang Kingdom had not fallen into complete chaos. However, All of Broad Creed Mountain's properties in the Eastern Tang Kingdom had been threatened by the Sacred Sun clan. Outside of the Spirit Wind Canyon, there were already people besieging it. Yin Zhaoga's group quickly swept away the obstacles. Having already received the news, the acting elder Su Chuan immediately came out to welcome Yin Zhaoga and Zhao Shiqing in. He was currently the acting elder of the Spirit Wind Canyon. The Spirit Wind Canyon was much more important than before, and its defenses were also much stronger. Elder Su, according to the list I gave you, quickly prepare these things. List out what you're lacking. Yin Zhaoga didn't bother with pleasantries after seeing him. Su Chuan also knew his priorities. He calmly received the list from Yin Zhaoga and quickly gathered the resources, then reported back the things that were lacking. These things, overlooking Abyss City has them all. Su Chuan said quickly, "We don't know if our clan's treasury has fallen, but even if it's not in our clan, other places in overlooking Abyss City definitely have it. Whether it's the Sacred Sun clan or Infinite Boundless Mountain's treasury, it's definitely not lacking." Receiving the list from Su Chuan's hands, Yin Zhaoga swiveled his head and said to Ahu, "Ahu, the situation is urgent. Make a trip, be careful." Zhao Shiqing and Yin Zhaoga both had to remain behind to set up the formation. Of the others, only Ahu is the strongest. Ahu smiled honestly. "Don't worry, young master. I'll be back soon." With that, he turned around and left the Spirit Wind Canyon, heading straight for overlooking Abyss City. Zhao Shiqing looked at Ahu's departing figure, while Yin Di did not pass on to him Broad Creed Mountain's secret martial arts. Whether it is the Black Nightmare Godly Wind or the Ghost Tiger Divine Claw, they are both peak martial arts. A warm look surfaced within Yin Zhaoga's gaze. That year, Father actually wanted to take Ahu in as a disciple, but Ahu himself refused. That's why my father taught Ahu the unique skills of the Holy Land of Wind, which had been destroyed many years ago. All these years, Yin Di had actually viewed Ahu more as a disciple, while the original owner of Yin Zhaoga's body had actually been both a servant and a friend to Ahu. After coming to this world, Yin Zhaoga had interacted with this burly man and had often not treated him as a servant or follower. The two of them had often teased each other, feeling relaxed and happy. Compared to some people whom he had never even seen face to face or spoken to, only existing in the memories of his body's original owner, Yin Zhaoga's relationship with Ahu had gradually deepened, and he was actually quite close to his body's original owner. If not for the fact that Ahu, who seemed to have no respect for his elders, actually insisted on following some rules, he could practically be considered Yin Zhaoga's first friend after coming to this world. As he spoke with Zhao Shiqing, Yin Zhaoga began assisting him in setting up a brand new formation within the Spirit Wind Canyon. From a rough look, this formation was similar to the Eastern Tang Kingdom's Jingyang Grand Formation. However, looking closely at the spirit patterns of the formation, they all seemed to be the same, while at the same time being different, being the complete opposite of the true Jingyang Grand Formation. It was just like the reflection of a mirror. The formation gradually took shape, already lighting up with a spiritual light. Numerous spirit patterns extended in all directions, gradually enveloping the entire Spirit Wind Canyon. Zhao Shiqing sat at the core of the formation, one hand clenched into a fist, the other slamming down on the ground. Guided by him, the spiritual light on the spirit patterns of the Jingyang Grand Formation also began to grow more and more dazzling. However, the spiritual light kept flickering, appearing very unstable. Yin Zhaoga knew that this was due to Prince Jin, Zhao Shiruya's rebellion in Jingyang City. Zhao Shiqing's expression didn't change as he calmly sat upright, guiding the power of the Great Array. At the same time, he was also adapting to controlling the reverse array's power within the spiritual wind canyon, merging it with his own Great Array. As his eyes flickered, a golden light gradually appeared on his dragon robe. The golden light was like scales, as if Zhao Shiqing was wearing a dragon scale armor. It was the number one treasure of the Eastern Tang, the mid-grade spirit artifact, the golden scale dragon scale armor. Normally, it wouldn't show itself, hiding within Zhao Shiqing's body. When needed, it would turn into an armor of light and attach itself to his body. in the dragon's sealing abyss. It was all thanks to the protection of this powerful mid-grade spirit artifact. Otherwise, when the Great Formation had suddenly reversed and the strange energy of the dragon's sealing abyss had rebounded, it was unknown whether Zhao Shicheng would have been able to survive. Forming a sword seal with his left hand, Yin Zhaoge guided with his right hand. A jade light shot straight into the horizon before landing in front of Zhao Shicheng in the center of the formation. It was precisely Yin Zhaoge's accompanying spirit artifact, the Jade Dragon Sword. Zhao Shicheng flicked his finger on the blade of the sword, and a dragon's roar rang out. The Jade Dragon Sword hovered in midair, possessing its own spirituality as it did not descend. Light circulated on the surface of the sword's blade, as the faint silhouette of a dragon could be vaguely seen swimming about. Within the golden scale dragon scale armor on Zhao Shicheng's body, the silhouette of a golden dragon similarly flashed, also letting out a mighty dragon's roar. The golden scale dragon scale armor guarded the grand formation controlled by Zhao Shicheng, while the Jade Dragon Sword guarded the reversal formation within the Spirit Wind Canyon. The two dragons shone, the two formations moving side by side, their auras growing stronger and stronger. But just at this moment, the Broad Creed Mountain and Eastern Tang martial practitioners within the valley all frowned slightly. A powerful aura surged outside of the Spirit Wind Canyon, pressuring towards it. A golden sun rose from a mountain range at the mouth of the valley, its terrifying aura pressing towards the formation within the valley. Sacred Sun Clan, Martial Grandmaster. Yin Zhaoge knit his brows. While the newcomer's cultivation was inferior to Zhao Shicheng, Yin Su, and the others, he was still a true martial grandmaster. Zhao Shicheng's face was calm as he clenched his fist and punched upwards. Guided by the formation, his power struck towards that golden sun. As the two forces clashed, a dazzling light instantly erupted, so bright that it was hard for people to look straight at it. At this moment, Zhao Shicheng's injuries had still not fully recovered, and the power of the formation was still contending with Jing Yang's side. That martial grandmaster was blocked by him, unable to enter, but Zhao Shicheng and the power of the formation were also instantly restrained. Under the restraint of that Sacred Sun Clan martial grandmaster, a gap instantly appeared in the defensive formation. Figures flickered about in the surroundings of the valley as a group of Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners rushed in. Many of them had terrifying auras. As they moved, it was as though the very air around them was shaking. The hearts of the people within the Spirit Wind Canyon all sunk. So many Xiantian martial grandmasters. Yin Zhaoge focused his gaze and saw that one of them was dressed in a white robe, with a face full of beard and a gaze as venomous as a snake's. It was precisely Xiao Shun. As Xiao Shun entered the valley, his gaze swept about, his attention also instantly focused on Yin Zhaoge. Chapter 80. Yin Zhaoge glanced at Xiao Shun, then ignored him. Coming faster than expected, it's not just the Eastern Tang Kingdom's problem. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Yin Su, there were many experts of the Sacred Sun Clan, and Yin Zhaoge himself having to help Zhao Shicheng maintain the formation. He immediately called out, "Elder Su, I understand." In front of serious business, Su Chuan did not have the sly flattery he had in private. He led the Broad Creed mountain martial practitioners under his command, immediately meeting the invading Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners. The Eastern Tang martial practitioners accompanying Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Shicheng also went forward to meet the incoming enemy. The invading martial practitioners of the Sacred Sun Clan had gathered a considerable number of elites, their experts numerous. Because the Cloud Vein stones could be used to excavate jade essence, while Broad Creed Mountain did not make a big show of it in order to keep it a secret, the Spirit Wind Canyon's defensive strength had increased greatly in secret. If not for this, it was likely that the Sacred Sun Clan would have broken through in an instant. Even so, with so many martial scholar experts of the Sacred Sun Clan attacking together, the pressure on the Spirit Wind Canyon also increased greatly. Su Chuan and the Xiantian martial scholar experts of the Eastern Tang charged forward together, keeping their opponents at bay. Both sides fell into a stalemate for a time. That martial grandmaster of the Sacred Sun clan, who had been obstructed outside the valley, attacked like the tide, unceasingly attacking the Spirit Wind Canyon and Zhao Shicheng. Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Shicheng both had stern expressions on their faces. This was because as they dealt with the attack before them, they were once again at a disadvantage in the battle over at Jingyang City. With the two battlefields fighting at the same time, Zhao Shicheng felt a lot more pressure. Before the reversal array was completely set up, Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, continued to exert his strength over Jingyang City. The control of the Jingyang Grand Array began to gradually slip from his hands. As time went by, the formation energy that Zhao Shicheng had gathered over at the Spirit Wind Canyon also began to show signs of exhaustion. The enemy martial grandmasters were the most sensitive to this. He let out a long roar. "Zhao Shicheng, you stubbornly insisted on going against the sacred sect. This is your fate. You are too ignorant, unable to clearly see the general situation of the world. Broadcreed Mountain has long since fallen, while my Sacred Sun clan is like the midday sun. Your younger brother Zhao Shilai is much smarter than you. For the sake of the Eastern Tang, it is better for him to sit on the throne." As he spoke, he clasped his palms together and pushed them forward. One of the seven great sun arts, Heaven's Striking Palm. The sun hung high in the sky. Fighting head-on, relying on strength, the Sacred Sun clan displayed the wild, violent side of their martial arts to the point of perfection, using power to oppress others, using strength to oppress others. The higher a martial artist's cultivation base was, the more they could unleash the power of this martial art. At this moment, the striking heaven god palm displayed by this great grandmaster was much more powerful than the grandmaster realm Chao Yuanlong. Everyone at the scene could only feel a golden brilliance in front of their eyes, and it was blazing hot. The group of evolved Jing martial artists felt as though their stellar energy was about to be ignited by this palm strike. Zhao Shicheng's expression was solemn, and his face was slightly dark. Green and red qi alternated on his face again. The chaotic, baleful energy within Zhao Shicheng's body that had yet to be completely purged continued to wreak havoc. Now that he was exchanging blows with someone, under the pressure, the chaos caused by the baleful aura was getting stronger and stronger. He took a deep breath and punched again. The golden dragon scale armor on his body flashed with light, and a dragon's roar echoed out. That Sacred Sun clan martial grandmaster let out a low roar, a purple gold radiance lighting up on his right arm. It was a wristband. This wristband was made entirely of pure gold, with 9 purple crystals flickering with a brilliant luster, its aura soaring to the heavens. It was shockingly also a spirit artifact. As the two sides collided, Zhao Shicheng's and his enemy's bodies both shook. The formation shook once more. Over at Jingyang City, Zhao Shilai's advantage was even greater. As a result, the power of the formation that Zhao Shicheng could wield fell once more. The Sacred Sun clan martial grandmaster was unforgiving, continuously striking out with the striking heaven god palm, causing the surrounding space to shake unceasingly, as though it was about to shatter. Under the illumination of the brilliant sun, the spirit patterns of the formation all seemed to dim. Zhao Shicheng had no choice but to shrink his defensive perimeter. However, this way, the enemy's attacks began to affect the defenses of the Spirit Wind Canyon. With the help of this martial grandmaster, the group of Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners pressed forward step by step. Xiao Shan's gaze pierced through the crowd, staring fixedly at Yin Zhaoge, his gaze as venomous as a snake's. A Xiantian martial scholar beside him formed a sword seal with his left hand, his right hand abruptly slapping the sword box on his back. A sword light lit up, piercing through the horizon, resembling the rising sun, the morning sun breaking through the dawn. One of the 7 great sun arts, the divine sword of dawn, low-grade spirit artifact, the flowing fire sword. The sword light shocked the heavens, resembling the first glimmer of dawn, until the sun rose in the east, then the red sun in the sky, all the way until the sun set in the west. This one sword represented the rising and setting of the sun, from start to finish. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge chopped out with his palm, the radiant sun wheel flying out. Seeing the radiant sun wheel, the movements of all the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners paused for a moment, but their following attacks became even fiercer. Xiao Shun stared fixedly at the radiant sun wheel, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Letting out a piercing howl, he abruptly raised his palm. A pattern of spirit light flickered on his palm, resembling a sun's crown. The radiant sun wheel in the air instantly slowed slightly. TSK. Indeed so, Yin Zhaoge frowned. A pity that I have to use the Jade Dragon Sword to set up the reversal formation. Otherwise, I could just change it. As the radiant sun wheel slowed in the air, that Sacred Sun clan martial practitioner wielded the flowing fire sword, descending towards the Spirit Wind Canyon. The Spirit Wind Canyon's defensive formation had been suppressed by the enemy martial grandmaster, and now that it had suffered a blow from the flowing fire sword, a crack was finally torn open. The group of Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners immediately rushed in. Xiao Shun swiveled his head to look at that Xiantian martial scholar. Elder Liang, help me out. That Xiantian martial scholar nodded, and once again used the divine sword of dawn. The flowing fire sword transformed into a streak of red light, entangling the radiant sun wheel in midair. Yin Zhaoge coldly watched this scene from the side, but his figure had already shot to Zhao Shiqing's side. Grabbing the Jade Dragon Sword, Yin Zhaoge formed a sword seal, the spirit patterns of the reversal formation flickering. The situation on Zhao Shiqing's side stabilized somewhat. Xiao Shun flew forward, once again extending his hand to grab the radiant sun wheel. The radiant sun wheel shook intensely, the sun's crown pattern on his Xiao Shun's palm also shining with a radiance. The radiant sun wheel's shaking began to gradually subside. Xiao Shun closed his eyes. Within the darkness, sunlight seemed to gradually light up. Feeling that he was currently re-establishing a connection with the radiant sun wheel, having regained his lost spirit artifact, Xiao Shun couldn't help but feel incomparably comfortable, as all the pores on his body seemed to open up at the same time. He began to sever the connection between Yin Zhaoge and the radiant sun wheel. Xiao Shun opened his eyes, a cold light flickering within them as he stared at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge, you are a character. But the more outstanding you are, the greater the threat you will pose to my Sacred Sun clan in the future. I have to admit that the humiliation you have given me is something that I am currently powerless to wash away with my own hands. But if I want to pinch you to death, there are plenty of people who can do it. The group of Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners clashed with Su Chuan and the others. However, the Sacred Sun clan had more experts, and without the assistance of the Spirit Wind Canyon's formation, Su Chuan and the others fell into a disadvantageous position. The Sacred Sun clan sent out a Xiantian martial scholar, who walked towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge looked straight at him.